Welcome to the Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensible Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twodwazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMelds24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Endless, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, Canna Bear, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W., Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set it for today's live show.
Favorite part was the trigonometry dude when you made him concede the earth is measured flat. Then he wanted to keep on going like stop. Then my job here is done. Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, it's going to get easier and easier for everyone who's paying attention. Because they've been doing it for 10 years. They've been telling us how they use an earth that's flat to make their claim. So holding them to it once they say it is not too difficult once you know how, I think.
Yeah, but I was surprised in chat. I thought Godzilla was on board. He's a Bevite.
What chat? The text chat, you mean?
No, during the show. When Nathan played the Ballbusters back. Yeah, there's a lot. Lumpy gas in a vacuum, still barking the same old tune. So if I measure the angle, is that the Earth? You know, stuff that you went through with him and he still ain't getting it.
Really? Lumpy? Lumpy's like that too?
Don't worry about it. Right, like everything.
Go check the chat.
Like everything, Flat Earth included, just over a prolonged cycle. These things occur in the same way. Initially, they're ignored, then laughed at, then violently opposed, then accepted as though they've been true always. So this is no different.
But I don't understand why they're not getting the fact that you are measuring the Earth. It is the ground that will be navigating. Not measuring the entire Earth. But we know it's measured flat through celestial navigation and the process that you have to go through.
As I've said before, I don't mind. It's been 16 times that we've had that conversation amongst ourselves on the panel to clarify what we mean when we say measured flat. Well, every time we have that discussion, it's always made abundantly clear that you have to be a flat earther to be sat at that table. That is to say, the Globers haven't got an issue saying, well, yes, we, quote, measure it flat, but that's because it's just so big, end quote. They don't have an issue saying it.
Right. Now, what's this? What's it saying that we should be able to get the height of stars?
Oh, I don't know what wit's it saying.
Oh, my God.
On Ballbusters, as much as I was trying to pay attention, for the majority of that show, I'd kind of tuned out, because once I spotted that he'd got an agenda, I'm like, this doesn't, we don't have mutually served interests anymore. I know you're here I know you're there as a flat earther, but I just tuned out. I did say it a couple of times. I'm sure I did.
I tuned out too.
It's like, this guy's here to punt his agenda. Every opportunity to do exactly that is taken. Any opportunity to promote a flat earth is lost or spun into an opportunity to promote ether. You're like, I don't know.
Big missed on that part.
I went into it with a smile thinking this will be good. You know, we'll be able to critique some standards of flat earth dissemination from Witsit. And I didn't quite understand until we watched it why my audience were contacting me going, "This is terrible." You're like, can it really be that bad? Surely it's got to have some positives in it. It's promoting flat Earth, right?
No, nothing positive at all. He had the opportunity right at the beginning. You seen it too, Nathan. Adam felt that he's given his testimony like all of us, but still, I don't care. You get the knowledge that you have now that absolutely proves that Earth is flat, and you get that out first. Then you go into your little journey, how you came to flat Earth. But I'm getting that out first.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm promoting at the moment, isn't it, Neil?
Absolutely. And I will not stop saying Earth is measured flat. I don't care what anybody says. It's a powerful statement. If you can't understand it, then you have the problem.
Yeah, and how about that dude's intro, man? Like QE mentioned, like he wasn't gonna do intro, but Nathan, you could have done the whole show with that 15-minute intro of that dude. It was so embarrassing. I can't believe people like 15 minutes of just logical fallacies and nonsense. And again, he concluded his intro with "That's how I feel about flat Earth." Like
Oh, we
anybody
really
cares
care about how you feel?
Yeah, that's what I mean, dude. Because that's all it was for the first 15-minute intro, just logical fallacies and his feelings. It's just embarrassing.
What's up with that girl? What's up with that girl that came on? Is her name Sydney?
Oh, Sydney's from yes. You mean on the panel in the Discord?
Yeah, she came in. She said that she spoke to the guy that debated what's his name? I forgot his name. I had his freaking car.
Oh, I'm not sure, Neil.
Yeah, she was fine.
Yeah, I would
She just
like
kept
to
swearing.
say the message is
That's what I'm
going
saying. She
out.
kept
in the
swearing.
chat. I was just going to say I would like to say the message is going out in the chat because modern day debate today. I mean yesterday. I don't know if you guys seen it, but it was a bunch of people in the chat when they was talking about gas pressure and things of that nature. Uh, Big country is like, oh, well, I don't want to go past this point right here because if he's about to start talking about satellites and moons and things of that nature, I want him to stick to this argument or basically at least try to rebut my argument when um, about gas pressure. Space is a vacuum, gas will fill space. He's like, no, we're moving on. He's like, so we're just going to sit up here and move past this. He's not going to rebut the argument at all. And everybody in the chat was like, when he started talking about the moon and satellites, everybody in the chat was like, so we're going to continue talking about La La Land? Everybody, everybody in the chat was like, so we just going to keep talking about Fantasyland then? La La Land.
Yeah, it's good to see
Yeah.
those reactions. It really is. People are really getting it.
So did he even cement the second law argument at all?
It
Did he
didn't
even bring it
come
up? Did he talk about it?
No, it didn't
No,
even
he
come
was
up on
trying to
the
say
bit
that
we
gas
reviewed.
has
Never.
Wow.
Yeah, he
I
completely
went
wanted
back
to
and I
move
listened.
past.
Hold on. I went back and I listened, and he did say, Witsit, that how Earth is measured flat. It's the most important part. But he said it so fast that he didn't get to it. You know how he talks. He talks real fast, and then his last sentence tails off. I listened to it 3 times. He did say that.
Well, yeah, why is it important that the only thing that matters in this subject is just slightly addressed?
Right.
Slightly.
He did it deliberately that way.
No, when I heard him say it, what I heard was a lack of confidence. So I said it at the time. Behavioural panel describe it as fading facts. When someone's, well, they would chalk it up to lying, but when someone's unsure of what they're saying, let's just say, it will be delivered in that fashion. That tells me he hasn't got the confidence to say it. let alone say
No,
it
Nathan.
immediately. It was buried 40 minutes into the discussion, and like you said, it faded out in its nature. It wasn't said with any gusto.
I don't think it was lack of confidence. I think it comes directly against what he's punting in some shape or form.
No, it won't. It'll be the basis of it, I assure you. What do you think he's drawing out when he shows toroidal patterns and spirograph stuff? You think that's three-dimensional? Neil? Like,
No, I know what he's doing. I know exactly what he's doing.
there's no getting away from this for everyone, Neil. Yeah? The world is what it is and is measured the way it's measured. All inferences thereafter, if they're going to lean on any semblance of being based in reality, they will have their genesis in our measurements of a flat Earth. Make no mistake, there's no getting away from it.
That's correct.
Yeah, the sooner people appreciate this, the better. I don't think it will take very long. We're concerned that it's too simple to be, or too good to be true, I think a few of us have said a couple of times. Like, people just can't grasp how simplistic it is. The world's measured how it is, and that's flat. Like we all believed for 10 years. See the commenters from the Globe side, it drives them nuts. They can't address it. So you'll see someone say, well, where's the actual flat Earth measurement, like the guy did on the show? And you get the same response in the comments. Someone will say, well, latitude's an angle that can only come from a flat Earth. And they'll go, you haven't got a measurement. It's like they're blinkered to it. They can't absorb it. It's mad. Just go and read through some of the comments on the last few shows. It really has frazzled their brains because they've been using these measurements. They've just never been stopped and had it highlighted to them. And when it is, they can't quite comprehend it. And when you go, all you've got to do is now admit what you've just used, and they can't do that either. Suddenly their brain gets scrambled.
Yeah, they think a tangent it's an angle. They confuse where a straight line meets a curved line. They call it an angle. Makes no sense whatsoever. It's a tangent, not an angle.
Yeah,
It's a
even
tangent
Brenda
angle.
knows. Even Brenda knows to get an angle, you need a horizontal plane of reference. Did you guys hear about on Friday, Rob Noxious? He was jumping in. Well, I think somebody muted him, but he, I guess he's a Glober again. So when he was here on
where's your
Thursday,
model?
he
Let's see how your
obviously
model
lied.
performs right in the middle of a debate between two people that weren't him. And you're like, okay, so you were justified in being banned then. You know, it might not be for the same reason, but now you've barefaced lied to us all. You're like, well, that's it now. Well, you're never going to get allowed back into any of these servers.
I would say
Yep.
our model performs pretty damn well considering you're using it.
Yeah, that's a way to put it. Did you hear me on Ballbusters? I credited you for saying at one stage during the debate, wits it, although he's saying the globe Earth doesn't work. It's like, well, by saying the globe Earth doesn't work, you're essentially decrying the flat Earth measurements that the globe is based on. So that's a lose-lose for you as a flat Earther. You're also missing the fact that he's utilising flat Earth to claim his globe works. So it's the standard scenario you described, what, 2 years ago? they're going to stack up a flat Earth and say it's a globe against you, whatever straw man they say you've got as a flat Earth, or whatever you don't understand about the way the world is actually measured, because you're going to be arguing against the globe like it fails when it's based on flat Earth measurement. So it's their flat Earth versus our flat Earth, one being labelled globe.
Yeah, I like when you said
Yeah.
that. That was really good.
Yeah, it's just paying lip service to curvature, but no, they don't measure that shit.
You want to cover this Joe Rogan on the live stream, Mush?
Oh, it's just a short clip, man. It's just mind blowing, dude. Like, you gotta check that out. The sizes of suns and planets, and he's looking at this digital screen and looking at these little balls, and like, I just can't believe this is Joe Rogan, man.
We'll have a look. Anything else anybody wants to cover that they've picked up on over the weekend?
We still have that old video, Nathan. Again, I didn't watch it either. Why flat earthers are good at debates. It looks like it could be a lot of good material there.
Can you grab a link to it? Yeah, I mean, if we churn through Joe Rogan in minutes, then yeah, it'd be great to have something else to fall back on.
Yeah, Joe Rogan's gonna be a quick one. It's just so stupid. I was like, wow, man. But yeah, let me find the other one.
Okay, that does sound right up our alley, though. Although you've not watched it, so I won't ask if it's definitely appropriate. If it isn't, we'll find out quickly, I'm sure.
You know what I wanted to say to you, Nathan? It's obvious that there's certain people that have sold out to the money end of this whole genre we're in. And it's just a testament to you. You're just sticking to your guns and proving what's what. And it doesn't matter about the money. When it comes, it comes. You could see that Whitson sold out. I'm sorry. You could see it in his face.
What are you
That's
talking
what I
about?
said before you guys showed up here. This time I have to agree with you, Neil. Like, it's on his face, right? The guilt. He's doing something wrong. I definitely agree with you on that one, Neil.
Whatever, you bunch of conspiratards. I'm here for the money.
Whatever.
This is my job.
Yeah, but Nathan, you're missing the point. I know you're not missing the point. I'm just saying you're missing the point because you're missing the point. You're not selling out for the money. I don't care what show contacts you. When you get on that show, you're going to set them straight. And if you can't, then you're not going to be on the show. You're not just going to go along talking nonsense just to get a paycheck.
Wait till you realize that money's an illusion of wealth.
Yeah, well, money's an illusion that I need to function with, and we all do.
Yeah.
You have to. How did Adam and Eve function? Did they use money?
This has to be Matthias, the walking witness.
Well, yeah. Why am I making too much sense for you?
Doesn't matter. Still
Is that
need
pill
money
too hard
today.
to swallow? Neil?
You need money to function. Illusion
Okay.
of whatever it is. Unless I'm just going to grab my family and go into the woods. And you know what? They took that right away from us when they built the cities.
Right. So trust money, not God. Got it. Can God provide,
no, you
Neil?
use
All wealth
wisdom.
is-
I'm not going to take my family out into the middle of the
God
wilderness,
provide,
not
Neil?
knowing a damn thing about how to survive out there, and say God's going to take care of me. Come on, wake the freak up.
Well, that's my question to you, Neil. Can God provide things? Yes or no?
You know what,
Take your time.
Matthias? God does provide. God does provide for me because I always get my bills met. There's food on the table and there's clothes on our back and there's a roof over our head. God does provide in the illusion of money.
Okay. You think that's
All concepts of wealth are illusory, though. That's what wealth is. It's an illusion of ownership. You don't take anything with you.
Right. But Matthias is out there with his dog and his stick, no family with you, nothing to be responsible for but for yourself. And you think the world should go do that. I agree in part because I read that manifesto by what's his name? Hold on. I read that guy's manifesto. And he's right. That this freaking age that they came, the industrial age, freaking destroyed us.
It's just an unreasonable standard that you brought up, Neil. That's all.
You mean that I brought up?
You said he's sold out or something. You know, you're ascribing motivation. Furthermore, specific motivation, financial. And it's just not reasonable.
Yeah.
You can critique what he does. Same
He's a
goes for the other
sellout.
guy. Notice that standard's not laid at the other guy. You just critique the other guy for his standards in terms of that's what I believe about flat Earth. There's your critique, right? Well, has he sold out? No one's even assessing it. But Witsit's under that scrutiny. Why?
Because they
Okay,
expect
what you
more with
want.
it.
As far as I'm
Right.
concerned, right, Witsit's just another family man. On that score, he's just the same as I. There's no difference. So when I hear things like this, I just think, if it was Witsit's name substituted for mine, would I like this? Regardless of whether or not I was able to defend it or not. If I wasn't there, like he's not here, would I like this standard? Definitely not. It would piss me off royally. So instantly, my empathetic streak kicks in, and I go, this isn't reasonable to Witsit. He's just another family man trying to earn a living. You say he's sold out. What you
Like
mean he's
saying
gone on a
is not
popular channel?
okay. What was he on that show for, Nathan?
I can only use myself as a standard. If I was there, it would be to expand
What was
my.
the topic?
I would be there to expand my. Yeah, I'm deliberately leaving it devoid of what you're rooting for. You're going to be there saying flat Earth is what you want me to say. Well, no. In reality, I'll be there to expand my reach for my subject of flat Earth. Notice there's a lot of me and my in there. Well, if that is perceived by some outsider to be, oh, well, you're just in it for the money. What? Yeah, what? Keeping my family fed? Yeah, I am kind of into that. Yeah, that's why I work hard. But you're twisting it like it's an. I'm nearly there. I'm nearly there. You're twisting it like it's some evil motivation. Well, it's just a family guy trying to keep bread on the table, Neil.
Well, he could have kept bread on the table and got the facts out. He didn't, because if he did it, if he was going to get those facts out, he would have been shut down. So that's where you got to make your choice, like you did when you went on Globebusters. You made your choice, okay, and it was the right choice.
So what you're saying is you pick something that's detrimental and say, because I made a choice that was detrimental because it was for the greater good of the subject matter. In that case, it was science rather than measurements. That makes me noble. No, in many ways, I moan about it, don't I, Neil? How detrimental it was. Therefore, I'm pointing out the detriment, aren't I? You don't have to read between the lines, though, do you?
Nathan, if any one of us was on that show, it would not have went that way.
I don't disagree. I'm not. You're now subverting my point by taking it onto a standard I will agree with.
Well, there is the point that a lot of people have to ascribe motive to it because they don't want to, they don't want to accept, because they do have a higher standard of flat earthers. Everybody seems to, even flat earthers. But because of that, that's why a motive is being ascribed.
That's correct.
There's no need. Know them by their fruit. We can see what he's doing and we can point out where it's good and where it isn't. That's it. That's all that's needed.
If somebody would just step out, stick to the facts, demonstrate, Our Earth is measured flat beyond a shadow of a doubt. And I'm telling you right now, you're going to reap some big rewards for that.
What is your big reward so far, Nathan?
What's my big reward?
Nathan hasn't been on a platform. Hold on. Has he been on InfoWars? What I'm saying is, when you get on
I'll just ask the
platforms like
question.
that,
No, I'm not going to get to make John's point, clearly. Gonna try again.
For pointing out that Earth is measured flat, what has been your big reward, Nathan?
Neil made a very concise list earlier of all the things that he's humbled by when he was asked if God provides by Matthias. Now, I kept very quiet at that point because I do feel I've been very much provided for. So, hence I kept my trap shut. So, does that answer your question? Or do you need something specific? Or do you need me to be negative? My coffee machine's a bit broken. Needs servicing, so does my watch. But these are luxury items that are not being maintained because I'm poor. Expensive items that I can't really afford to keep. That's not really
hold on,
unreasonable.
John's missing a point. Were you on InfoWars? I'm talking about when you get on bigger platforms like that.
If I went on InfoWars, would I suddenly ascribe that to God providing me with an InfoWars visit? Is that how I'd see it? Is that how I should see it?
What I'm saying is, when you're on a platform like that, InfoWars, if you just put out the truth, you will see what happens from there. Trust me. Truth always wins.
Well, the thing is, what has been, I mean, as far as your viewership and your reach, has it been positive? I mean, how much of a positive effect has it had on your viewership?
I can't view it in those terms. I just watch the stats and do a bit more work if it goes a bit leveling off. In other words, if it doesn't continue to grow, I have to put a bit more work in and then it grows. So that's consistent. I mean, it's not big growth, but it's growth that's consistent. But I ascribe that to my work as opposed to the subject matter being particularly truth-based or hard-hitting. I don't see it that way. I just say, let's have a look at the stats this morning.
Let me rephrase my question. Let me rephrase my question then. Have you had to do more or less work or the same amount of work to continue on your upward growth?
Oh, it's always more. Or it always feels like I'm doing more.
The truth isn't popular in this world is my point. You're never going to be the hero for pointing out the truth because people live in delusion.
Strong delusion.
You don't know that with this. Hold on. You don't know that with this subject yet. You do not know that till it hits critical mass.
I love it. Hope.
Well, then what the freak are we doing then? What are we doing then?
I know, I like this. Neil's going through a whole series of revelations right before our very eyes. Very good. Keep asking these.
I will sign out tomorrow if this is just a game.
Not just a game. We're disseminating the truth about the nature of Earth, Neil. It's very simple.
The truth gets persecuted, Neil. The righteous will get persecuted, Neil. What, you think they're going to allow Nathan Oakley to go on ABC News and have a debate? So the truth,
That's what I'm saying.
they send agents in here, in these servers, in these platforms to see who's got it and who doesn't.
Be careful with your
guess who
phraseology.
doesn't?
That I'll agree.
Hold on, Matthias. You're doing really well, right? And you're stunning Neil to silence, which is epic. But the phraseology you just used was, they send. So you've ascribed an outside entity with power and ability to send people.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm nearly done. One more sentence. Rather than people come and then describing what people actually do, their behaviour that you've witnessed. Do you see the difference? One makes you a complete conspiratard. The other just states fact.
Right. Yep. I see it. Thank you. So yes, people come in these servers and figure out which server has the truth and which server has the BS, right? And the people with the BS, they get to go to the mainstream. Hey, look at Netflix. Look what Jaron did on Netflix. Yeah, cool, huh? Look what Bob did with the gyro. Thanks, Bob. Anyway, rant over.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Did any of it matter?
If you had the
Go on.
if you had the ability to choose your enemy, would you choose the hardest one you could find?
That's where I was going next.
No, they're playing a smarter game. They know what they're doing.
Right.
They'd rather deal with Mole, Larry, and Scurvy than guys like us.
Yeah, the easier target. The wolves go after the lame at the back of the pack, don't they?
That's correct. The ones that can't keep up with the pack because they may be lame. That's who the wolves are after. And they could see
No, they
who the
don't.
lame ones are.
Furthermore,
No, they don't. They put their oldest and weakest at the front, and they set the pace for the whole pack. That's what wolves do.
how you with your nature knowledge? It was just an analogy. Oh, is this how the day's going to go on? Is it? Bloody pedantic knowledge about nature contradicting my analogy.
Wait, what did Brian say? I didn't hear you, Brian. What'd
He
you
said,
say?
no, the weak and elderly lead the pack. Actually,
We're not
they've got...
talking about the wolves. Hold on. We're not talking about the wolves.
No,
we're talking about the lame prey.
Yeah, I don't know enough about nature to pick an example that's correct, like zebra or something. I don't know. Brian's obviously going to outsmart me at every opportunity this week. I can just feel it coming.
No, I'm not.
I should mute before the laugh.
So you know, yeah. Just before you know, just so you know, QE is my favorite.
No, that's John's favorite.
He's my wife's favorite
Nathan
too.
has John as a favorite, but John has QE as a favorite. Nobody likes you, Nathan.
It's going to get tricky when 10th Man comes back, because 10th Man used to be Nathan's favorite. Now he has refracted as a favorite. So that's going to be a bit embarrassing.
Oh, that's right.
Brian's
I
my
don't have
favorite.
any favourites.
Thanks, John.
The way you're behaving at the moment, you're becoming my favourite, though. Gotta be honest, Brian. You're tickling me quite pink often. No, I don't have any favourites.
Laughter's the best medicine and weapon, too.
And, oh, by the way, when I came the other day and said, I'm sensing great hostility from Brian towards Nathan, that was a joke.
Yeah, right.
Nathan.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no one believes you, Neil. No one believes you.
Yeah, you just didn't read the room.
Oh, God. No, okay. I didn't read the room. All right. You didn't catch on my joke.
Which one was that?
I'm sensing great hostility from Brian towards Nathan.
Oh, it was sarcasm. I see. Lowest form of wit.
That's the kind of thing that someone like him would say.
Wait a second. Don't interrupt me because I got to straighten Nathan out here. I heard it back. You know, when you put those shows up, I pick up things that you say. Now, someone was addressing me as QE. And I said, wow, that's a compliment. And what did you say, Nathan?
Said it, or a massive slight against QE.
Not or.
Did I not say or?
No.
I just said that's a massive slight against QE. This protracted silence is not dramatic, Neil.
Oh, yeah, well, I just want to let you know, I'm listening. I hear all your little digs at me.
Oh, your feelings hurt.
That was... Sorry, Neil.
That's all right. I was just belittling Neil for his sensitivity.
What feelings?
That
I
was
lost
that
them
guy,
many
Rob
years ago.
Noxious. That was that Rob Noxious guy. He knew you were a QE. That guy's just a complete nut of BS. Like the minute he came in, it was obvious he was full of it. You know what I mean? Like that's what the ballers have left. Pretending they're flat earthers. I'm even seeing comments from people who are claiming to be flat earthers on videos that I know aren't flat earthers. You know what I mean? I just know from the comments they're not flat earthers. This is what they have left. They're trying to pretend they're en masse trying to pretend they're flat earthers. You have a lot of new people who aren't known. Your man Rob Noxious is known, but a lot of new people who aren't known who are coming in pretending they're flat earthers into servers and onto comment sections and probably into Twitter and different things. And the whole purpose of them is to make a mess of the whole thing and make stupid claims and, you know what I mean, all this kind of stuff.
No. If we won't have the Feast of Nonsense arguments with them, well, we'll have them with ourselves. We'll let the public know in the comments section that the Feast of Nonsense arguments are very much alive and well, and it's how it should be argued about. The fact that the Flat Earthers won't have those arguments with anymore, we'll just have them amongst ourselves. That's what they've descended to. It is quite sad, but read between the lines. Are you just trying it on for a bit, are you? Just seeing how it goes? Just having a little role play as a Flat Earther, are we? How very interesting. I see it quite differently, actually, Brian.
You see it more as they have a little fetish.
No, they're easing themselves into it. Yeah, if you're going to become a furry, you don't just go straight down the car park. You try on the suit in your own home without anybody watching first, don't you? And then you might just go out your front door or answer the door to the postman in your little furry outfit. Yeah? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. They're easing themselves into the flat earth paradigm they know they have to accept.
Right. If you were to get to the transition from you're all idiots, you should all be hung, none of you should have children, to we knew all along anyway, there's got to be a bit in between somewhere, hasn't there? So, Rob Noxious, I always knew. See, they said I was just messing around, but really I understood the arguments. Listen, I paraphrased them back. I knew all along. I'm not one of these evil globers trying to poison you. I'm like the rest of the majority who knew it was flat all along. Right? There's got to be a transition. I never knew what it would be. But then I see people role-playing as flat earthers, getting back into the swing with the Feast of Nonsense arguments. This is not all very familiar. Do we not used to have a Baldwin that would do the same thing for us? Because none of them would play our game. Yeah, they have to do the same thing, just with the losing arguments rather than the winning ones. But they're still role-playing as flat earthers. Don't have to dice that up very, very thinly to read between those lines, do you?
Everyone's flat earthers. Everyone is a flat earther. They're just not aware of it yet.
Yeah, these are tentative signs of acceptance, as far as I am concerned. They're bracing against it, they don't like it, but they're still showing the tentative signs of acceptance. I think this is the key.
What he would,
If they use flat earth measurements and we show them how they use them, that is the key. Well, it may not be, but I think it might be. That's what I've gone all in, right, this year.
what is the quickest way to defeat a presupposition is to show them that that's not their presupposition.
It's our measurement. It's a flat earth measurement, not a presupposition. Especially with R.
To figure out, every time they say we figured it out, we know, anytime they say it, they're talking about measurement as far as, what is. And they know that.
It's not an or measurement anymore. It's our measurement.
I always think about the mistake the closed captioning puts underneath whenever I say it, because I've obviously got a bit of a Birmingham twang still. But R value, without a European roll to the R, comes out on the closed captioning as OUR. But it is our measurement for their R value, which is what you're just saying, right? Unless I'm missing something. It is our value, you say, Brian.
Yeah, sorry, sorry, I was away from the phone. Yeah, it's our measurement, not an our measurement.
Yeah,
that's the size of it. You know, so we speak about our measurement, not the our measurement, and they also speak about our measurement, not the our measurement, because there is no our measurement. It's an unmeasured thing. It's purely calculated off of our measurement. So the our comes from our.
an hour is flat Earth. It's not. It's just the nature of the way the world has to be functionally operating in order to extrapolate an R value that is spherical. They need to measure a flat Earth. Everything does.
Yeah, you can concede all their fallacious logic, all their calculations, and Earth would still need to be measured flat.
Yeah, like you did with Toon and Roofy. We just, back then, I can put the timeline for my cognition. It's really interesting because we do the show so often. How long ago was Roofy and Toon for you?
It's been over a year now, I think.
So yeah, running up to that show, for maybe it's 18 months as opposed to the 2 years that I've said, but for at least 6 months running up to that show, you were trying to explain this to us, right? The genesis being flat Earth measurements. You suggesting that you can concede all their nonsense because, although you didn't phrase it this way, you know, the origins of their claim is in our flat Earth measurement. You did. You said they're stacking up a flat Earth that they used to claim a globe with our flat Earth. It just never really dawned on me what that actually meant until, you know, probably middle of last year.
Anyway, John was just using purely the celestial dome model. That was it, which is a flat Earth model.
Yep.
And they couldn't get around it because they had to use it as well. That was it. I understood it at the time. But I look, they've always had the like. I'm going to say it right. I was saying it years ago. There's no way to do with the things they're doing without addressing reality. Reality is flat. That's it. GPS, Kepler's Analina, you name it. You have to address flat because that's what the world is. That's reality. And afterwards, they can use whatever calculations they want. But the measurements have to be flat, as in based off of a flat Earth.
Does anybody know what makes a valid calculation?
A valid measurement in the first place, I would assume.
No, it can't contradict a valid measurement for it to be a PV-nRT is the correct formula for gas pressure because it comports with measurement.
That's very interesting. That's also the rebuttal if anyone ever challenges a law of nature.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the horizontal plane of reference is right there on that level as far as descriptions go.
Unlike with the Black Swan, where we had a convoluted refraction rebuttal that had to be overcome and explained back to them over the period of 4 years, and it's only literally in the last year that they've started to realise that bending the lines they need for their geometry isn't a good idea when you need straight lines. Nevertheless, in this instance with Earth's measured flat, their only rebuttal is to say it's not the Earth that's being measured. That is actually the concisest way I can describe this argument and their rebuttal. We say it's measured flat. Here's a million examples. They say it's not the Earth. That is literally it, isn't it?
Well, I must correct you on something there, because I know why flat earthers say this is because the ballers have said it for years, but they misunderstood their own maths. And Adam will back me up on this, and so will Mick West and every other supposed curve calculator. The actual maths for it, the line of sight is not bent. The line of sight is not bent. So they don't have a bent line of sight to a geometric horizon. They have a straight line of sight to something that isn't their geometric horizon, that they're claiming to be more or less a mirage. So they have a straight line of sight to a mirage. You can't do geometry on a mirage. Now, I'm not saying it is a mirage. I'm just saying, obviously, that's their claim. You can't do geometry on a mirage. So when they say it's refracted, they're talking about the horizon. That means it's not geometric. So the line of sight is straight because that's how the maths have to work. Because their whole claim is based around them being able to calculate how big of an effective globe they need to have to mathematically show someone how the horizon can be in a completely different place than they need it to be, and how it's never in the place they need it to be, because it's not. That's why the geometric edge of their globe is always in the maths and only in the maths, because there's never an horizon that ever matches it. So when they say, oh, the line of sight is bent, it's not. The line of sight is straight, but it's their mathematics is a constantly, basically their globe, if it's a 7/6 globe, which is claimed to be, is not a perfect circle then. Their actual globe within that is only 6 of that, 6 of the 7, which means that it's an arc length, an extended arc length. And it's an unbending of an extended arc length. That's how ridiculous the math is.
It was really glaring as well.
That.
In their maths, it's so obvious when you know what you've just said. That is to say that it's there as a number based on a radial value. It's like that's nothing to do with light or its path or anything to do with vision bending or refraction even. 7/6R is a radial value increase. That's all it is. So you're inflating the size of the ball beneath your feet to move the horizon into a position where it mathematically matches what you view when you compare it in perspective hijacking orthographic view. In reality, the maths for doing so has been derived from optical dissolution points that were used, in the 1800s? To better figure out where the horizon would be for this very reason. So they've taken what mariners were using for better or more accurate predictions of horizon distances, and they've turned it into Earth curve maths. But then when it fails, presumably because of increases in the public's ability to see further, suddenly the scale that they increase, or the scale that the globe would offer with an eyeball, no longer is applicable. It's like the whole original rebuttal, which is probably back from the 70s, well, you just have to zoom in. And then the boat comes back. You say Earth curve blocked it, well, I'll zoom in and there it is again. It's gone over Earth curve. It's obviously a resolution issue as opposed to an Earth curve physical geometry issue. Doesn't alter the fact that has led to the refracting, nay, increasing of the ball beneath your feet in maths based on a standard value of 7/6R, which puts you into a realm of somewhere between eyeball and high zoom for where the horizon will generally be, and you can just skew the maths at any point you like. And if it happens to be beyond it, well, infinite over 6R will just make the ball as big as needs be. But that is all they're doing. They're making the ball massive.
Exactly.
Do you need surface level to curve in that mathematics?
The surface level must be level to derive the difference between the eye level at height and the surface level.
Well, I'm just about to get into that. Remember I mentioned the 0.97 maths equation that they use for dip correction. That is purely globe-based, because that gives a mathematical distance to the horizon. That distance is the distance that fits a globe, right? But the problem is that the height of void correction is a horizontal correction, right? Based off of horizontal surface, an actual physical horizontal surface helping you to correct horizontal, right? From an obtuse to a right angle triangle, right? So that's the whole point of it. So they're 0.97 that they are, because I have a chart, a dip chart, but from this Indian guy, and he was, I don't know who, a captain of some kind, and his dip chart has 0.97, but it's giving he literally proves that he's using a horizontal. I can't remember the full details of it in one of my videos. He shows how he's using a horizontal within his maths, but he's also showing how he's using a mathematical distance to a pre-assumed globe's geometric edge that isn't at that point, it's somewhere below it. So what they're doing is they're taking their globe maths they're determining at this eye height the horizon's going to be so far away, but we're doing dip correction, so we have to address the horizontal. So we're just going to give the horizon this distance over a horizontal plane. That's what they're doing, and the boarders think that 0.97 then is somehow inferring Earth curve, and I showed them how it's not.
It's an angle correction. In other words, it's violated by the very principle of the measurement in the first place, because you're going to need something to reference to know that angle. What is it we're going to reference, John?
Eye level as a horizontal.
And surface level as a horizontal.
Right.
That's what you want to reference, surface level. Yeah, because the differential between the two. They both have to be horizontal for height of light correction to work.
The point being that surface level must be level and horizontal. Eye level must be parallel with it, so you can do this maths.
Yeah, you have to be able to use surface level as your horizontal, the same way as you use eye level. You have to be able to use both. Both of them have to be able to be used. In the almanac, uses sea level, mean sea level, as its horizontal.
Or to summarize this concisely, they're going to be using a flat Earth in the first instance to make this claim.
They're using a flat Earth before the globe turns up, then they're using it after they've used the globe. So they're using it twice.
How are you? How are you? How are you?
Good morning, everyone.
Very well, till I got interrupted before even getting through the live intro. Thank you, Neil.
Oh, why wasn't our lines closed? What are you slipping?
I just added in 1 or 2 extra words about which server we were in. But there we go. It's all good. Nice to be back. We've had a weekend off, although we did do a Ballbusters. Please check it out. I did repeat it on my second channel. So if you're not a member, so these videos tend to come out to members immediately. But if you're not, it came out the following day after we did the Ballbusters live on Quantum Eraser's channel. So you can check it out on my second channel or on the original broadcaster's channel, which is Quantum Eraser. If you're not subscribed already, subscribe today. But we did a fairly extended coverage of YouTube's... No, it wasn't YouTube, was it? It's on their own site. InfoWars, Whitsitt versus Harrison, I'm going to say. Is that the right name? Did I get the name right? Yes, Nathan, it's definitely Harrison. You've got a good memory. Oh, well, I'm glad I can remember, because I generally can't remember things from the day before, let alone 2 days ago. Anyway, check that out. We may do a part B, so in a couple of weeks, if you find that it resurfaces, that is to say we cover the second half of that particular discussion, which for me I tuned out from. I don't know about everyone else. I got the sentiment of the many people who got in touch with me about how disappointed they were in that particular discussion or debate, as it was labelled. And I can totally understand why, having watched 50% of it now. At a point, I just tuned out. You know, it's like, he's here to punt his agenda. There's not very much flat Earth evidence, and the opportunities that are being laid down are being ignored, if not turned into ether evidence or an opportunity to segue into ether evidence. So once you kind of know what the shtick is, I lost interest. To the extent I could lose interest, given that we were dealing with it on an actual show. So there we go. That was my attitude towards it. So thank you to all the people who did get in touch to express their disappointment. I can relate now.
That video on QE's channel is doing very well, actually, because I'm looking at it. And like, I'm not watching his stats or anything, but I do notice, because I watch his videos, like, after a few days, one might have 600 or 700 views, like that kind of thing, right? But that one has 1.4 thousand views in a day and a half or something like that. So, or less maybe. So it's doing very well. And the comments are like, everyone is like very unhappy with the performance. It's not the performance. So we know he can perform. It's about his agenda being pushed. It's selfish agenda instead of focusing on the flat versus globe. It was a selfish agenda that was purely, and he was more interested in his heliocentric prowess and, you know, showing that off and talking about geocentrism, as opposed to just dealing with, you know, proofs that the Earth is flat and stationary and enclosed. You know, but what can you do?
I wanted to ask a question about that, because Adam said it and now you said it. Adam said he's a smart lad. You said he could show off or debate well. Why do we say that? What makes a person smart?
Well, for the person he's up against, right? For the person he's up against, you could basically take almost any flat earther that's hanging in around Discord. It doesn't have to be with someone with a lot of experience. Any flat earther that's hanging in around Discord, and they could probably easily beat that guy in a debate based off of what he presented.
Wrong.
As in, produce something that would be better than talking about ether, magnetism, and even though I don't even know if he mentioned ether, but it's all based around ether, magnetism, and this, that, and the other thing. You know, toroidal fields, and talking about geocentrism and kind of heliocentric history. You know, this kind of thing. It's like, okay, that has to be addressed sometimes, and I address it myself. But you take any flat earther that's on Discord, you know, someone who's only here a year, and they should be able to take care of that guy. Argument to argument. Your man might beat him with a debate experience, but as far as arguments goes, he didn't have any, or that kind of way.
Okay, there's a certain amount of limelight shed on Whitsitt, and at the beginning, he's rocking back and forth on his chair, or side to side. It's a swivel chair, and you can tell that he's nervous. Now, I'm not condoning his performance based on him coping with that limelight. I'm just saying that there's a certain amount of media exposure that one person would need in order to just cope with the pressure of being on something like InfoWars. And when you say, in terms of mental capacity and argument understanding, somebody from Discord would be able to put up better arguments, in isolation, I would agree with you. Plonk them in that circumstance, and I would expect most people to crumble pretty quickly.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. And I even mentioned this the other night. I alluded to this. Sorry, I alluded. Oh, I was mixing up those two words. I alluded to this the other night. He's on a pretty big platform there. If you think about it, that's Alex Jones' platform. Alex Jones, because I thought about this before I've said it, I'm not just thinking about this now. Alex Jones interacts with Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is seen socializing with Donald Trump. So he's like 3 steps away from Donald Trump, if you want to see it that way, right? So yeah, even though it's not Alex Jones he's dealing with someone else. He's on Alex Jones' show. It's a big show, worldwide known in the English-speaking world anyway. And yeah, it is big. I'm not saying that there wasn't nerves or there wouldn't be nerves or anything. I expect anyone to have a certain amount of, you know, and it depends on your what you've done in the past. But if you're new to that big of a limelight, yeah, it's going to probably be a bit overwhelming for you. But he's well able to deal with that, and he relaxed pretty fast. But it doesn't matter, nerves or not. Your answers are your answers. Just because I might be nervous doesn't mean I'm going to start talking about toroidal fields when I should be talking about something else.
How do you know? You don't know how you'll react if you're led in a certain way. If you're led in a certain way, so he was led to give his opener about his testimony personally, and he did. Well, he was led. Well, you can be.
Well, you don't let them lead. You lead.
Now we get into this is it. So now we're into how do the circumstances fall when I'm under this pressure in a limelight circumstance, and you say, well, you don't let them lead you. All right, well, you'd be surprised what outside influences are going through your mind when you're in those circumstances. Again, I'm not condoning what he did. And given he has got the media exposure to be able to cope with this sort of stuff, he should just have a game plan and prove Earth's flat, as far as I am concerned, given that that's the subject being discussed on the show. So just to make that clear. But I'm just saying, it's being laboured more than I expected. But I just disagree with Brian when he says anybody from Discord could do this. I just don't agree. That's it. That's it.
No, see, look, anyone from Discord will have the same amount of nerves. But, I mean, let's be honest, Whitsitt's not new to this. Like, if you must allow yourself to be led. Like, if they start asking me, like, and so why are you a flat earther? I might give them a certain amount of information, you know, small bits from my youth and stuff with what led me to it. But I'm not going to spend all day. What I'm getting to is because there was no globe proof. You know what I mean? That's what I wanted, because there's no proof for a globe. Anyway, moving on. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm interested in. You know, and okay, I'm not going to say nerves aren't going to be there. I don't know how nervous I would be or whatever if I went on there. But the point is that no matter what happens, I'm not going to start talking about thyroid fields.
But the name of the thing was Flat Earth Debate. Sorry, but I thought you were done. The name of the thing was Flat Earth Debate, right? They were having a debate. So why can't you just say, let me give you my evidence of Flat Earth first, before we go into how I got into it. Let me take you on a little journey here, and then you break it down from there. It's a Flat Earth Debate. He can't decry you that if you're coming out with proof right out of the gate.
We're talking about a platform that he has never been on, that has given him more media exposure than he's ever had in his life.
God.
He is going to fall back on his rhetoric.
Yep.
Because in those nerves, you will lose. You will. If all you got is fancy talk, it's all about confidence.
Oh, so you're saying he didn't have it?
The confidence, that's correct, Neil. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you. Because if you go out, you go on the front foot, you got him backing up now. Now you're in charge.
Yeah. That takes a certain amount of confidence, though. It does take a certain amount of confidence to do that.
Yes and no, Nathan. Because what you're taking into account is, you could go down the road of, it's Alex Jones' show, or you could, I go, oh no, it's a big deal. Or what I'd be thinking about it, and put me to the test if you want, get me on there. Or a bigger platform. Because I've been thinking, I have the information, I know what's right, I know what's true. I'm the person who knows it. I don't care who they are. I don't care who they are.
That's right.
I'm sorry, Nathan. I have to disagree with you there.
That's confidence.
I don't care who someone is.
What? Because of your display of
it or not.
Because of your high degree of confidence that you've just expressed.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that there may not be a little bit of trepidation, because there might be, but I can't say that there will or won't be, because I haven't gone through it. But I guarantee it that I'm not going to go in there thinking, this is a really big platform. I don't care how big the platform is. I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, I'm dealing with one man.
I don't doubt it. For you.
Yeah, maybe it's not for everyone, but it comes down to the person sometimes.
I'm starting to agree with Nathan. I don't think he has the confidence to speak about the things that we speak about here.
Right, but
I'm really starting to agree with that.
Sure, but forget Witsit for a second, and on a broader scale, right? I'm going to figure out over time how to phrase this better, but I've described it as having two avenues that can be in front of you when you're confronted with this information from us, because it's just us at the moment. I say that, a lot of people in politics server were singing from this hymn sheet when we arrived last week. But anyway, the two roads are, one, just understand, comprehend that Earth is measured flat. Understand the process, and that's it. Because at that point, your confidence is in your understanding. That is to say, you don't need to express that confidence in a wider reaching understanding to overcome other people's objections when they don't comprehend that which you comprehend in regards to how Earth is measured. That is a low-level understanding. Now, unfortunately, there is the other end of the extreme, which is to say that, now that you understand Earth is measured flat, you want to enter into this pilgrimage, or whatever you want to describe it, this flat Earth evangelism that will result in you converting others or making the general populace see it a different way to how they have currently, or whatever. Then you need something a lot more than just knowing that Earth's measured flat. Then you need every single argument back to front, inside out, and a knowledge of all the possible rebuttals. In other words, you need to know the heliocentric model better than any opponent that you could ever be put in front of, so that you can undo their position on the fly when you get a new one. Now, that is a standard that 99.9% of people who come here will just never reach. Therefore, as far as I'm concerned, and QE has said this also, he's echoed the sentiment, just don't be out there debating it. Good, you know it's flat. No, it's flat. Good for you. On you go. There's nothing more for you to do, and you don't have to upturn your life in debate and relinquish yourself for friends and family because you want to convert them when you don't know all of the arguments. And that's what you'll be confronted with, and if you don't have an overcome for them, or find yourself being charged with making up a new story because they believe you but they can't accept it because you haven't got a good enough explanation to replace it, then suddenly you're losing friends and family unnecessarily. You know,
Wait
so
a
there's two
second.
extremes.
You're telling me, wait. You're telling me that I prove Earth is flat, but I have to have an understanding of heliocentrism after I proved that Earth is flat and not a ball? I disagree with that.
No. Depends what you want to do going forward. If your path is a flat Earth evangelist path, then yeah, you better know every single overcome to every single rebuttal that might be placed before you. Because that's what you're entering into, right? You're not going to say, well, I'm going to take the path of engineering, but what you're saying is I've got to learn about how engines work and stuff. No.
No, that's a bad comparison.
No.
It's a
At the
bad
point, no.
comparison.
I'm nearly done, Neil. At the point in the fork in the road where you go, no, you understand that an engine makes a car go forward. You do. Then you can go on this path. Just don't get into debates about how cars work. You know they work. Good for you. You know it's flat. Good for you. Don't get into debates about how cars work now because you're not that person just because you know how a bloody car works. Because then you'll get into a debate with an engineer and he might have a rebuttal that you haven't got an answer for. Therefore, you're wrong. No, you weren't wrong, but you were overcome by someone with a better understanding of engineering than you when you started telling them about how cars work.
What is heliocentrism?
Sun-centric religion.
Okay, and where is Earth in that sun-centric religion? It's
Moving
a ball
around the sun.
in space, revolving around the sun with the other planets. I just showed you that Earth is flat beyond a shadow of a doubt. There is no ball. You can't have a horizon on a globe, but I have to understand heliocentrism because somebody's going to come up with a question after I've demonstrated it's flat? No, I don't think so.
Neil's got a point there, Nathan. I mean, if you can demonstrate that it's flat, then that's kind of at least 50 or 60% of the heliocentric paradigm is in serious bother. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what they say, don't
right?
you? And you know what they say. The devil is in the detail.
Yeah.
Well, this is the thing, right? There's two types of knowing we're talking about here. There's the understanding, which requires belief, right? And then there's knowing based on experience. If you don't have the knowing based on experience, you shouldn't be debating it. If your knowledge is based on an understanding of someone else and their demonstrations, you don't have to jump out there. If you don't know it, don't fight it.
Yeah, you either have a
No,
knowing or you have if you don't have a knowing, all you have is a belief. It's that simple. And that belief won't help you because you're fighting someone else's belief if you're dealing with heliocentrism, because that's what heliocentrism is a belief. I'll demonstrate that in a while. Sorry, Neil, go on.
No, I just actually saying knowing what? Knowing Earth is flat?
Yes.
Or knowing the heliocentric paradigm?
No, knowing Earth is flat.
Knowledge.
Knowing Earth is measured
Oh,
flat.
yeah, I agree. If you don't know how to disseminate it like we do here, then you shouldn't even be speaking about it. I agree.
Right, but having that knowledge, there's a very distinct point that will have, or a consequence to the person who has that, which is to say that they stop getting caught up in your belief about how the world might work in a heliocentric model versus a new belief to replace it. Once you know, you'll go, well, hang on, I am in no way responsible for giving you this, even though you're charging me with it. In other words, your brain will be wired that way. Well, I know it's measured flat. Well, why do we have tides? I don't know. Who cares? It's measured flat. They don't have to necessarily go into, at that point, the notion of angle measurements for tides or sea levels or anything like that, unless your decision is that you want to be an evangelist for the subject. Because the first thing that person who opposes you, presumably, in this scenario, will do is start asking you questions based on what they currently think is the case based on heliocentrism. So they'll give you a scenario from their current belief, and they'll charge you with something in false dichotomy. Well, again, if you're not equipped to recognize that fallacy, you'll think that it's necessary to convert this person in your evangelistic way by giving them a just so story, because that's what they've asked for. They gave you an explanation. Where's yours? Rather than going, well, I just know it's measured flat. Dude, that's all I've got. I'm sorry. You know, and walking away and getting on with your day.
Before I would try to give an explanation, I would need to understand their description. Are they talking about differences in water levels as opposed to mean sea level for tides?
I don't know. I wish I hadn't picked that example.
Yes, that would be what they're talking about. When they say, well, what causes the tides? Well, you're talking about the differential in sea level as opposed to mean sea level, correct? Of course they are. That's
Yes.
what they're talking. They're talking about undulation in levels, plural.
Right, the rising and falling of a surface level.
Yeah, that's still flat.
Yeah. But you'd have to know that and recognise that from having a good understanding of the arguments and how that is highlighted by you or I or anybody else pointing out how you're going to need a flat earth for that. Again, when we were saying it in a more crude manner last year, people didn't get it then, did they? Plenty of flat earthers didn't realise that. They'd just be like, oh, what are you going to say? You need a flat earth for that? Well, yeah, you do. Yeah, right, that's all you say. It's like, oh, you obviously don't understand it. And then you sound like them. You just don't understand. Well, no, they don't. They will need a flat earth for it. Earth is measured flat is a much more bold statement that makes ballers cringe because half the time they're only hearing that statement when they've used a flat earth for their measurement. Then they're hearing, you're going to need a flat earth for that. By the way, it's boom, that's it, my job's over. Earth is measured flat, you've just measured it flat.
That's really devastating to them.
So to describe tides, you would need a flat earth. Do I need to give an explanation for why there are tides at the point that you need a flat earth to describe them?
No?
Nope, that's my point.
Okay, I might stand corrected until an example immediately becomes the exception to the norm. Actually, the norm. Where my example kicks in and the glober says, I've got this example from a globe, what have you got? And like I say, the uninitiated doesn't recognise the logical fallacy of false dichotomy, and they start explaining it because I'm under pressure, and I'm on InfoWars, and I better give them something. Brian?
Yeah, you give them right back what you gave them in the beginning. Did you hear what I just said? Earth is measured flat. Here's how. Bang, 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 bang. So what are you telling me about tides? Did you not hear what I just said? Now you're in command.
Well, that wouldn't be my response if they brought up tides. My response would be, I don't make claims about how tides work. I can allude to things like convection and different things like that, and I could give an explanation, but I can't prove that that's exactly what's causing tides. But I know that within your paradigm, you know, Mr. Bowler, there is no explanation, even an explanation anymore for how tides work. And he's going to go, there is gravity. No, that's gone since 1915. You don't have any.
Yeah, but then you're doing with it.
No, I'm not doing with it. I'm not doing with it. Because there's a difference between using the heliocentric paradigm against them and what Whitsitt did. Whitsitt, now, I understand it because I've found myself being caught in that a little bit myself, going on with my heliocentric prowess when I should be just using it against them. You know, that can happen. But what I'm doing there is using my knowledge of the heliocentric paradigm to take away, like, they first start off with, how do you explain tides on your flat earth, blah, blah, blah. And I'm not making claims about it. I could say it's this, that, or the other thing, but I don't know for certain what causes tides. But I can tell you this, that within your paradigm, there isn't even an explanation for what tides. And you're going to go, gravity, and I go, no, not since 1915. The Albert Einstein, it's over. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And they're going to be in a panic. Do you know what I mean? Because and if they want to get into the nitty gritty, then I'll show them how the gravity they're trying to claim has absolutely no connection whatsoever and cannot connect to general relativity. You know what I mean? That's where, if I'm going to use my heliocentric prowess, I'll use it that way against them. As
And when a
opposed
guy
to,
like that, and when a guy like that, you could say, you've been to higher learning. You know this.
Okay, so we've got some Keplerian scale.
Okay,
from
John.
Oh, go on.
Sorry, Nathan. I just want to say. Can I?
Yeah.
Okay, John. About the widget. I'm confusing. I have to go on the widget show and ask him this question. But anyways, if you are talking about Coriolis as a real force in the old equation he's talking about or whatsoever, he is talking about the Coriolis as a force.
Who are you talking about?
To count. I'm
Who?
talking about
Why hold my
widget.
tongue?
How he's.
Are you just saying Witzer was saying it's a force? Johnny.
Yes. Again and again and again. And I have to. Yeah.
Well, maybe we didn't hear that
So
part there
if
on
we
Icebell, but it's a pseudo force. But people get in a bad habit of calling it the Coriolis force, as opposed to calling it the Coriolis effect. And you know what I mean? Because it's a pseudo force, not a force. It's only an effect, visual effect.
Right.
But people
Yeah,
get into
but-
a bad habit of calling it the Coriolis force.
That's his title.
He
though,
was
isn't it?
talking
It is a
about that.
pseudo-force.
Hold on, I'm just going to correct Brian. That is its official title, though. So the Coriolis force is a pseudo force, but the title, it's a bit like Michelson-Morley experiment. That's its title. Well, it's not an experiment, but that's still its title. As incorrect as it may be, it is labelled the Coriolis force, and the force is the not
Yeah.
actual deflection, which is pseudo. It's not actually deflecting.
Well, when you demonstrate it, Nathan, if you were to demonstrate it, are you demonstrating the Coriolis force or are you demonstrating the Coriolis effect?
The effect of the ball drifting as a result of the Coriolis forces and
If you put
rotational
into
force.
YouTube,
I'm just detailing what it says in the. Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying if you put into YouTube the Coriolis effect, would you get videos showing you the Coriolis effect and trying to explain it?
Yeah, it's got multiple different titles, but I'm just being matter of fact. It is titled the Coriolis force, and you're right to ascribe or introduce the word pseudo because it is. Yeah, there is no ball deviation. It's an effect that you observe. It's apparent, that is to say, not actual deviation. But the effect of it deviating is ascribed incorrectly, as you're pointing out, the title Coriolis force. Now, it isn't, but yeah, I'm agreeing with you, but just being matter of fact in terms of what you could search. You go to Wikipedia and the title at the top is Coriolis force.
Exactly.
Yeah, I understand.
Can I talk about that just a little bit, John and Nathan? Because I am talking about this because a specific, because not only widget in our circularization is talking about it now, just like the globe are doing. The Coriolis is an actual effect to something, and
Yes.
that is absolutely wrong.
Well,
And I cannot understand. People don't understand that it is a fictional force. That it's about visualization. If something is moving, yes, it's a real force. If it is, if you don't get that effect, then it isn't.
Okay,
So we are talking about.
Let's just summarize this because I want to move on to.
Non-inertia.
Okay. Just want to summarize this. Thank
Non-inertia.
you. Right. So yes, you're absolutely right. Where we tend to focus on there, ascribing a not actual force of down in their ether sensation, you're saying no. They also convolute the idea of a inertial force when they're describing a pseudo force when detailing Earth's rotation / star rotation, with the same ascribing of a force to a not actual deviation, in this case Coriolis. I gotcha. I hadn't spotted it before. Maybe we'll start paying a bit more attention and seeing that they've also hijacked another globe concept that doesn't actually occur. Okay,
not a
gotcha.
globe concept.
Well, Coriolis isn't, but the ascribing of it to a rotating surface that is the surface of Earth is what I mean.
It's a
Yes, but
real
that surface
visual
does
effect,
Hold on,
create a
Johnny.
but it is
plane.
Hold on,
not
Johnny.
real.
Johnny,
No,
we got your
no.
point.
Okay,
Johnny,
sorry.
you're just rumpusing the
Sorry.
discussion about your very
Yeah,
coherent and
sorry.
excellently well put point. We're just going to discuss it now.
My point is that to describe this not actual pseudo force, this, if you want to call it an actual force, that's your problem. You don't understand it. You need an inertial plane of reference, and you need a non-inertial plane of reference.
Yeah, for the globe, it's the axis.
You need,
Again, you'll need a flat Earth for that.
yes, you will. So when they talk about in the Coriolis force, the Earth turning, they're talking about the flat plane turning. They're not talking about their globe surface. You can look at the mathematics. It will clearly show you the plane of reference is turning, not the celestial sphere.
Yeah. Well, no.
Yeah.
Yes and no. Yes and no, because in the mathematics, when they go to the equatorial plane, it's always presumed you have vernal equinox, which means there's no tilt, and the equatorial plane extends out into the celestial plane, making it a massive plane. And they do this with astronomy and celestial navigation. Then they pre-assume that the celestials are moving and they're stationary. That's how they do it. When it comes to the Coriolis effect, not force, effect, they pre-assume that we're rotating and the stars are stationary. That's what they're pre-assuming. I don't think they're using a flat plane for that, John.
Yeah, they are.
The equatorial plane. They
How are
assume
they using that?
plane is
How are
turning
they
and not
using
the
that
stars.
and determining that we're
Absolutely,
rotating?
it's 100% fact. I'm not kidding you. Just look at the math. Don't trust me. Just look at it.
Just hold on. Hold on. There's only one word you need to understand that that's the case. Axis. As soon as they say that, axis with reference to what?
Yeah, I think
plane
they
of
would need a
reference.
flat plane for that. I think I don't see how they'd need even mass for it. I just saw
To make the body
'cause it's just
rotate. Because they're going to make it rotate about an axis, aren't they? It doesn't matter if it's the stars or the ground. They say it's the ground for their Coriolis. You're absolutely right. But then you're like, I don't know how that's going to need a flat plane. Well, yeah, it's with respect to the axis. The axis is with respect to the horizontal plane of reference. It will absolutely, without question, need a flat Earth for them to describe their rotational values.
Yeah, but rotation, see, my point being is that the Coriolis effect is purely an optical effect. So all they need to do is point towards the celestials and say, we're moving, not them. I don't see how they even need maths for that.
Ah, good point. I tell you why.
You know what I mean?
Well, because it was introduced by Foucault. That's why. So
Yeah, I was going to say that, Foucault.
Yeah, it's introduced as an assertion that's beyond the original claim. So to have Earth turning by way of observation, you just describe that the Earth is moving, the stars are stationary with respect to the plane of reference that you're going to describe with an axis. Yeah, well, that's the body of the ground moving rather than the stars moving. Fine. Until you actually need to demonstrate that is the case. Then you need a parlor trick. Well, who comes up with the parlor trick? Foucault. With gyros and pendulums. And what are the gyros and pendulums doing? Well, they have a fixed frame of reference that spins or swings back and forth or spinning in free space. And the claimed deviation that is observed from an item that is not deviating is the claim that the ground itself attached to the gimbal or attached to the frame of the pendulum rotates underneath, giving you your second flat plane of reference for the effect to be described. So it all gets ballsed up at the point of Foucault in the rhetoric, because then they actually ascribe the ground to a physically demonstrable effect where the ground turns underneath. It pegs them to it. For just one last point, I tried to go through this with Ballbusters. In the pre-show, Neil was saying, well, you made your righteous choice over and above the money that you would have earned if you'd have just kept them on side by pointing out that science was true. Well, on the same show, their Balls Up on Netflix was fresh in everyone's mind. And I was there explaining to them that no, the claim that you've got a deviation in the gyro is a claim that you've got Earth turning underneath stuff as a non-inertial turning frame of reference. Therefore, Earth turns under balloons and helicopters and aeroplanes and you if you jump up and down. That was one of the messages I was on Globebusters trying to convey. That is to say, it's useful to take their assertion as read. You say Earth turns underneath the pendulum, knocking over these dominoes. Then Earth turns underneath the pendulum and aeroplanes and hot air balloons. It pegs them to their claim, so they can no longer do the anti-flat Earth thing. Oh, well, they both turn together. You and your reference frames are ruined, says Simon Dan. That's where they normally go until you've got the cult to peg them to their claim.
Just quickly, John.
Also, reference frames and the descriptions of reference frames is a mathematical description. They're stuck.
They need a flat Earth.
They need a plane of reference.
Yep.
Yes.
But
Can I add something to that?
Yeah,
After
just
Brian,
one second.
hold on. Just let's get an order. Hold on, George. Just gotta get some order. Brian, then George. Go ahead.
Yeah. The problem is that it didn't start with Foucault. It started with Kepler a long time before Foucault.
Stop.
So
just say Foucault.
Sorry?
You're going to trigger the swearing algorithm if you're not careful the way you're saying it. Foucault.
Foucault. Well, I'm not intentionally doing that.
I know. Just the way your Irish accent says that word, it's going to trigger the swearing algorithm.
Okay, I'll try it. Yeah, Louis Foucault. Right. Right. I'll just say Kepler. It started with Kepler. Right. Right. I'll start with Kepler. I'm not going to try to say the other word.
I'll just say Fred.
Started with Kepler. You have me self-conscious about saying it now.
Oh, here we bloody go. I just don't want to get flagged for swearing when you're not.
I won't say the word. Will you leave me make the point?
Oh,
the point is
it made me cringe. It made me cringe right in the middle of a live show. So Brian's managed to turn this into, I'm trying to make Brian self-conscious. No.
I'm trying to make a point. I won't say that name, okay? I only say the word Kepler. It started with Kepler because that's where the heliocentric claim started. So the rotation of
So Brian is not better than me.
You're my favourite. Go ahead, Brian.
The rotation of the globe Earth, it starts with Kepler. So there was a claim a long time before the other French guy. There was a claim a long time before him about the stars being stationary and us rotating.
Yeah, I get that. But I did disclose that. I said initially, right, Keplerian mathematics is descriptions of the stars and only the stars, though, isn't it? It's tracking the motion for predictive capabilities. That's what the maths is for.
With respect.
Sorry?
With respect to a plane of reference,
yeah, of course. Of course, he's taken his data from the ephemeris. He's got to have a flat plane for his starting point and his maths. But my point is that he hasn't got the problem that they have on a heliocentric claim when you actually tie their claim to Earth by way of showing a parlor trick that has a physical claim that Earth is turning underneath the pendulum or gyro. Then you've got an actual claim on your hands. So Earth is turning underneath as a separate reference frame. Separate reference frame. That's it. That's their claim tied down.
George wanted to go.
Indeed, the 15 degree an hour. They do indeed need the equatorial plane because the claim is the pendulum swing north to south, and there is a deviation of rotation of the Earth from east to west. So they do need the equatorial plane for the claim, and north and south is a horizontal vector
south
as well.
Is relative to a horizontal plane of reference.
Precisely. Say that again, John.
Yep.
The magnetic descriptions of north are with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, as demonstrated by needing to level the compass.
Okay, just for the benefit, so we can round this out, as we've got a Coriolis discussion and we happen to have the diagram flash up with reference frames ruined from Simon Dan. Okay, these circles are representing a non-inertial turning frame of reference. That is to say, this is a roundabout. It will be turning. Now, this ball, imagine the line is extended further beyond the roundabout, and there's two people. One person stood here, and the other on the other side of the roundabout. And all they're doing is playing catch. They're tossing the ball backwards and forwards between each other. They are not on the roundabout. So all that's happening is that the roundabout's turning, and there's someone playing catch over the top of it. Okay, that's the scenario. That's what's actually happening. Now, if you sit on the roundabout, you become this red dot, moving down to this bottom diagram. As you turn on the roundabout, part of the Johnny, can you mute? Part of the non-inertial turning frame of reference, your vision, that is to say what you see, is the ball do this. It appears to curve because you're turning beneath it. So just to summarize, ball moves straight. In reality, ball appears to curve because you're turning beneath it when you observe it traveling straight. That is the Coriolis effect. The observation of the not actual curved path, because the paths are actually straight, because you turn beneath. It's a not actual deviation. This deviation, this curved path, isn't real. It just looks like it curves because you are turning. That is the claim that the globe has. A flat plane of reference to describe this effect, turning underneath things like footballs and sniper rifle fire and pendulums and gyros.
Well, then how do you correct for it?
You don't. It's a not actual effect. It's just apparent. Wolfie 6020 is what you're referring to in rebuttal to Anthony Riley in a comment section, where he claimed he could account for Coriolis deflection. Wrong. It's a not actual deviation. There is no Coriolis button you can press in your aeroplane. Wolfie's just an idiot and didn't understand Coriolis effect. Meanwhile, this is how it's detailed with a GIF inside Wikipedia, with this turning and that turning, and it explains underneath the top reference frame is you looking down upon a ball that's travelling straight, and the bottom one is you sat on a roundabout watching the ball look like it curves, in essence. Johnny, you're flashing away off mute the whole time during my discussion. Go on.
No, I was waiting and you were finished. You're
off mute. Just wait till I'm done and then come off mute. Otherwise, you're cutting the lines.
No, okay.
Go ahead.
I will say it in a bad English because many people understand bad English better than your perfect English. You know what I mean?
Didn't understand a word of that.
I will just say because you don't understand bad English. You're perfect. Your English is perfect. So that I'm trying to say is, if you are on a rotating Earth, then everything above you will be drifting away from you somehow.
Yep. Yeah, we definitely notice.
Coriolis effect. But because the Coriolis effect is a real thing, but it's not a real thing in nature in our real life.
Well, there are a couple of examples. That's not true. We postulated this a couple of years ago on Ballbusters. So if you were in a whirlpool, yeah? You with me, Johnny? You're in the whirlpool. That is to say, you're part of the rotating body of water. And you look out and see a branch on the shore. And you go, oh, that branch looks like it's coming towards me. Oh, it's going away. Oh, it looks like it's coming towards me. Oh, it's going away again. Wow, that branch is active. No, you're turning underneath the branch. And it just looks like it's coming towards you and going away. Because you're part of a rotating body of water.
It looks like.
Yeah, that's Coriolis effect, though, isn't it?
Illusion.
It's an illusion. But I'm nearly there. That's an illusion that I can give you an example of that could occur in nature, right?
There we have it. I think we can stop there. I think everybody just can think about it now, and we cannot.
Hold on, Johnny. Hold on, I got something, because Paula said something to me that made sense. She said just the fact that you're putting these apparatuses together to demonstrate if there's a Coriolis, that there is. The Earth is not spinning. Because if it was, all you had to do is throw a ball back and forth to each other. You have to get on a spinning reference frame. The whole experiment, or whatever you want to call it, demonstration, is foolish.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I'm glad you say that, because if it is happening, then you will see everything drifting, just like Nathan has said, the drones, to this and that, airplanes, whatsoever. And everything that's up of you will be drifting away from you. And also the clouds, they will also be drifting in a very
Okay, can we stop
suspicious,
listing stuff that would be drifting
hold on.
away?
view.
Yeah, everything that's not on the ground. Okay, yeah, I hate this subject. Can we move on?
Can we move
Well, I
on
would like to
to...
point out something. This isn't a globe
can
Earth
move on.
claim. As far as I can see, the only people that have a claim to this are Ethereans of flat Earth. Every description, every depiction, every demonstration has required a flat plane of reference.
Yep.
I don't see how this is a globe claim.
No, it's not. It needs a flat Earth to describe it with respect to the axis.
While we have a little bit of time left on the show, Nathan, I put in 2 videos. They're only really short. The first one's only 4 minutes. The other one's only a short video, like a minute video. Just above in Master B, where Bible U put in a link. Just go up above Bible U's comments, and you'll see there's a guy there with a beard, and it's about the moon. It's about the moon rotation. It's the biggest heap of rubbish ever. Just play that and you see such utter nonsense. And the reason that I could give you a lot more, but those 2 are enough, just to show
Rotating.
the moon
Why do we
does
only
not
ever see
rotate.
one side of it? I'm Danny. Welcome to Science Fix. Let's go find out.
Okay, so this is Danny Nick's Science Fix. Please let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. I've got a couple of videos that are all short that we will get through before the end of this live stream. But for the meantime, please let this videographer know, courtesy of Brian's Logic, that at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, there is a link going through the live stream. Even though he's a smaller videographer, the idea of us sending our audience to you is that if you were to make a response, you would put a link to my video in yours. Simple as. So I'll give the audience a couple of seconds just to actually click on that link. Go and leave Danny Nicholson a quick comment. If you like what you see, maybe subscribe. I don't know. I haven't got a clue what he's like. But check him out. Brian's recommendation. I don't know how he's come across him.
I've come across him just to give a little bit, well, give people a chance to do that. I've come across him because there's this nonsense about how the moon rotates, right? But we never get to see the other side of it, right? No, it does. If it rotated, we'd see the other side of it, even if we're on a globe, right? This is the thing. What they're trying to call a rotation is not a rotation. Remember the compass, where the east and west are just a tangent to a circle of latitude. And the north-facing point is always facing north towards the center. Regardless of how big that circle gets, the point is still the same. You're just making a circle with the east and west line on the compass just being a tangent to that circle. That's what they have got going on here. This is what they're trying to, that's what they do with the moon. And they think that somehow that means it's rotating, when it's just going around in a circle around their globe. Or not, it doesn't, elliptical, they say, but it doesn't matter. Never mind that. The point is, it's going around it, and they're trying to say that it's rotating as it's going around it. And I'm not talking rolling. I'm talking about rotating from front to back, front to back. They have a belief that it's rotating. Hold
on. Okay, you've said it about 5 times. Just to clarify what you're suggesting. Rather than their misapprehensions about how a horizontal plane of reference with an axis can describe a tidally locked moon in a heliocentric model, that is to say that one face of the moon faces Earth as it traverses around Earth in a circular motion. Yeah, that is to say, they suggest that that's rotation as it dances around us in a, what I think they call tidally locked fashion. But you're suggesting that the numpties who don't understand the actual heliocentric claim, because they're amateurs, are actually under the misapprehension that the thing's physically rolling around us. Right? It is actually spinning as we turn about our own axis with respect to a horizontal plane. Correct, Brian?
Well, no. It's actually an official heliocentric claim that it's rotating. But when you see what it is that they're trying to say, it's not a rotation.
Okay.
Well, watch this guy's whole video, because he shows 2 demonstrations. First one with a balloon, and the second one he has with a diagram, moving diagram. It's like, It's ridiculous.
Okay, well, let's get into it. Okay, we've got 100 people watching, right? And hopefully a few of them have just gone and returned and let them know that we've sent them. But there's 100 people watching. Let's actually get into the video. I know someone else wants to get a word in. Try and keep it quick.
Before that, can I say, because Brian was talking about...
Johnny, then John.
I know it's getting long now, but I just, because Brian was talking about the compass, and everybody is standing on the surface in every direction, they will never get the north direction if they are standing with compass, that they are pointing right in front of them. So they will never get the north direction that way. Just that is just saying if you think about how you navigate and use compass, you will never get to the north if you are using compass on a spherical Earth. I'm just saying, man.
Yeah, you need a flat Earth for a compass. We did cover this earlier. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, their description of it in their description, the moon is moving around the horizontal plane of reference. If you had that in your description, but you were only seeing one side of the moon, in that case, the moon would be turning with respect to the horizontal plane of reference. It would be spinning.
Yes. It's dancing around in a circle, which means it does have a spin to its motion. It's just tidally locked to a ball in the circle of that in the center of that motion that is also turning at the same spin rate. Therefore, what they call tidally locked. So you only see one face.
Not a ball.
No,
not a ball. It'll be a horizontal plane of reference in that description.
Look, don't get lost in the horizontal
Johnny's
plane
correct for the mathematics. Because otherwise we're going to have rumpusing. Yes, you are correct. Just to describe it mathematically, you must have a plane of reference with an axis running through it to describe that. How it's depicted in a heliocentric model that we never actually see beyond a simple diagram to describe this, and I have seen that. It's how I described it, but that is fallacious because they don't actually have a mathematical description that can work beyond the horizontal plane of reference. Yes, John. Go ahead, Brian.
It doesn't. This is the point. This is not. This debunks their claims, their paradigm.
We play the video.
When you look at what...
We haven't even seen 20 seconds of it.
No, hang on, no. Right, because of what John's after saying. No, you're under the same misapprehension as all the ballers, as this guy who's making this video, that it does rotate within their paradigm, but they just don't see it. No, it doesn't rotate. That's the point. When you look at what the demonstrations show and what it actually... this is not just
let me just try and paraphrase, Brian. Brian, it does rotate, it just does not rotate about its own axis.
No, it doesn't rotate at all. It just rotates around. Yeah, but they're claiming it rotates about its own axis.
Okay, well, that's wrong.
Well, hold on. It does. It does.
No,
because if it didn't, you would see different faces of the moon in their description with respect to a horizontal plane.
No, John.
It would.
Look at it's not rotating about its axis. It's not doing that, even within their own paradigm. They have a belief. This is why I want to show you the video, because it's this heliocentrism gaslight. It's another big gaslight from heliocentrism.
Let's get into the video. We can argue about this for the next 20 minutes, or we can just actually hear what he says. Let's do it.
Have you ever looked up at the moon and wondered?
Nope, never.
Why you always see the same face all the time? I mean, it's got to be rotating, right? So if
look into libration.
If the moon's rotating, why don't we see it rotate all the way around? From where we are on Earth, we only ever see the same face. There's a famous album that talks about the dark side of the moon, but actually there's no permanently dark side of the moon, but there is a far side that we've never seen until 1959, when the Russians put a space...
Check this out. Ugh, woof.
Space probe called Luna 3 in orbit around the moon. That space probe sent pictures back to Earth, a bit like this one, and that side of the moon looks very different to the...
This picture's fake. Taken from a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum. This is not the back of the moon. Total lie.
Face that we always see. So, if the moon is rotating, why don't we see all of it over the course of a month?
So if it is rotating, why don't we see it rotating?
It's quite a hard one to get your head around, as several things are moving at once. So the moon is actually rotating on its own axis, but at the same time it's also rotating the Earth. Now, over millions and millions and millions and millions of years, the gravity of the Earth has slowed the moon's rotation down. This is called tidal lock. So overall,
This is called special pleading.
the gravity of the Earth
Can I also
has
say?
slowed
Can
the
I
moon
also
down.
say? Can you hear how funny he is? He's very, very funny. It's like a comedy, directly. I just have to point it out.
About comedy, it's just a lot of
too
special
funny.
pleading.
enough
It's funny.
so that the rotation of the moon is the same as one orbit around the Earth. So there's a couple of important facts that we now need to think about. The first one is,
What's the issue? Brian, what's the issue?
Watch it. He actually shows first with a balloon. Then he goes on to show a diagram where he shows a little with a circle with 4 colors in it and it rotating. Then he goes on to show the same diagram with a center point globe and it not rotating.
Okay.
It's going
the
around
moon
in a circle
rotates on
above
its
it.
own axis. And this takes 28 days to do one full rotation. And the moon orbits around the Earth, and this also takes 28 days. So if the two things are the same, as the moon goes around the Earth, we only ever see the same face pointing towards us. It's almost as if the moon is captured by the Earth, and as the Earth spins, it just holds it in place. But that's not actually happening. The moon is actually rotating. If you're not convinced, here's some animations that might help. So in this first animation, I've coloured sections of the moon to make it clearer. So if you look down on the moon, you can see that the moon is rotating. As the moon rotates, it's also travelling around the Earth. The time it takes to orbit the Earth is exactly the same as the time it takes to make one.
What's he doing? We'll eventually see the back of this in this diagram.
Yeah,
full
that's the point.
rotation.
The only thing
It's
that
the exact
separates the
same
what we don't see.
animation
Hold
of
on.
the spinning
Right.
Earth,
That's
but
the
I've now
point,
made it.
though.
No, it's
You'll
not. If you look
eventually
at
see the back of it if it wasn't rotating.
No, you're right.
No.
John's right. If you look, the
No.
line between yellow and red is always pointing at the centre.
Move in a circle.
Yeah.
And suddenly, it
So
doesn't
it's not
look like the
rotating.
moon is rotating. It just looks like it's just pointing towards the Earth all the time. But
Hang on,
it is still
Nathan.
doing its spin. So if we were standing on the
Nathan.
Earth looking out,
Yes.
Will you stop while I'm asking to stop? He showed a circle with 4 colors and it rotating around. So the yellow and red were pointed towards the globe and then, or towards us, let's just say, then the yellow and red were pointed away from us. Then he goes and shows a demonstration where the yellow and red is always pointed towards the globe. That's not the moon rotating around its axis. They're claiming the moon is rotating about its axis. That's what they're claiming.
Yeah, you're right. In
This
this
totally-
diagram, he has got it rotating about its own axis. And no, that's wrong.
And then he shows it not doing that.
Yes.
This is his
It would.
belief.
The description. It would have to rotate about its own axis, else you would see all of its faces within their description.
No.
Its face,
Back to
no,
horizontal.
its faces,
Yeah.
no. Its
No,
faces
imagine a
have to do-
yo-yo.
no.
Imagine a yo-yo at the end of a string. Yeah? You can have this, you can just, like he did with the balloon, you can just hold the yo-yo fixed against the string with you holding it, with you rotating.
Is that yo-yo
You're trying to
pointing in
make
the
things up
same
now.
direction? Is the yo-yo pointing in the same direction as you spin it?
If you're on the non-inertial frame of reference, then you're always seeing the same face of it. If you're outside of that reference, if you're in the inertial frame of reference, then you would see it turning. You would see the backside of it from the inertial frame.
Right. So from the inertial frame, you can describe it as rotating.
Yeah, you're right.
No, you can't. That's
can.
completely wrong. It's completely wrong. It's making a circle around the outside of the globe, but it's not rotating about its axis. It's not doing that. At no point, if you treat that, see that circle with the 4 colors, if you treat the red and yellow part, that side is pointed towards north. If you treat the center of that globe as if it's north, right, and you treat that black axis throughout that circle as north, south, east, west. When is that yellow and red ever pointed towards south? The other way. It's not. They believe, and this is the point I'm trying to make. This is really massive heliocentric programming. They have a belief, that's why your man showed it with his diagram, that the moon is rotating about its axis, but we just don't see it, the other side of it. But we'd have to see the other side of it. Regardless of what we're on, you'd have to see the other side of it because someone's going to see it.
No.
It's a yes.
No.
Yes.
Mathematically,
You'd only see it from outside of the non-inertial frame of reference. That is to say, from the inertial frame of reference, right? So you take yourself off the point of rotation, so you're no longer in the center watching one face. Yeah, like my yo-yo example. So someone's holding a yo-yo and they're spinning around. Well, if you're the one holding the yo-yo and the yo-yo at the other end is not spinning, it's just like this example with the yellow line and the red line pointing to you. As you spin around, you see that line always pointing towards you. For the person that's not you, watching you spin around with the yo-yo, they do see the back and the front of the yo-yo. As they turn their back to you, you see the front of the yo-yo. And as they're facing you, you see the back of the yo-yo. So, yeah, from your perception, outside of the spinning frame, that's the non-inertial frame, you do see the yo-yo rotating.
No, the yo-yo does not rotate. That's the point. They're claiming a rotation that's not happening. Even when they have to show it through demonstration, it's not happening. The red and yellow are never pointed.
It does. It just
the red and
rotates
yellow is
with
never
respect
pointed
to
away from the globe.
It just rotates with respect to a detached axis further away. But if you imagine, instead of you've got a person holding a string with a yo-yo at the end, yeah? Just instead of it being a yo-yo, right? Now we'll make it a hula hoop. So you've got the same string extending out to the one point on a hula hoop, and then you've got the whole hula hoop all the way around you, yeah? Well, again, if you colour in that hula hoop, yeah, you can see that the hula hoop is actually spinning around in the motion that the single yo-yo point was spinning around. And all the different colours on the side of the orbit, if you want to call it that, are changing when you're outside of the frame of reference that spins. That is the inertial frame. So it is spinning, Brian.
No, it's not. That's the point. You're allowing heliocentrism to literally gaslight you.
No, I'm not. I just understand. I just understand frames of reference. I'm not being gaslit. I just understand that from the inertial frame of reference, it's spinning. It is.
If we were on a rotating globe, right, we would still see the moon only the one face we're seeing because it's not rotating on its axis. It's not doing that. Even within their demonstration.
No, you're right. Okay, okay. No, it's not rotating about its own spherical axis with its own radial value. Hold on, Brian.
Oh,
trust me, I know what I'm talking about here. Right, it's not rotating about its own axis. In this example, it's rotating about the Earth's axis, tidally locked to it.
That.
But that is still nearly there, Brian. Nearly there. So it is rotating about an axis then. Earth's axis in this example.
Oh my God, why are you not listening to me? In their paradigm, they're claiming that the moon is rotating about its own axis as well. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, well it isn't.
Right.
Yeah,
We'll see.
Can we keep on with the video? Can we keep on?
Can we get on to Joe Rogan now? We're already 5 minutes over on the live stream. Earth and globe both need a horizontal frame of reference to have this argument. So let's just round it out there unless you've got anything else to add.
No, you're missing the point. You're missing this. You're missing this completely. The importance of it.
Okay, well, can we discuss it in the after show? Because I want to do this Joe Rogan clip because I flashed it up on screen several times. I don't know if the videographer is the JRE channel or not, but I'm going to put the link because this is the video that we're playing. So let the videographer know. It might be JRE, it may not, I don't know. But let him know. Out Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Same shtick as always. The purpose of doing this is if the person I don't know if it is Joe Rogan, but if he was to respond, hopefully put a link to my video. Anyway, let's crack on. Get my buttons in the right order. There we go.
From Earth to the sun, and now Sirius A, and then look at this one. Look at Pollux, and look at this one, Arcturus. Now look how much bigger they are than the Earth. Look at this one. Look at that one, Aldura. Look at
this guy?
No, wait.
Okay, so what he's discussing is the Keplerian scale that's ascribed with the use of Huygens ascribing Venus with the same R value as Earth, so we can get Kepler's third law to actually give us the values for each of these stars. So the scale is Kepler, and the what's the word that you would use for the value that you must insert to give the scale actual numbers? Scaling value, is that the correct term for the Venus assumption with R? Say again.
It'd be a ratio. It's a ratio.
But with a R base ratio imposed on Venus for the Keplerian scale in his third law of orbital mechanics, we get this extrapolation where we actually have someone made an objection about this. I think it was, who was it that made the objection? Brahe? I think it was Brahe. My history's a bit rough on this. It's been a while. I think Brahe objected to Kepler with the objection that the stars, based on his scaling system, would have to be enormous. Yeah, that was put forth as an objection.
That we are talking about, Nathan, we are talking about this assumption from the beginning. Assumption that Venus is the same size as the Earth. So where did they get that from? That's the question in the air.
The R value came from a flat Earth measurement of Polaris. It's the minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris. So when you can picture Polaris not being able to be seen anymore, that minimum gives you the outside edge of a globe because it's a flat Earth angle measurement.
Yeah, but Nathan, that's not it's not answer to how they were able to get the assumption for the Venus is the same size as the Earth.
It was just Huygens.
Well,
they didn't. It was just, I've seen it detailed in a few different ways. The best one being Huygens' ingenious assumption. He just arbitrarily decided that Venus was the same size as Earth. When we call it Earth's twin, that's purely Huygens, who just said, well, if we use that as the scaling value, then we can calculate out all of these sizes. That's where we end up. This is where we end up with Joe Rogan saying, look how big this star is. No, it's just a dot, but based on the scale given by Kepler and heliocentric motion, with Huygens' superimposition of Earth-based, flat measured R values onto Venus, you can get these sizes. That's it.
Okay, then I will say that it's guessing. Sorry, I just want to say one more.
Johnny, just read between the lines, man.
I was in the middle in the sentence. I was in the middle of the sentence.
Keep waffling, I would.
So it is just like guessing game. No, I'm not. Guessing game it is about. Okay, now keep on.
Go ahead, John.
Kepler give them the ratio. Huygens give them the scaling value. The scaling value
I got it the wrong way around.
Earth's
Sorry, my bad. Huygens gives us the scale, and Kepler gives us the ratios. Correct?
Well, Huygens give us the scaling value.
Yeah, scaling value.
The ratio is the same.
Kepler gave us the elliptical orbit because he had to make it that way to make what he was trying to make work mathematically. He gave us the elliptical orbit.
That wasn't all he gave us.
Okay, let's get into this later. We'll just listen to the rest of this. It's just going to be about the sizes of stuff.
Just wait. Look at this.
What's that?
That's a blue hypergiant star called.
Yeah, wait till you get to Betelgeuse or something stupid.
Pistol star.
The one's just called God.
Bro, no, look, it keeps going, dude.
What is this one?
No, these are the stars. This is how crazy the universe is. Look at that one. Stevenson. Now, no, we're not done. Look at the size of a black hole. Supermassive black hole.
There's bigger ones.
No, look at the size of this one.
This.
It just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Yeah, this is all nonsense. These are just tiny little points of light in the sky. In the case of black holes, not even that. Man, they've introduced this. This is new on me. So the last time I saw this being done, it didn't have black holes as part of the scale. Anybody seen this being done before?
Can't see it.
Yeah. Well,
I think I think that Joe Rogan is just joking. He's just joking around. That's my opinion.
No, this is standard heliocentric rhetoric, actually. He's just going through standard heliocentrism. I mean, the black hole scaling thing is new to the diagrammatical examples. I've not ever seen this done this way before, with black holes coming after Alpha Centauri and Betelgeuse and all the rest of them. But there we go. I mean, that other than this, it's fairly standard fare.
he can't be talking about a black hole. He's got to be talking about the event horizon of a black hole in their description. The black hole would be a point in space-time, not bigger than a sun. It'd be its event horizon. So he's just wrong.
Okay, I'll have to give that some more digging. Was there another video that you wanted to cover, Brian? You said there was two.
Well, there's another moon shot there that shows the same thing. But my point about all this is that the shot that's just above that last video you played, my point about all this is that they're claiming that the moon rotates about its own axis within their parallax.
I'm not allowed this one. The Great American Eclipse, not available in this country.
That's not mine. That's not that one. The one above the last one you played. That's level up. That's not me.
Well, what I would like to say about that, right? Depending, like if you were on the yo-yo in Nathan's example, and you were describing not only your movement, right, around whoever's spinning the yo-yo, if you were giving it the from that frame of reference as an objective direction, you would be changing your direction and in that way rotating about on your own axis from that frame of reference. That's what they're talking about. It's an argument from frames of reference, and you're begging the question so far at that point, you ain't going to win.
No, Don. They're claiming the moon rotates about its own axis. Not that it just goes around the globe when the globe is rotating. That's what they're claiming.
Okay, that might be what a misinterpretation of a YouTuber comes across as. But in their heliocentric rhetoric, the moon is not rotating about its own axis.
Yes, that's what they're claiming.
Right, well, they're wrong. In standard heliocentric rhetoric, it isn't.
My point is that reality... I give up.
Okay. Do we want to cover the one that Mush put in? Because I think that's probably worthy of a more lengthy show.
I give up. I didn't mean you weren't to play the video.
Oh, the moon one. The other moon one. You can do.
Do you want me to send you NASA?
470 kilometers.
1 second.
Or roughly the distance across China. It's more than a quarter the size of our Earth. It has an average distance from the Earth of 380,000 kilometers. Because the moon rotates and revolves at the same rate of approximately 27 days, we always see the same side of the moon. The moon goes through 8 phases as seen.
His diagram was wrong also, because as it rotated from our inertial frame of reference in his diagram, we continued to see the same face of the moon. Well, that's incorrect, right? You should see the backside of the moon as it comes into view with it occulting the Earth. And then as it goes around the other side in orbital motion and the Earth occults the moon, you should see the face that people on Earth see, right? Well, that's not what he had in that diagram that just went by, because in the frame of reference that we were at, we were looking back at the Earth and its rotation as we continued to see the same face of the moon. So his diagram was wrong also, Brian. So it seems, just so that you feel like I'm not like knocking your point because we've debated it, in these diagrams, it seems there is some misapprehensions and incorrect diagrammatical examples of the Earth and moon relationship. Because in some they've got, like with the guy in his colour wheel, the colour wheel rotating about its own axis. Wrong. And in this example, you've got the moon with the same face always looking at us when we're looking from the inertial frame of reference, which is also wrong. So yeah, the numpties out there don't understand the heliocentric rhetoric and are getting it wrong, at least diagrammatically.
No, they're getting it right. Go to, I just put in science.nasa.gov, hot moon questions. I just put that link into Master B. Read the very first 2 lines.
Okay, fine.
3 lines, sorry.
But
Hot moon questions. Yes, the time it takes for the moon to rotate once on its axis. Oh.
Read on.
Well, they were immediately wrong. It doesn't rotate about its own axis. It rotates about the Earth's axis, tidally locked with the Earth. It's the same rotation
Read the
motion
whole
as
thing,
they claim. Neil, fuck's sake!
I'll read it out. I'll read it out, Nathan. Don't worry about it. I'll read it out. My God. Does the moon rotate? Question mark. Does the moon spin on its axis? Question mark. Yes. The time it takes for the moon to rotate once on its axis is equal to the time it takes for the moon to orbit once around the Earth. You're talking about its orbit. I'm talking about the rotation of its own axis that they're claiming it's doing. They're claiming that it's turning around once a month.
Okay, yeah.
That's my point.
This is flat out wrong. Yeah.
They have to.
Yes, I know.
Because if it was in a fixed direction.
Hold on, John. Let Neil get. Hold on, everyone, stop. Let Brian get his exasperation out because he's stumbled upon or unearthed a blatant contradiction that's just flat out wrong. The moon does not rotate about its own axis. It's tidally locked with Earth's rotation in the claimed heliocentric orbital motion that it's claimed to be taking, with respect to a horizontal axis that's derived from a plane. Nevertheless, in this description, it is unequivocally saying that it rotates about its own axis. No, it doesn't. In orbital motion, that's wrong. Brian's correct. This is an error.
No, not orbital motion. Listen, I explain something to you, right? It's orbiting around the globe, but it's also, because they have to, claim it's also rotating once a month on its own axis. My point being is the moon does not do that. Heliocentrism is wrong. Not that they're wrong within their own paradigm. No, their own paradigm is a load of nonsense. Their own paradigm is wrong. That's my point.
Okay.
My point. I've known this for years, but I never went at it. I've known about this for years, but.
Okay. Now, the problem with the yo-yo example is you are spinning that yo-yo, right? And
there's no problem with the yo-yo example, John. There's no problem with the yo-yo example.
With it. I'm
if the yo-yo spinning on its own
just both of you calm down. This is not that big a deal. Chill.
This should be bloody simple. Why? This should be simple. Why is there even a disagreement over this?
There isn't, is there?
There is a disagreement over this.
Yes. The claim that it's not rotating, right? That means it would have an objective direction. Which way would it be pointing then? Towards the sun?
No.
If it's not rotating with respect to the Earth and their paradigm, you've already begged the question of their paradigm. We're going with that.
No,
you don't get to change
you're missing the point completely.
No, come on, just let him go, Brian.
You're completely missing the point, John.
Oh, Brian, you don't have to yammer. You're missing the point through the top of me. He hasn't finished.
He's telling me I'm begging the question. I'm not begging the question. That's the point.
Yeah, we are. We're begging the question that the moon is rotating around the Earth. We're getting that, right?
No, we're not talking about their orbit. I don't care about the moon does rotate around the Earth in some way. It does do that. We see it move around. It does do that. Right?
Oh my God.
Hang on. But they're claiming that it's rotating once a month on its own axis, John. They're claiming it's turning around once a month.
And you don't want to hear the explanation of why that has to be so. You just want to say that it's not. And then tell everybody that that's a debunking.
Everybody take a breath. I want to hear why it's not. Go ahead, John. Please don't interrupt him, Brian.
Right. If we use the sun as our fixed point, then the moon has that face at that fixed point. Now, if you were going to describe it that way, the moon would have to be rotating with respect to the Earth. Because remember, you're changing your frame of reference again. We've already got in to allowing them to change their frame of reference, put themselves in a non-inertial frame of reference to describe this, then move out to an inertial frame of reference. Then you would have to move back to the non-inertial frame of reference of the moon as describing it with respect to the inertial frame of reference. You would have rotation of the moon in that respect.
Now, John, you're missing the point.
Oh, God. But he's correct.
No, he's not.
Correct.
No, he's not.
He is. It depends on your frame of reference.
Let me define all of that. Right. We're claimed to be on a rotating globe that's also orbiting the sun. The exact same claim in the relationship between the globe Earth and the moon exists. The moon is orbiting the globe Earth, but it's also claimed to rotate on its axis once a month. That means it's claimed to turn right around once a month. That's their claim. My point is, it's not doing any of that. Their claim is completely outside of reality. That is not happening. Even within their own paradigm, they can't show that happening, because even if we were on a globe, that was rotating, right? Then if we were on a globe within that paradigm, then we would see the back side of the moon now and again. They're trying to say it's the biggest gaslight ever. You only see one side of the moon, even though it's rotating around all the time. No, if you were on the sun watching the globe Earth go around it, you're going to see the globe Earth rotate once a day.
Does anybody know Earth is flat?
Neil, please.
Okay.
One second. I just want to clear something up here now. Right? Don't go down the road of it's measured flat. I tell you why. Because I was banging that drum years ago. I'm fully aware of that. This is a different point. This is a complete destruction of the heliocentric paradigm. And it shouldn't have backlash. It's so simple.
No, I get it.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on. I was only joking. Hold on. I was making a joke. But if you want to get serious,
we're trying to summarize a quite complicated point here. Neil, we're trying to, Neil, for Jesus' sake, we're trying to summarize a complicated point, and you're rattling through and rumpusing with bloody jokes. No, thank you. Right. So I'll summarize Brian's point. He's saying that they've got.
I was banging that drum years ago, Neil, and no one was
okay, thank you. So
no, not thank you. A fact, Nathan.
Okay, what do you want me to do? Break through this point about the moon's rotation to acknowledge that you were saying it was flat years ago. Now it's constant interruptions from Brian. Now Brian's turning this into a shit show by talking. I'm trying to summarise your point. Yeah, we've heard the discussion and the argument. Now I'm going to summarise it. Hopefully without constant Brian talking through me. No, I'm not allowed to summarise this point that's just been discussed for 20 minutes. Brian's not going to allow it. So, Brian's pointing out that in the heliocentric assertion, they have the moon rotating about its own axis once a month. However, in the actual description, when it's tidally locked, it is not rotating unless you're outside the frame of reference. Therefore, there is a contradiction within the heliocentric model, regardless of our understanding of how it can remain tidally locked and still be described as rotating from a inertial frame of reference. That is still correct, but it does still remain, as Brian's pointing out, there is a contradiction. The heliocentric model asserts that it's turning about its own axis once a month. The two aren't conducive. There's a contradiction there. That's Brian's overriding point. Regardless of our comprehension of how something from an inertial reference can still be rotating when described as rotating around a sphere that is rotating once a day. Therefore, its frame of reference from the inertial description would be rotating. But that is not the rotation that Brian is having an issue with, or taking umbrage with, rightly so, because they're specifically saying it rotates about its own axis once a month. No, it can't. The convolution between the different reference frames is where they get away with it, and that's what Brian's trying to labour. And I agree with him. Doesn't make John wrong, because his description and my comprehensive understanding of their description still works. We just missed where they've got a contradiction. They're still saying it rotates about its own axis. That's their description. Once a month. Brian's right. This needs highlighting. It is an error. We haven't caught it till now. Brian's pointing it out. Doesn't need me to interject to say how long ago Brian was pointing out Earth's measured flat for all of these horizontal planes of reference to describe all this, and he doesn't want it taken onto that. He's saying there's an issue that's being missed with the contradiction in the heliocentric description of a moon rotating about its own axis once a month. Correct, Brian?
Yeah, you and John are talking about its orbit.
Hold on, John. You can go next, I promise. Go on,
You and
Brian.
John were referencing its orbit. I'm referencing its claimed rotation.
Gotcha.
Well, you obviously didn't understand what I said then. Let me repeat it. If it was not rotating with respect to the inertial frame that we've already begged the question of to describe its rotation, then it would not face towards the Earth at all times within this place that can't exist because it's automatically fantasy land, but we're begging the question of it to describe it.
John, are you talking about its orbit or its rotation on its own axis?
It would be the rotation on its own axis.
It doesn't rotate on it. They can't even, that's the point, John. That is, even within their own paradigm, all they can show you is the one face going around the outside, like a yo-yo being swung around somebody. There is no rotation on its own axis.
That is an incorrect description. That is an incorrect description. You're debunking an incorrect description. If you were going to describe it correctly, let me tell you where you're wrong.
Let him finish. Brian.
I'm not wrong.
Brian, let him finish.
You would have to point one edge of that yo-yo, like in your room you're in now, one edge of that yo-yo would constantly have to be pointing in one direction as you spun it above you. And in that case, you would see all faces of the yo-yo. But you don't see that. So in that respect, it is it is turning about on its own axis.
It's not turning about on its own axis. It's going around the globe's axis. That's the one that's going around. If it was rotating on its own axis, then, and we were on a globe, if we were on a globe and it was rotating around its own axis once a month, we would see it. It's impossible for it to not be seen because the red and yellow in the guy's diagram would be pointed out the way.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes, you would, John. Yes, you would.
If it was not
guarantee you, I am fully 100% understanding.
Sides of it.
No,
if it was not rotating about its own axis, you would see all sides of it.
John, it's not. Even within their own paradigm, they're trying to claim it's rotating around once a month on its own axis, and it's not. All it's doing is holding the one side towards the globe and going around as an orbit. That's it.
All right, where do you describe rotation from? Just tell me that.
Rotation.
The axis, correct?
An axis, yeah.
Right. And if you were standing on the moon in their paradigm, could you describe rotation
on the globe, not on the moon, or on the Earth, not on the moon?
Because that's where you describe rotation from, Brian. Do you not understand what rotation is?
I don't understand what rotation is, and they're trying to claim that there is a rotation around its own axis once a month, right? Even within their own paradigm.
Right.
And
so you would have to be on the moon. You would have to be on the moon to describe this rotation. That's where we're going to have to go.
One. That's the point, John. And, oh my God, I can't believe it's so awkward. John, okay, John, you go and show me how the moon rotates once a month within their paradigm. But that will mean you can't face the same face of the moon towards the Earth, towards the globe Earth all that time. You have to rotate once. That means the back of it has to be pointed towards the globe Earth at some point.
But rotation must be described with the frame of reference, right? So if I am going to describe the moon's rotation, I would have to be on the moon to describe that, right?
Oh my God, John. Oh my God, why are you standing on the bloody moon? I just can't believe that this is so difficult. This should be simple. It should be, yes, I see what you're talking about, Brian. That's a complete problem for them. No, if I'm standing on the moon, oh my God.
You're not understanding the description, and the people that you're bringing up to show the description are wrong in what they're saying.
John, that's the best they can do. This is my point. You're missing my point completely. They believe that it's rotating on its own axis once a month. But every time they go to show it, they can't show it. They have to show it not rotating on its axis just orbiting with the same face of it towards the Earth, or their globe Earth or anything, or just as an orbit once a month. They can't show it because they have it as part of their claim, but it can't even be shown because it's not happening. That's my point.
Okay, let's draw a line under
Because
this
they're
for
not
now.
on the moon.
We'll get into this more in the
my
after
God.
show.
There's no rotation of the moon. John, I just posted from NASA. What more do you want? NASA is agreeing with those YouTubers. NASA is agreeing with them. They're doing exactly what NASA is saying, but they can't show it because it's not happening. This should not be happening, John. This should not be something difficult. This should not have been difficult at all. What's the problem?
Right. This rotation is described from the axis. If you're going to put yourself on the moon to describe this, you will have to describe it with rotation.
John, if you're standing on the moon, the axis you'll be using will be the globe Earth's axis. Because the moon is not rotating.
No, you won't. I don't describe my motion with respect
John,
to other places.
please show me, right, with demo, how they don't get to see the backside of the moon, yet the moon turns around once a month within that paradigm. Show me that. With demo. Show me with a moving diagram how the moon turns around once a month, but no one gets to see it on the globe. Show me how they don't see it when it's at the backside.
I just explained it to you with the wall.
You can't explain it to me. I don't want to hear you explain. I want you to just show it. But you end up doing exactly what those guys did. Because that's all you can do.
You're not listening to me. I just explained it to you. If you have the yo-yo pointing at the wall as you spin it above you, but the yo-yo remains.
Oh my God.
Hold on, Brian. I want to hear it again from John. Hold on, John. Go ahead.
If you have the yo-yo pointing at the wall, right, that have an arrow on it pointing at the wall, and as you spin it, that arrow would stay at that wall, you would have to describe rotation from the yo-yo, aka the moon, with respect to that.
Yeah, but it isn't
That's
doing
what
that.
they're talking about. They're changing reference frames. We're allowing them now, I guess, because we got to have this debunking, right?
No, it would be rotating about its own axis if it was pointing. If you've got the central point with a string moving out to the yo-yo, and what you're saying is the yo-yo always points to one wall, and as it turns, it always points towards a wall. Well, it doesn't do that in their example. In their example, it always points towards the Earth it's spinning around, as opposed to always points in one cardinal direction. If it was pointing in one cardinal direction, it would be turning about its own axis as it turned around the spinning reference that it's in relation to.
No. If it did not. You see, the fact that you are seeing the same side of it means that it has to be turning with respect to that axis from its point of view.
Yeah, that's correct. But from its point of view, it's turning with relation to the Earth's axis, but not its own. But Brian's point is that in their rhetoric, it does turn around its own axis, which is incorrect.
I just described how it had to, because if it didn't, you would see all sides of it as you spun it above you. You would see the yo-yo facing at that wall, pointing that way, and when it got to the 180 degrees away from you, it would be pointing in the same direction toward that wall, but you would be seeing it from another. You'd be seeing the arrow instead of the back side of the yo-yo. Your mathematical descriptions are wrong.
Let me just try another way. Right.
No.
So let me just try once more with Brian. Hold on, Brian. The yo-yo itself, right, is something that can turn about its axis. So what we're going to do is the axis itself, we're going to draw a line that points towards the string that you're going to be holding as you rotate with this yo-yo, okay? So what we're then going to do is have the line on the yo-yo as well as on the axle, if that makes sense. So what we'll see is that the yo-yo and the line always points the same direction as the string. That is to say, it's not turning around its axis because it's always pointing towards the string. Ergo, It's not
No,
turning around
that's
its own
wrong.
axis. For it to be tidally locked with the globe Earth in their description, it cannot be turning around its own axis.
No, you're describing the orbit, not its own rotation.
Yeah,
Its own
because, yes,
rotation.
That's the
because
point.
that's how. Hold on.
It doesn't have a
Hold on.
rotation.
Let me just talk to John. Yes, that's
God.
correct. I am describing the orbital motion because the reference frame that's turning about an axis with respect to a horizontal plane is the center point of the globe Earth on that axis. But that is the only axis that has a rotational value to describe. The moon at the end of the string on its axis, always the line for the yo-yo always points towards the string. It doesn't turn around its own axis for it to be tidally locked.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Because remember, your description is no longer from Earth. It is within their paradigm. You've allowed them that within this description.
No, you haven't allowed them that. You're missing the point completely.
Yes, you
They're
have.
claiming that the moon rotates on its own axis once a month. So within that 28 days of an orbit, within their paradigm, it's also rotating on its own axis once a month. But yet, nobody ever sees anything but the same face of it. That is impossible if it's rotating on its own axis once a month.
Yeah.
You can't not see the back of it. John.
No.
Yes.
See, you're messing this up because of the description you're giving. You're saying that because that line on the yo-yo is always pointing towards the string, it's not rotating. With respect to what?
Its own axis. With respect to its own axis of rotation.
With respect to its own axis, it is spinning 360 degrees per rotation.
It's not, John. That's the point.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Absolutely.
It's not rotating about its own axis. No, it's not.
The arrow is pointing. The arrow is pointing towards the center of rotation. But they don't believe they are the center of.
It's claimed to do that, but it doesn't do that even within their own paradigm. It's not doing that.
Okay, both of you stop. I'm going to read out some super chats. Stop a second. I'm just going to read out some super chats. Shout out to Iron 26 for the $5. It says, if the moon rotates Earth without spinning. Let's just try that again. If the moon rotates Earth without spinning, you would see all sides. It needs to rotate about its own axis to keep its own face pointing at Earth. I don't think that's correct. Just read the next one.
It is correct. No. That is absolutely correct. That is the rhetoric. I don't know why you guys can't get this. They're changing the frame of reference. You all are putting a fixed point on the Earth and describing orbital motion and saying that is rotational value. You're wrong.
No, you're gaslighting yourself.
Okay, well, there's a disagreement, Brian. We know there's a disagreement. Let me just read out the second super chat from Iron 26. He's paying to pipe up on this subject. He says, no, Nathan, the string is slipping on the moon axle. That's what John's point is.
Yeah, the string is keeping the axis of the moon fixed upon its frame of rotation in that description. That's not what they're describing. They're describing the Earth spinning with respect to the moon's axis as it turns about that orbit. That's why they invoke both of them, because they have to. If not, you would see all sides of the moon. That simple.
Okay, well, I'll have to give it some more consideration because either I'm not understanding it fully, because as far as I'm concerned, the moon has no rotation about its own axis. You're saying I'm wrong. Or let's lay it at Brian's door. Brian's wrong.
No, John is 1,000,000% wrong, and so is everyone else at the train. I'm sorry, you're 100,000,000% wrong. They're trying to claim that the moon is rotating about its own. They're trying to claim we're on a rotating globe, and the moon is rotating around its own axis once a month, yet we don't see anything but the same face of it. No, that means it's not. Hang on 1 second, Eli. That means it's not doing that, even within their own paradigm. This is the point I'm trying to make. They have a claim within their own paradigm that this thing is happening, and it's not happening. Even within their own paradigm, they can't show it because it wouldn't even happen within their own paradigm. It's a big problem for them. It's complete nonsense. You couldn't. This thing, tidal locking thing, is a heap of rubbish because it means that you're always seeing the same face. If you're rotating and it's rotating, then how can you always see the same face of it? You can't. It would be impossible. Impossible. That's not what. Even when they show. 1 second, Eli. Even when they're trying to show it as a demonstration. Will you please give me a moment to finish what I'm saying?
Just keep going.
Yeah, I will. Because it's my point. So even when they're trying to show it as a demonstration, they have to show it with the moon not rotating about its own axis. No, Eli.
Yeah.
Yeah, just literally have a video that shows you how it's rotate. Like they have like two separate things. They have what represents the Earth is rotating, and then what represents the moon is rotating, and as it moves around the thing that represents the Earth, it itself is making a rotation around its axis. That is happening.
It would have to, else you would see different faces of the moon within that paradigm.
Cared that much.
Hey, just going out Bible, use comment on the subject if you don't mind. Somebody needs to do a demo. Have a ball on a center track around a camera that follows the ball. Try one orbit with the ball not spinning and another with it spinning, means rotating on its own axis. Have the ball painted differently on each hemisphere so we can see if the face pointing to the camera ever changes. Yeah, I'm with Bible, you and Brian. As far as I'm concerned, I don't see how their motion can have an axial rotation for the moon itself if it's going to remain tidally locked with the Earth. I don't understand.
You're convoluting orbit. You're convoluting orbit and rotation again.
John, you're back to claiming that. Okay, John. Okay, do you want me to? I'll get Joe Jabril, and I'll do more. I'll show you right now.
Just run over me like that. No.
Oh, okay. So, go on, Eli.
Show us then. Show us, Eli. Show us.
I'm going to do a super chat. Shout out to Uncle Ben. He says, I love shows like this. No pain, no gain. Thank you for the super chat, Uncle Ben. Go ahead, Eli.
If you imagine the camera,
my God,
looking at the Earth and just looking at like some wall beyond it at the same point, like that would be it not rotating. It'd just be moving in a circle without spinning. Like the fact that it's following or being trained on a central point as it's moving about it, it's turning itself. Otherwise, like, how do y'all not see that?
The claim, Eli, is that the globe Earth is rotating, the moon is orbiting the globe Earth, and the moon is also rotating on its own axis.
How it wouldn't be if it was fixed on some other wall beyond.
How can it be rotating on its own axis? That's like if you're on the sun in the heliocentric paradigm, you're watching the globe Earth rotate. You get to see all of the globe Earth within one day. They're trying to say that in 28 days, the moon does the same thing as the globe Earth is doing in one day.
Yeah, that's what they
claim.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the moon? Like the moon is a solid thing in the sky? Is that your understanding?
We're not making any claims about that, Johnny. Don't go into that. We're not going down that road. We're just talking about a problem within the
But if you're talking about this rotating on the own axis, it has to be solid, right? Almost. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, who cares? This is a sidebar, Johnny. Its composition is a sidebar to what we're talking.
Yeah, he said he didn't want to go down
but anyways.
Imagine you're looking down at the guy spinning the yo-yo, right? Let's go back to that. And we'll go to your all's example because y'all want to use that one. And the arrow is always pointing towards the string, right? That means you have to describe that yo-yo as turning 360 degrees, the orbit around the individual, 360 degrees, but you don't describe rotation with respect to the Earth. The rotation would be with respect or to the guy. The orbit would be, or the rotation would be described with respect to the yo-yo. The yo-yo is not always pointing at one wall. Therefore, it is rotating about on its own axis.
No,
It's that
isn't.
simple.
I don't like the yo-yo description. I don't like
don't
that,
agree.
John.
I'm
Yo-yo.
really sorry, John.
Nobody
Hold on,
understands.
Johnny.
No.
I just don't agree.
Nobody understands.
Go on, Johnny. Let's see if this was worthy
Is
of
it always
interruption.
facing the same wall, or is it always facing
Can I
on the
finish?
line?
Or do you... Okay, I will finish and then you
We were trying to.
complicate it.
We were trying to.
I will just say,
I've extended the show by an hour, Johnny.
okay, but it will not take a long time.
Yeah, these things
It
do.
will not take a long
We
time.
don't train to time, Johnny. Oh my God.
All right, check this out. So you and a person are standing facing each other. You have your hand out perpendicular to them. In order to move around them and continuously look at them, and your hand be trained on them, you have to make a rotation yourself. You're not going to tell me that that hand that's perpendicular to them isn't going to make a 360-degree rotation.
Yeah, I'm going to try it a different way. Right. I'm going to be the person that's representing the Earth as a rotating body. And I'm going to hold my arm at arm's length, and I'm going to curl up the end of my finger. Yeah? And on the end of my curled up finger, I'm going to draw a smiley face. So it's looking at me. You with me? Yeah?
Nathan, I have that on. I literally had that on screen.
So you're going to describe an orbit.
Oh, yes,
you're
sure.
going to describe an orbit.
Okay, can I just...
That's a description of an orbit, not rotation. Sorry.
Hang on. Are you seeing my screen? I just need to know that I'm presenting.
Yes. Oh, yeah, I see it.
Right,
yeah,
okay,
so
can you see it, Nathan?
Yeah, I can see a balloon with a smiley face. I'm halfway through my bloody example.
Yeah.
Okay, you've got one too.
Yeah.
I was halfway through mine, but yes, you've got one on screen because you were there 2 weeks before me. Thank you very much. Okay, so I've got my finger curled up, right? My finger with the smiley face on it is going to be our axis. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop a polo on top of my finger, like a ring, yeah? Around the tip of my finger, yeah? So as I spin around and I look at the end of my finger with its smiley face on it, right? That's the axis that the polo's on. In order for the smiley face to always be looking at me, it cannot be turning. It's my finger, it's attached to me. So therefore, for me to be looking at the smiling face, always smiling at me, my finger's not rotating, is it? I am.
Yes, it is.
You're describing an orbit.
No, I'm about to show exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Close your eyes. Look, Nathan, if you close your eyes and imagine that you're the smiley face, tell me you're not going wee in a circle.
Yeah, I am, yeah.
There
But
you go.
what my smiley face is not doing is turning about its own axis. My finger isn't spinning around its knuckle, is it?
Hold on. No, but the moon hasn't got a string or your arm attached to it. You got to understand the inertial frame of reference as they're describing it. We've already granted them that. If your finger is pointing at the sun as you spin, are you getting it now?
No, because my finger isn't. It's always pointing towards me, like the moon is described to.
So then it has to rotate to keep pointing at you.
No, John. Come here and I'll show you. This is it. Watch the screen. This is the guy, the same video. This was his first demonstration. Then I'm going to show you his second one. This is him trying to show you that the moon is rotating. He has a smiley face on one side of the balloon. Watch. And he's going to demonstrate the orbit and try and show. He's trying to say that the balloon is rotating around once while he's demonstrating the orbit. Watch it. Where is the rotation of the balloon?
Brian, John,
It's a non-inertial frame of
Nathan.
reference. Hold on, I'll explain this to you because you're not getting it. And this guy may not even. This is from the non-inertial frame of reference. We've already begged the question of an inertial frame of reference.
Can everyone stop, right? Brian's trying to concisely get through the fact that as he holds the smiling face, right, the balloon with the smiling face on it is not turning. The balloon itself is not rotating about its own axis. And then in this demonstration that Brian's about to play now, we will see a ball rotating about its own axis. It is that simple.
It is doing that.
That is the problem. Is I hope I can say something about it.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Oh, God, go
John,
on, Johnny,
don't
because
talk
you're going
over
to
me. I'm
destroy the
trying to
conversation
come
unless
in.
you do. So go ahead.
I'm just giving a one
Hey, that one
point,
right
then
there
you
is
can
it,
talk
though.
Hold
over
on,
all
John.
the time.
Go
Okay,
ahead, Johnny.
John, just relax, John.
It was on screen. What Brian had on screen. That's exactly what you said.
I lost it because I had
No,
to move
he's
away
talking.
from the computer for a second.
I saw where the cursor was. It was like about 2 inches to the right.
Yeah, I can get it. Don't worry. I just need to show it again. I'm trying to show 3 things here. I couldn't even get to show the first one.
Well, you're not going to get to show it now because I'm going to shout at Duncan McLeod for a super chat. If we take away the moon's orbit, it would still rotate on its own axis. Okay, thank you for the super chat.
It's not rotating on its own.
Okay, I think Johnny can maybe speak now.
To be tidally locked, it cannot rotate about its
impossible.
own axis. It is that simple.
Yeah.
But does it have to be at a fixed point in order to I don't get why y'all are saying. I just don't get it because it's like you're looking at Brian's video. It's obviously not only moving around in a circle with you, but it's also fixed on one point. Because of that, it is rotating.
No, it's not. It's not rotating. It's orbiting the globe. It's not rotating on its own axis. Its own
You are
axis.
comfortable
Now I'm going to show
understanding
you.
of orbit
I'm going
with
to show you
rotation
now.
is what's happening.
I'm going to show you now. It's going to happen now. Here.
Saw it in
Watch.
video.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Watch.
That's your incorrect understanding.
Watch. Right? Not rotating
I thought
about its
the
own
moderator
axis.
was saying that Johnny can say one sentence.
Hang on, Johnny, please.
One
Hang on a
sentence,
second, please.
and you can keep on.
1 second, Johnny. My God. Right?
It's
now, 1 second.
listening if you ignore the person holding it. You know that the eyes are
No,
looking.
here is another. Give me a second. Give me the second. Right? Watch now. Here is what he's saying. One rotation, approximately 28 days. Here we are, yellow and red, going to the other side. Watch it, and then watch when he has to show the demonstration. Where's the yellow and red going to the other side? It's not.
Wait, hold on.
Going
Is the
around the
yellow
outside
fixed
of
on the
going
center?
around the outside
Is the yellow fixed on the center?
So the
Oh my
time.
God.
So the time. Where is it? I was trying to answer. But if you keep talking, it's impossible.
I have been here, Eli, trying to get this point across to John and God knows whoever else.
It's literally a video. It's not doing anything else other than what it's doing. I can see it. I'm not 5. Is there anything else you're gonna add?
No,
I just want to simplify it.
Let me point this out. Because you're
I will
convoluting
just make it
orbit
simple
with
for you
rotation.
guys.
Now,
Johnny.
the inertial frame.
Oh my God, Brian, John, and Johnny.
My God.
Well, I'm trying to take control, Brian. Right, Johnny, go ahead, because otherwise you're just gonna. Go ahead.
Thank you, Nathan. Thank you. That's what we are talking about. What we have the reality that we see. What can we see? We can see the moon is going around us and is going in a circle following the sun. That is my reality of how I see it. That's self-evidence. Okay. Away
Thank
from
you,
that,
Johnny.
I'm not finished. It's just there. I'm just there. And if the Earth, if the moon is moving around its own axis, then you will see the so-called dark side all the time, right? But it's not happening. How can anybody describe the moon is moving around its own axis?
In this video that's on, it shows
wrong. And I will tell you why. Now I'm in the finish line. I'm in the finish line because that you're seeing is the moon is not a solid object above your head. It is something else. If it were solid, it will fall down like everything else in there.
We're not debating
what
that.
is it?
Okay, Johnny.
Nobody really knows. Nobody really
Johnny,
knows.
thank you,
That's why I'm
thank you,
arguing.
thank you. I cleared the bloody airwaves for you. Now you're taking it into some tangent about its physicality. We already disclaimed. We are within the begging the
Thank
question.
you, I'm finished.
Johnny, I'm going to have to remove you if you can't control yourself. We are in the heliocentric paradigm. We are begging the question. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're just working out what they claim within the heliocentric narrative. They claim a moon that turns about its own axis from what Brian's exposed on NASA's own website. It cannot do that. The orbital motion is describing a rotation with respect to Earth's axis, not its own.
Correct. And this video that's getting ready to play is going to demonstrate how you're wrong. Pay attention to which way the moon is facing. It's not staying pointed towards the left.
I'm going to play it again. Here is what he's claiming the moon is doing once a month. Right? This is what NASA is claiming the moon is doing once a month. And he's going to go on to show it now in a moment when, right? The moon is not, at no point is the yellow and the red pointed the other way. At no point. That means it's going around the axis of the globe Earth. It's not going around its own axis. Its own axis is right there.
You don't see it spinning there, do you?
Yeah, I do.
I
do.
It's
It
not,
is spin- Brian.
It's not spinning.
Yeah,
Brian.
you're done, Brian.
It's
You're
roll.
done. You
It's
just
I'm
demonstrated
not
you're
done.
wrong.
I'm
Thank
not
you.
done. I'm going to absolutely prove you all can be completely wrong. It's not spinning.
Sorry.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Brian.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
If it was spinning, Nathan, then the red and yellow would have to be to the outside at some point.
No, man.
Yes. I'm going to show you. I'm going to prove
I've been
it.
down the road. That's why I'm trying.
No, you have it all completely wrong. You couldn't be more wrong.
I didn't even have to go get what I was looking for because you got it right here. You can see it's not. Look, if it wasn't rotating, then the green would be fixed. It would be fixed to one location because it wouldn't be rotating. It'd just be moving around in a circle. But it's also
No.
turning.
If it's rotating about its own axis, then at some point the green and the blue must point towards the globe.
No.
Right.
No.
You're convoluting orbit. You're describing orbit and calling
I'm
that
not
rotation.
describing
Right now,
orbit.
it's demonstrating the rotation of the moon on
mixing
screen.
it up with the
and you're
first place,
denying
not
what's
Brian.
happening.
I'm just talking about the rotation on its own axis that's claimed to happen that's not happening. That's what
It's
Brian's talking
demonstrated in the video that you're denying is rotation. That's what's happening.
about. It's not demonstrated. This is watch. Watch the blue and yellow, right? That ends up right. I'll show you. Watch this. Watch.
Is it rotating right here before it? Right here.
1 second. Now, see the way the blue and the red. Watch the yellow and the red and yellow and the blue and green. At what point is the yellow and red? Watch this. Watch. Now the yellow and red are where the blue and green were. Now they're back to where it started. Hang on. Now it's back to. Now watch. Where is it ever in the direction? When is it ever turning around? It's not. It's always
Right now
keeping
in
the
your
same.
face.
You're doing it.
No.
So the yellow's pointing down. Now it's not. Now it's pointing right.
That's,
Get up.
Now the yellow's pointing up.
Not a rotation.
Yeah. Now the yellow's pointing to
Brian,
the
stop.
left.
Everyone stop. Stop. Brian, listen to what he's telling
John takes it
Brian,
a point,
please stop.
and he doesn't have a
Brian,
point.
please. Listen to what he's saying to you. Right? As you watch this ball, I'm not going to take the glory from him because I've only just had the penny drop with this diagram showing us. Right? Listen to how he describes what direction red is facing. Just play it again and let John talk you through it as it rotates. After this. Go ahead, John.
Right. We're going to the inertial frame of reference to describe this right now. Yellow is facing, or red is facing right. Press play again. It'll be facing up. Then it'll be facing to the left. And then it'll be facing down. That rotation is described with respect to those four colors, not that ball in the center.
It is rotating, Brian. About its own axis.
It's not rotating about its own axis, Nathan.
Yeah, it is. From this
If it
frame
was
of
rotating about
reference.
its own axis, when If it's rotating, hang on. You show me then, Nathan. Right, 1 second. Now you show me when the green and the blue are pointed towards the globe.
When they're pointing
really?
to that's from the frame of reference. That's from the. Hold
No,
on, Brian.
show me
Brian,
when
I'm
it's
trying to
no,
answer you,
if
and
it's
you're just rumpusing the crap out of me.
No, I'm not, Nathan.
Well,
I'm asking you a question. You're saying it's
Yeah, and I'm
rotating
trying to
on its own
answer it,
axis.
and you're still rumpusing the same thing you asked it. I heard. You're trying to describe it from the rotating reference when you say, when is it doing this? No, I can only describe it not rotating about its own axis if I'm part of a rotating axis-based reference frame. That is to say, I must be non-inertial to describe the moon as non-inertial, as in not rotating. In reality, as observed from this, the inertial reference frame, it very much is rotating about its own axis.
No, it's not. Here it is rotating about its own axis. Here, in a moment, it won't be doing that.
Okay. Let's go back again. Brian, just go back again.
I'll prove it to you.
Brian, I'm trying to. Brian, you're not cooperating.
Leave me speak for a moment, right? It has nothing to do with whether the globe is rotating or the globe is stationary. The point is that yellow and red is never pointed away from the globe, and the green and the blue are never pointed towards it. That's what it would have to do in 1 month. This is supposed to be 1 month, right? As it goes right around, it's supposed to rotate on its own axis. It's not rotating on its own axis. It's being swung around with the same face pointed towards it at all times. It doesn't matter whether the globe is rotating or stationary. The point is, it's not doing what they're saying it's doing.
You just hit us with the it can't work on a flat earth like that. Or when you're like, look at it. That's what it feels like.
Okay, if I may with Brian, if I may. Here we go, stop. Right, red pointing to the right. Now play the video. Red pointing up. Red pointing left. Red pointing down. Red pointing right. Red pointing up. Red pointing left. Red pointing down. Red pointing right. Red pointing up. Red pointing left. It's doing the same thing, Brian.
No.
How do you not see that rotation?
It's not doing the same thing. It is not doing the same thing. At no point is it rotating like this. At no point is it rotating. I'll prove it to you.
You don't understand.
At no point is it doing that on its own axis. It's not doing that at any point.
Rotation is always described with respect to its own axis, not something else's. So you can describe rotation right there from the axis of that circle. Because it's not if it's left, right, up, or down.
No, it's not rotating. If it's rotating on its own axis, John, then the blue and the red, or the red and the yellow, must at some point face outward. And the green and the blue must at some point face inward. That's a rotation on its own axis.
No, listen. In order for pause it real quick. At any point, doesn't matter. Okay. Now let's suppose. Okay, that's fine. You see how red and yellow is facing the Earth?
Yes.
Imagine you could move it over with a mouse diagonally to the bottom left of the Earth without changing the orientation of the wheel or whatever that is. That would be it not rotating. If it somehow was on the other side and then the blue and the green were facing the Earth, that would mean that it itself wasn't rotating for that to happen.
That would mean that it is rotating. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're missing it. You're begging the question of their paradigm, and then you're not allowing their paradigm.
I'm not missing it. Watch again.
Brian, every time someone disagrees with you, you start rumpusing the top of the disagreement with you.
Because of the way it's gone about. John is also talking and talking and talking and talking while I'm talking and talking and talking and talking. Not just me. Not just Brian.
I think Brian is right. I was thinking about it. I think Brian is right. He's right because the moon cannot be solid like we. So we need to understand what the moon is. But it's absolutely not rotating. That's absolutely true.
Yeah. Watch this.
I'm on the Brian side. Yeah.
Thank you, Johnny. Watch this. Right, 1 second. See the way this line here is pointing towards here, right? Watch this.
Pointing towards where? Wait, Brian, stop. Do it again. Okay, take the line between green and blue, or whichever
watch
one.
the red and yellow. Watch the red and yellow, and it right. Watch it. Just watch it a second. Watch it a second.
Can you describe before you play it what I should be looking for? Because I'm really trying to understand what you're saying.
I'm going to tell you when it happens. Watch the red and yellow, right?
Okay, I'm watching it now as it's rotating.
Now, the green and the yellow, the green and blue are in the position the red and yellow are in.
Yeah.
So it's rotated once a month on its axis.
Okay.
Right? That means it turned around.
Okay.
Right? That's a rotation on its own axis. Now, it does it a second time. That's a turning around.
Yes.
Now, when is the blue and green ever pointed towards the Earth in this diagram?
Your brain is making a switch. Like, because all I see is the ball rotated. I could give a crap about the Earth in the center right now. Like, I'm looking at it rotate, and I don't know why. Like, I don't know because when you asked me before, look, it's doing the same thing. The red and yellow are now pointed diagonally up, like you showed in the video. Before that, you're like, okay, now it's coming around again. Now it's pointed down. That's what you just explained before you press play.
No, it's not.
That is exactly
what I showed was different.
No,
right?
it wasn't.
This is different. This is different. This is it actually rotating on its own axis. What you're going to see in a minute is it rotating around the globe's axis. That's what it's doing here. It's not rotating on its own axis here. At no point is the yellow and red pointed away from the globe and the green and the blue pointed towards it. At no point.
Right.
It has to do that once. Orbits. I'm not convoluting orbits and rotation. So that the
oh my God! Everything is described from the inertial frame. If you're a heliocentrist, this is how they show you everything, right? You're always
showing me what they're claiming here. That's the point.
Yes. God bless it.
On the screen right there, you keep. We're looking at exactly what you're saying. You don't see, and that's what I don't get. Because whenever the ball, because it's like whenever the ball gets introduced into this little thing, and the other color wheel thing is going around it, all of a sudden you can't see the rotation of the color wheel, and you switch it to. All right, now
exactly.
And then you switch it to watch the green and the blue not point towards the earth or towards the ball. Like, yeah, we know, but that's not proving your point.
It is, because it means that it's not rotating on its own axis. That's the point. It's not rotating, because if it rotates on its own axis, then the green and the red and the blue or the red and the yellow must at some point be pointing in the direction that the green and the blue are, and they must be pointing in their direction. That's what a rotation on the axis is and would be.
You're trying to describe this from the non-inertial now.
I am trying to describe it from what it's been
but you're showing the inertial.
I'm not trying to describe anything, actually. I'm just...
God bless. You're not listening.
I'm not trying to I'm pointing. I'm not trying to describe. I'm literally showing you that what they're claiming within their own paradigm, they can't even show it because it's not even happening in their own paradigm.
As you demonstrate it.
Let's fall back.
Okay, everyone stop. I'm going to read out a super chat. Stop for a second. Just want to read out a super chat. Shout out to James Richard, who says, I missed the beginning. Is all this taking place in Narnia? Yes, it is, James.
No, it's not. That's the point.
We've already got the question.
John, if we don't fall back, like there's nothing there's nothing left to really be said. Like we saw it. Brian is saying it's not happening. There's nothing else. There's nothing. We're just gonna keep arguing.
I'm getting out GeoGebra and I'm going to show you. Right? If I could go back to.
So you're going to show us the demonstration you just gave us was wrong. The demonstration you just made was wrong.
Yeah, refracted. Why do you have this invincible spirit to argue? You already know that the answer to your question that you're asking Brian. It's going to inflame the situation, right or wrong.
Wait, hold on. So it's not about him constantly telling me I don't know what I'm talking about for the last 30 minutes. As he demonstrates my point,
argue. So if
I
that's
can't be upset about that now.
I didn't say
Yeah,
that.
I'm upset.
I didn't
I'm
say
really upset, Elijah. Thank you for pointing that out. I will
I'm just,
calm down.
but we're both right. Well, at least you have me on your side in this. Like, so it's like we don't need to. At least
No, you're
you know
right.
you're
You're right.
crazy. You have to be upset. I understand why Brian is upset. I've been here before
Who cares?
on the show.
Let's not discuss the feelings of the matter. All that matters is who's right and wrong in terms of whether or not it's rotating about its own axis. From the inertial frame of reference, it is absolutely rotating about its own axis. From the non-inertial frame of reference, it is not. It is that simple.
It's not rotating about its own axis at any point. At
From the
no
inertial,
point
yes,
is
it
it
is.
rotating about
I've
its
just
own
watched
axis.
it.
At no point.
Yeah, just watched it.
If it was, right, I'll put it back on. Right, I'll put it back on.
From the inertial frame of reference, it is rotating about its own axis. Can't see your screen, Brian. Oh, if you stopped it, you can
I'm
stop.
trying to sort it out. I'm using a computer I don't normally use to do this.
I've kept the live show going for it because I think it's a worthy discussion. It is complicated. We can't go about saying you say it rotates about its own axis when it doesn't, and yet here we are watching it do it.
Here is it rotating around its own axis, right? Watch the yellow and the red, right? Watch it. It's the yellow and red are pointing right up at an angle, and the green and the blue are pointing down. Now it's the opposite, right? The yellow and the red are pointing in the direction that the green and the blue were pointing in, right? And the green and the blue are pointing in the direction the yellow and the red were pointing in.
Okay.
And they'll do it again, and then we'll watch now. Now, when is the green and the red, when is the yellow and the red ever pointing in the direction of the green and the blue, and the green and the blue ever pointing in the direction of the yellow and the red? Never. It's
We
going
just described it.
No,
No,
it's not. It's not.
Rewind.
Even if I was standing in the center of the moon here, it's still not going around in a circle.
Yeah,
Rewind it again for me, Brian. I got some screenshots. I'm just gonna put them side by side because when you explained, look at the line between red and yellow, right? And you said it's up, and then you said now it's down. So I'm gonna screenshot. I'm gonna put the ones with the globe in the middle to show you that in both instances the line is pointed up and down. That's all. I don't know. I can't
We're
do
not
anything.
talking about up and down, though. We're talking about we're talking about inside and outside. The red and the green are always inside towards the center. The red and yellow are always inside towards the center, and the green and the blue are always outside away from the center.
Yes, that's correct. So towards the center, yeah, always non-inertial. Yeah, that is to say, for that to be the description, you are part of the frame of reference that is rotating to describe it in that way. Ergo, from a non-inertial frame of reference, it is not rotating. However, from an inertial frame of reference, now, blue points up, blue points left, blue points down, blue points right.
It never points in. It never points in.
I know that, but yeah. Regardless of whether or not it never points in, it's still rotating.
Not about its own axis, it's not. I'm going to prove it to you now, right? 1 second, leave it play out, right? 1 second. See this black X through the circle, the color circle here, right? You have a black X. If we treat the black line that's coming through the yellow and the red, pointing towards the center point here, we just call this the center point, the globe the center point, right? Let's call that north, right? Magnetic north, right? Here is a compass. You have north, which is on the compass, which is at the point between yellow and red. We have south, the point between green and blue, and you have east and west, right, making a tangent to a circle of latitude. This is what I said at the very start when I first started describing it to you. So that would mean for it to rotate on its axis, at some point, pointing what we have as north here must point south. But it doesn't. It just goes around the circle of latitude, always pointing towards north. At no point will that person be standing looking south. That's the point. So if the outside is south,
you keep wanting to tie it to the non-inertial reference frame in your description.
I'm not trying to point to anything. I'm trying to point out that
Brian, you're rumpusing the crap out of him. Brian, come on.
I don't need to hear. I'm not trying. You're trying to do this. You're trying. I am not doing any of that.
Okay, I'm going to read out some super chats, and then hopefully John can get some clear airwaves. Thank you to Iron26. The cross is literally the ball axis. It spins. Next, James Richard. Thank you very much, Iron26. James Richard also, thank you very much for the super chat. I'm not trying to be an asshole, but it seems as if the argument is irrelevant as to the shape of the Earth. Yeah, sometimes we go off on these tangents. Sorry, James. It's just the way it goes. Thank you for the super chat.
It's not irrelevant. That's sorry.
Oh, that's why you care so much, because you think that this is relevant and can somehow disprove their model.
It is 100% relevant, yes.
So I'm about to post right now, Master B, what we're looking at. Damn, how did I mix this up?
You want me to unshare?
No, I'm just gonna post it in Master B so you can see that in both cases, the rotation of the ball is still there with the cross on it that the gentleman just super chatted about.
I don't see any rotation in this when it's moving around this globe. There is a rotation right now, right? Right, 1 second. Let's just say right here, do you see where my mouse is? If that's north, right, and the other end is south, right, on a compass, and that's pointed towards the center.
Right. You keep on wanting to change reference frames.
No, hang on. No, I'm not trying to change anything, my God. I'm trying to just point something out. It couldn't be any simpler. And you're on this reference thing. I'm not on anything. I'm trying to explain something. It should be easy.
Moon. You can't point at the moon and say that it's pointing towards the north. That doesn't make any sense, Brian.
It makes perfect sense because here
the moon's always pointing north. Is that really what you're wanting to claim?
Did I say that? Did I say that?
Yes, that was
okay, John. If I ask you, John, if I ask you, what is if the moon is a parent view? What is it?
No, I never said that.
What is a parent view?
I didn't say that at all. I'll say exactly what I said again. Now, right. If this is the center point, let's pretend this is north, right? And this black line here that's going through it is making a tangent to a circle of latitude. The line here that's going through that, the line that's pointing towards the globe, that is pointing towards north. The other end is pointing towards south, right? That means if I'm standing right here, I'm trying to treat it as a compass. Just listen to me. If this is a compass, if you just listen to me.
You just said the moon is always pointing north. That doesn't make sense.
You're not allowing me to say it. So
okay, we have to relax. Everybody have to relax.
Yeah, thanks. I don't need your killer commentary, Johnny. Shout out to James Richard. This cannot prove a globe model wrong because there isn't one. Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah. Now, if we treat the globe as north, right, magnetic north, and we treat this color wheel as a compass, then the yellow and red part here that's pointed towards it is north, right? The green and blue part at the edge is south, and the other line is east-west, making a tangent to a circle of latitude. Now, when I press play, that person is moving around that circle of latitude, but north is always pointed towards the center. At no point is the yellow and red pointed towards south, which would be where green and blue is. And at no point is green and blue pointed towards north. At no point.
Okay, Brian.
That
I
means
really,
it's not
really have to
rotating
ask
about
you
its
a
axis.
question, Brian. Brian, can I ask
At
you
this
a
point, you're
simple
willing
question?
to say that the moon is
I really
pointing
want.
north. You have
Never
moved
said
so
that.
far
Never
away,
said moon is.
and
Didn't say
anything you're
moon is
trying to
pointing north.
describe,
Try to give an
Brian, I
analogy.
don't understand.
Try to give an analogy, and now because you know that I've just pointed out where you're wrong, now you're trying to strawman me. You've done this in the past. I've just shown you to be wrong.
Hey.
You don't have the
with your own
That's
words.
what's going on here.
You really
Okay,
think I'm
stop.
strawmanning you with your
Right,
own
Eli
words?
is going to take up the mic. You two stop for a second. Right, Eli. So I've got your first diagram up on screen. Take us through what I'm looking at.
So basically, you're looking at the the color wheel both in the same orientation of up and down. And this is both in, with the earth and without the earth. And all we're trying to say is, in order for it to be up and down in both instances, it has to be it's rotating. Like we
It can't be. Then at some point, Eli, then the green or the yellow and the red must be pointed out away from the center point. That's what it has to be. That's what a rotation on its axis is.
Yeah, and he's showing that. He's showing that on the live stream. You
I can't see it. I can't see any of this. And he's not showing
Okay,
it.
can I
that's
talk
not
with Brian now?
anywhere.
I really want to talk with Brian because I agree with Brian, and I will say we cannot see any rotation. There is no visualization of any rotation, and also I will ask Brian, what will happen if that we are seeing is our apparent view, and then you will never get any solid understanding what the moon is doing. Now, therefore, nobody knows what the moon is about, right, Brian? So, if it is apparent view, what does that mean?
Yeah, thanks, Johnny.
Johnny, that has nothing to do with the point.
No, I will. Brian will think about it. Then you will never see it rotating or something
about,
like
but you're
that.
talking about a completely separate point. You're derailing the thing.
Yeah,
but
not really.
The intersection of the color is the cross. That cross right there is the question whether or not that itself is rotating. Never mind the ball. Is that rotating?
Yes. That question is that cross rotating as it goes around the outside of the globe?
You can bloody see it, Brian.
It's not rotating because if it was, the yellow and the red has to at some point be pointing outward, and the green and the blue must be pointed inward. That's what a rotation on an axis is.
Yeah, that's what that's what it's showing diagrammatically. They do.
No, what? No.
They don't.
What he's looking for, but what he Jedi. Look. When you this is what he's trapped himself in this. He's saying, in order for me to accept that you're right and I'm wrong, what I have to see is the he has to see it not rotating in order to say that's rotation. That ironically, that's what he's asking for.
Okay, well, while we digest that, shout out to James Richard. Nothing can continually spin on its own axis without a force causing it to. Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, Brian is saying if now we're not all looking at the same picture. If you take whichever picture with red and green at the top, what Brian is saying is unless red and green stays in that orientation, it's not rotating.
Red and green are opposite to each other on this bloody color wheel, so that's useless.
Yeah, it's yellow and red. For that to rotate on its own axis.
I messed that up.
Yeah, -5 for Eli.
For yellow and red to rotate on its own axis, then at some point, yellow and red must be pointed away from the globe, and the blue and the green must be pointed towards the globe. That's a rotation on its own axis.
No,
That's what has to happen.
No, that's a rotation on its own axis with respect to a different axis. That would be you're describing your view of it from a non-inertial turning reference frame and its additional rotation on top of it on its own axis. But from the inertial frame of reference, you can easily show that it is rotating about its own axis as you watch it.
It's not.
Not from Earth.
It's not.
But from in there begging the question fallacy. If you watch it from space, it's rotating about its own axis, Brian.
We're watching it.
What was the point we gave? We gave them their paradigm at the very beginning. What we're doing is wrong.
No, it's not. I'm trying to point something out to you, and I don't see why you're not understanding it. It's so simple.
It's spin, and you're saying it's not spinning. That's where it's not working at. Brian is saying, he's saying it needs to not. So imagine you got like the little stop moving it, but the Ouija board thing, right? And you know how they don't rotate that? They just move it around. Like he's saying that it would have to be like that, and then that would be rotation. Because he's saying the opposite right now. Because it is rotating, and he's saying it's not, because the blue and the green, if it's pointed at if the red and the yellow are pointed at the Earth, then in order for it to be showing rotation as if the blue and the green were pointed at the Earth. So that would mean that it would have to go around like in a Ouija board, the little thing, and stop moving it. You would have to move it around the Earth without actually rotating it. That would be non-rotation. But you're saying you would have to see that, and then that would be rotation.
If they're claiming that it is doing one full rotation each month, then it's not possible for yellow and red to continually point towards their globe.
Yeah, they're having the cake and eating it because they're describing how it appears tidally locked from a non-inertial frame of reference. Then they're describing it from the inertial frame and saying it rotates once a month. That's it.
Yes. That's a good description, yes. And that is the correct description within their paradigm.
So if I'm in the moon, right, in the center of the moon, what am I seeing happen?
Nothing. Then you're part of the frame of reference that is tidally locked to the globe Earth. You're not going to notice anything.
And when am I seeing the rotation?
Would still be spinning though, wouldn't they?
Yeah, the stars would be spinning around you just to get clarity, but you're still part of the non-inertial frame of reference if you're on the moon. But carry on.
When am I seeing the rotation on its own axis?
When you step away from it. So bring up your diagram if you can, your video, Brian.
I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Well, it's not on screen for me, for some reason.
Right, hang on.
That Matthew learns.
Okay, so go to this bit. Okay, stop. So if you just ignore the center point, the globe Earth, and only pay attention to the wheel itself, you will now watch it rotate about its own axis as this video progresses, Brian, because we're watching it from space. So from this frame of reference, which is the inertial frame, it is rotating about its own axis. And you can watch it do it as you press play. It will now rotate.
Okay.
Yep.
No, it's not rotating about its own axis, Nathan.
It is.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
Not. At no point. Are
you putting your thumb in front of the globe and saying that?
Hang on. At no point.
The globe, Brian, and then tell him it's not rotating. Just do it.
I'm watching the thing itself. I'm not looking at the globe.
In front of the globe where you can't see it,
I can't respond to Nathan when you keep on talking to me. The minute I try to respond to him,
Yeah, he got glow brain like we all get sometimes. He's not going to do it.
I can't do anything because you're not allowing me to respond to Nathan.
Well, do what Nathan just said. Ignore the earth. Ignore the flow.
Me,
Or
and
the
you
fake
decided to come in telling me a load of nonsense when I tried to respond to what Nathan said to me.
Is your response taken into account ignoring the ball that's the earth?
To respond to what Nathan said to me.
So why can't you answer the question?
Because I can't respond because you need to come in talking. That's why I'm not responding to Nathan.
We're not 5. You can most absolutely answer me and Nathan.
Why am I answering you when I'm supposed to be answering Nathan?
Because this is what like kids do. But you could answer me and answer Nathan.
Go on then. You ask your question.
I just want to know if when you're looking at it and Nathan describes, don't think about the earth, are you putting your hand or your thumb in front of your face to the point that you can't see the earth, but you can actually see the color wheel? Are you doing that?
I am focusing on the color wheel only. Just like Nathan, I was trying to respond to Nathan. Now I'm going to press play. I'm only focusing on the color wheel. Okay? And according to it rotating once on its own axis, then the yellow and the red should at some point face outward. I'm going to press play, focusing only on the color wheel. What I'm seeing is it swinging. I'm not seeing it rotating on its own axis at any point.
It is outward. If the red line is outward, then you got the blue pointing outward toward it. Then you got the green pointed outward to it. Then now you got the yellow pointed outward to it. Now you got the red pointed out.
Eli, at no point is it rotating once on its own axis. It's not doing that.
That showed you.
I'm looking at it. I'm ignoring the center point. I'm looking at it, and it is not doing what you're saying.
It's literally doing what I'm saying.
It is literally rotating, Brian. Literally.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, it's not, Nathan.
Yes, it is.
I'm looking at it, Nathan, and it's not rotating on its own axis.
I am. I'm looking
You're mixing up its orbit, what it's doing in its orbit, with its actual rotation. It is orbiting, giving the impression, and I'll go back again. It's giving the impression that it's doing that. It's
It is doing that. From this frame of reference.
It's not doing that.
Hold on, Brian.
It's not doing that.
Brian, please. Brian, you don't have to keep chanting it's not doing that through the top of me when I'm watching it do it. Yeah, I am watching it rotate.
You're not watching it do it. That's the point.
Okay, play the video with the earth in the middle again. I'm going to put...
1 second.
Stop. Green pointing up. Yeah? Can you see the green pointing up, Brian?
I can't see the green pointing up.
Right, now press play. Stop. Can you see that now yellow is pointing up?
I can.
Okay, keep playing. Stop. Can you see now that a different colour is now pointing up, Brian?
Yes, I can. I'll play again.
Now it's blue pointing up.
That's right. Absolutely. I don't disagree with any of that.
Right, so it's rotating then.
It's rotating on its own axis.
That's
a product of its orbit.
That's its rotation about its own axis.
No,
if you watch it,
of its orbit.
Brian, you're just rumpusing me.
Axis,
Brian, no. From this frame of reference, no matter how you dice it, I am watching it change orientation, rotate. And when I say blue pointing up, green pointing up, yellow pointing up, red pointing up, that is because from this vantage point, it is rotating.
And the problem comes when you beg the question of within their paradigm. This will, their descriptions will work.
It's not rotating on its own axis. Sorry.
That's crazy.
Bloody hell, Brian.
That's crazy.
It's not rotating on its own axis.
It
what
is.
What looking at is a product. It's a product of its orbit, Nathan. It's not a rotation on its own axis. That is not a rotation on its own axis. It's a product of its orbit.
In a fixed. Let me ask you a question. Does it have to be in a fixed space in order for it to be rotating, or can it orbit and rotate at the same time?
That's what it is
claimed
doing.
to rotate once on its own axis and orbit
I'm getting.
around.
He's not even trying to respond to me right now at this point.
I just tried to explain. I just tried to respond to you. I just tried to give you exactly what you asked me for.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Right, can we knock this on the head? We'll have to come back to this. Right. It's been a very, very
I
extended
would
live
like to
show.
say one thing right quick.
Nobody's going to accuse me of
Could I
not
say
giving
one
them their
thing?
time to... Go ahead, John.
Well, see, the problem with the yo-yo is it's part of the non-inertial frame of reference. When you're doing the smiley face looking at you and spinning, right? It's part of the... They don't claim the moon is part of the non-inertial reference frame. It's a celestial. So it is its own reference frame in their paradigm. It's not fair for us to give the description that is false within their paradigm and try to hold them to that false description.
Okay.
Nathan,
go on.
Not your year.
It's not my year.
Is that rotation?
Not my year. What the hell does that have to do with anything?
Did you hear any of that, Kiwi? See any of it?
I've been in and out.
That didn't answer the
Will
question.
I share it for Kiwi?
Please.
I'm just glad we always agree on everything because we're like a cult over here. You know what I'm
It's a
saying?
little echo chamber we got going on here.
Like
Shout out to
echo
James.
chamber. That's what I was just gonna say.
Shout out to James Richard. Draw a circle on the driveway. Take a tyre and move it around the circle without spinning the tyre. You will see the same thing. Right. As you roll the circle, as you roll the tyre. I think I know what you mean. Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you seeing this, Kiwi? You should see a colour circle.
Oh, no, we're not going to re-go. I'm going to round out this live show, Brian. You got 30 seconds.
All right.
You got 30 seconds.
You want to be the share for Kiwi?
You got 30
You
seconds.
see, John.
Everyone else, shut up. I'm giving Brian the time to round
John.
out. He's had the most vocal approach to this, so he can round out, or he can give his final point before I round out the live show. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I don't agree that what they're showing is a rotation on its own axis. I don't agree with that at all. That's my position.
We definitely got that.
Okay.
I initially agreed with you, but you're wrong. Anybody else?
We'll see.
We will. Well, we did see. We saw it rotate. Anyway, I'm going to round out. With that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you. Well, not another, because this is only the first one, isn't it? A huge, massive, enormous thank you to G Plus and Discord for making today's live show possible. And, of course, a massive thank you to all of you for smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. If you're watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Axis. My point being is that at no point is the yellow and red turned away from the center point, which is the globe or the earth, let's just say, and at no point is the green and the blue pointed towards it. For it to do a full rotation on its own axis, right, then at some point the yellow and red must be pointed completely away from the globe Earth.
No,
what we're seeing here is a product of its own.
You're describing
a product of the orbit.
You're describing its own axis with respect to another axis, but because it is turning about with the same orbital velocity as the globe Earth is turning, allegedly giving us tidal locking for the moon, it would still have to be turning independently. As John just described, it's not actually attached by a string. It is moving independently. Ergo, for it to be in that motion and stay tidally locked, it ipso facto, from the inertial frame of reference, will turn about its own axis.
No. It's what you're seeing is a product of its orbit, not a rotation of its axis. That's my point.
Let's not have 3 more hours of this. We'll come back to it.
Okay. You have talked about that the whole show, and nobody is able to say anything. Absolutely nothing. So
Not
is
Johnny.
Brian talking about the red and blue shift? Are we talking about red and blue shift? You're talking about
No, we're
something
not.
that
Johnny, we're
we
not
No.
really
talking about
have
any
to
of those.
because
No.
Yeah, I'm asking for QE to talk.
Hold on.
Did that
Hold
Yeah,
on.
rotate?
me too.
We will summon QE. Oh, QE, the master of mathematics, please be amongst us. Ha 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 ha. Shh. He's amongst
That
us.
was a waste.
No, Kiwi is eating. He's eating, always eating. We have to wait. Yeah, that's the problem.
So I mean, I understand. I understand why. I understand why it's frustrating because I was here too. Like you would say to yourself, "Oh my God, there's the Earth." The only like it makes logical sense that in order for me to be spinning 360 degrees, at some point my back has to be turned to it for me to make a complete circle. That's the you don't even see the diagram, you just see that in your mind, Brian. Because that makes sense. Like my back has to be to the earth at some point if I'm making a circle.
Yeah, my point being is that what we're seeing is a product of its orbit, not a rotation on its axis.
Well, you
That's
did
my
say
point.
that.
Yeah,
It's not doing anything up though. Like because when you want somebody to uh reiterate, you don't want them to say the same exact thing because that didn't help anybody get clear on anything.
Yeah,
Like,
but that's the truth. That's what I don't know what else to say. Like that is what's happening. It's given the impression that it's rotating. That because you're watching the green be up, and then the yellow, and then the red, then the blue. You're thinking, oh, it is rotating, but it's not rotating on its axis. Because if it was rotating on its axis, at some point, there is no way that yellow and the red can be pointed away. It has to be pointed away from the center. And the green and blue must be pointed towards. That is what 180 degrees is.
Unfortunately, like in the video, like we can literally see it. Like like if I was a person, and like if I mean if the ball was me, the color wheel.
Hold on, I'm confused. Let me just scribble out the first sentence. If you're a person, put a line through that. If you were a ball, okay, I'm with you. Carry on.
Yeah, if I was this pinwheel, then the blue would be my back, and the yellow would be my front. And at some point, I'm gonna be turned around.
Yeah,
regardless,
right.
little ball in the middle. Like
I'm confused.
Exactly.
I don't really understand. You're not talking about blue
Confused?
shift.
How
or
could
red
you
shift.
possibly be confused? Eli was about as concise. He was rigorous.
No, but he's making sense. If
No,
you
he wasn't.
stand up, Nathan. One second. If you stand up, Nathan, right, and put something down or find a point in your carpet, right, and walk around it, but you keep looking in that same direction. Walk
You're not the
around
boss
it
of
in a
me.
circle, but keep it in that same point. What are you? Will you have made a full 360 rotation? Or
I'm not doing that. What is this, compliance testing?
yeah, because it'll debunk your nonsense. That's why.
Yeah, because at some point you'll be facing the far wall with the pictures and the family on it, and then at some point you'll be facing the kitchen.
Yeah, you're going to have to face away from that point. If you keep on facing at that point and you're not making a rotate, you're orbiting around it, or you're making a circle around it, but you're not making a rotation on your axis.
Brian,
Yeah, you are.
agreeing at the same time.
Because you're not pointing at the same wall the whole time. You have to describe that rotation with respect to the axis that you are. If you're describing it with respect to the moon from the inertial reference frame, you are spinning. That's just
There's
as
a
simple
claim
as
that
that.
it's rotating on its own axis, Joe John. So I say it
I
again.
just described it that way. Yes, it is.
No, okay. You stand up then. Find the point.
I will. I'll use your
Uh-huh.
example and I'll prove you wrong. There's a central point in my room. As I turn around that central point and I keep looking at it, I am spinning about on my own axis as I orbit that central point because I am not facing towards one wall.
You're
I'm
must be
having
looking at
to
yeah, but
turn
that you're not rotating.
myself as I go about that centralized point.
You're not rotating
for some
yourself.
reason.
You're rotating around the point. You're rotating around that central point, but you yourself are not rotating around.
So
At
Q,
no
you
point
don't.
I'm
is
not
that.
facing
At no point
one
is that
wall.
central point behind you. Do you understand?
Q, you don't
Oh
have
my
it in.
God. You are not
Hold on,
getting
Brian has a point. Brian has a point. If you put
Yeah,
yourself on a spinning thing and then you're
Neil,
walking around, then it's
Neil,
rotating. I think I
Neil,
understand.
No, that's wrong. You're
No, I'm right.
convoluting orbit and spin every time.
No, you're convoluting them, John.
Orbit
That's
is described from
projection.
a centralized point
why
of
we can't
another
get
body.
other people?
Hold on. Orbit is
I can
described
visualize
from
and
the
understand
centralized
Brian
point
better
to
than you
another
now,
body.
Bjorn, I have
What
to
we're
say.
describing is from that body.
There's a claim,
John,
John,
I
that the
cannot
moon is.
understand what
Brian's right. I'm sorry.
Johnny.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
Johnny and Neil have decided no one's going to be able to understand this from the audience perspective.
No, Neil is smart. Neil is joining in with the winning side. I've no doubt.
Let him
There's a
have it.
claim, right? There's a claim that the moon is orbiting a globe and rotating on its axis, right, once a month, right? That would mean that if I place something in the center of the room and I walk around, for me to go around this thing and rotate on my own axis, I must at some point end up with the thing to the back of me. I cannot
It's
keep going around
oxymoron.
it in a
Yes.
circle and be looking at it and be no, John, you're mixing up. What's wrong is you're taking a product of its orbit and you're treating that as its own actual rotation. It's not rotating on its own axis.
No, I'm not. No, I'm
Yes, you
not.
are.
You just absolutely did that.
Chill. Check this out. So you got the point on the carpet, right, Brian?
I'm going to literally go in and do it in the sitting room.
No, listen, I heard you the first 1,000 times. That you got the point on the carpet. Now, mind you, you have the room around you as well. So the only way to walk around that point on the carpet, but keep the same wall in view, your body would have to not rotate.
I'm not talking about the wall. I'm talking about the center point.
That would be when your back would be to the. Listen, you're in front of the dot. Okay, now you're making your circle around the dot. Okay. So let's say you're facing a kitchen and the living room, and the dot is in between. Okay, so you're
confusing it now.
No, I'm not.
Just
I'm
keep
trying
it with
to.
the dot in the center of the room. Keep it with that.
Okay, we have to understand what we're looking at in the room too.
Yeah, but never mind. Just keep. Never mind that.
Never mind. It's not never mind because I need you to understand
it is. Because you're going to confuse the matter.
It's not never mind. There's no confusion. If we still have the point on the floor, then you wouldn't be insecure about me trying to point out what I'm pointing out.
Let me try a different way, Eli.
Go on.
Eli, let me try a different way with Brian. Okay, Brian, I'm going to give you a slightly different example. Please bear with me. Okay, we're going to take a merry-go-round or a roundabout in the middle of a kid's playground. And what we're going to do is we're going to track the roundabout. So it's turning around. And what we're going to do is we're going to fly a drone up to the edge of the roundabout. And we're going to watch the center point with the drone. Okay? So imagine you're flying that drone. Yeah? In order for you to constantly be looking at the center point with the drone, you must rotate the drone to constantly be looking at the center as you fly around the roundabout. You will be rotating about your axis for you to keep the center point in view as you fly around the roundabout as it rotates.
No. What that is a product of the orbit the drone is making around the roundabout. I'll prove it to you. Hang on. Leave me. See, this is the thing. I'll prove it to you now, Nathan. Find
What
the
is
point
that?
in the 1 second.
Eli is responding to me.
Please.
He's going to say the same words in his explanation that he's already said?
No.
Probably.
No. I want Nathan to do
Well,
something.
you're saying the same thing too.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Right, there's no point in insulting me, Eli. That's unnecessary, right? An insult to me is unnecessary, right? If you stand up, Nathan, take a point in the center of your room, and you go around at one time, keeping the center to your front, right? So you go right around one time. Now do it again, but this time, you, as you're going around it, you rotate yourself as well.
You
As
were
you're
all
going around that center point, you rotate yourself as well. That is an orbit and an axial rotation. The first one was just an orbit.
Center point. You couldn't face that center point unless you rotated yourself. Do you not understand that?
No, that's an orbit. That's a product of the orbit, John.
No, the orbit is described from the centralized point that you're wanting us to look at. But the rotation is described from the body in motion. You don't.
That's a product of the orbit. John,
Let me
you
just
do
try
it.
again with Brian one more time. Okay, so we're in the drone. We're actually.
Hang on a second. Are you going to do what I asked you to do?
I did. I've mentally visualized it. Yeah.
No, you have to get up and actually do it. You have to get up and actually do it. The first time, just keep your front to the center. Go right around. The second time, I want you to go around it again, but this time you must do one full 360-degree turn as well.
I understood the example.
Nathan is trying to say he's talking like he has a camera eye on the drone and it's moving and have the God's eye above and therefore it will always have the same side and you will never see any rotation.
What?
I think Nathan is talking about the drone has an eye.
And said do a 360
He's talking about the
turn on top
focal
of the
eye.
360 turn you just did.
Yeah, I'm going to try and describe it to Brian. If I can get clear airwaves, if I can get clear airwaves with Brian, I'll try and explain it to him in a different way. Okay, Brian.
You can't explain it to me a different way because I know you're wrong.
I'm trying to, but it's just I'm not getting the opportunity.
Let me ask you something.
Oh, right. I'm not going to get my opportunity. I want to stick with my drone example.
Go on then, Nathan. Go on, but you didn't do what I asked you to do, did you? Did you do what I asked you to do?
I'm running a show. Can I just try and give you my verbal example without having to get
answer
you to
the
do
question
something?
Before, and I'll listen to you then. Just give me the answer and I'll listen to you.
Nah, I got it. I'm going to set my phone
Can I just try? I'm still in the middle of the same example. We've heard the same thing 15 times for 2 hours live, right? I've now got a new example. I want it to be understood, and it's not yet because it's not been heard once. So I want to go through it. Right. We are going to be taking the view from the drone, okay? And we are going to fly up to a roundabout that's spinning. So our orientation is going to be forward. We're going to fly up to the roundabout. So as we approach it, we're going to hover. That is to say, the roundabout is spinning in front of us. Are we all clear with my example so far? Just need yeses.
I understand I was right. You are talking about bird eye view.
I'm going to remove you, Johnny. I'm going to remove you. If you fuck this example up one more time, Johnny, I'm just going to remove you from the call.
Okay.
Are we all clear? We've approached a roundabout that is spinning with a drone. It is hovering in front of the roundabout, so it's whipping by in front of us. Is everyone clear so far?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Now, we are going to strafe left and fly forward. So we are now at the 90-degree position, but still facing the same direction. We are facing forward. So we can no longer see the centre of the roundabout. Do we all follow? We've flown up to the roundabout. We've then gone left. That is to say, strafed left. And then move forward. We've moved at a 90-degree to the roundabout. So now we're not looking at the roundabout because we're still looking straight ahead. Everybody clear?
Yes.
Brian, are you clear with my example? Brian, I want the response.
I am. I know what you're saying, but you're wrong.
I haven't got to the end of my bloody example yet. We've flown up to the roundabout and we're looking at the axis. Then we hover to the right, to the left, and then fly straight forward. So now we're not looking at the axis. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Is that Brian saying yes?
No, sir.
Yes, your right shoulder is pointed towards. Let's just say if the drone was on top of your head, your right shoulder, as opposed to your eyes looking, as opposed to your chest pointed towards the center, your right shoulder is now pointed towards the center.
Right. So you've got your chest pointing at the axis as you approach the roundabout. Then we keep facing the same direction, fly slightly to our left and then slightly forward. Now our right shoulder is pointing towards the axis and we are pointing straight ahead. Agreed?
Yeah, I'm going along with your example.
No, it's not.
Now, in order to be looking at the axis, again, we must rotate about our own axis in order to look at the axis of the roundabout. Agreed?
No, you're also stepping outside. One second, Nathan. You have to stepping outside. Because what you've done is you've taken the yellow and the red and you've put them to the side. That never happens.
No, it can do it in one fluid motion, but I'm just trying to illustrate my example so that at some point you appreciate that in order to still be looking at the axis, we must rotate about our own axis. In this example, it doesn't matter if I fluidly rotate about my axis as I swing around the roundabout in a curved motion, or strafe left, move forward, and then turn about my axis. It doesn't matter which I do.
Yeah.
In order to be still looking at the axis,
There is no
I
axis.
must... Johnny! Someone remove Johnny. I'm so pissed off with him. Shut up!
No, but
I'll do it
I am
myself.
right. I'm
What a
just
wanker.
saying
Shut up,
which
Johnny.
axis.
Prick.
Yeah,
So
that
we
needs to
approach the
happen.
roundabout. We then strafe left, move forward. In order to still look at the axis, we must turn about our own axis, mustn't we?
What you've done is you've put yourself in a position where you start off with the yellow and red pointed towards the center. You moved it left, then you moved it forward, which means now the blue and the red are pointed towards the center. That's what you've just done.
Yeah, with your right shoulder. Yes, that's correct.
That's not happening.
Yeah.
That's not happening in the diagrams.
No, in the diagram, it rotates about its axis as it moves in the curved orientation rather than at a right angle after strafing left.
It doesn't.
It does.
That's the point. It doesn't. That's the point I'm trying to make to you. And you won't do the thing I'm asking you to do because why you won't just stand up and do it, I don't know.
If he's doing what you're asking him to do, then he will be rotating. He's trying to point out to you that if he doesn't rotate, he'll be at a different orientation.
That's correct.
You're confusing a product of the orbit with actual rotation.
No,
There's supposed to be two
action or some shit. Like I don't get. You say the same thing. Like, I was gonna show my camera because I just wanted to put my phone on the ring light. But I mean, honestly, Nathan's point is, I mean, that's
correct.
Really all you need. Look,
sorry.
Let me put my pants on. Let me put my trousers on. And what do you want me? You want me
Was that a Kumo virus reference frames joke? That was brilliant.
Okay.
We're not talking in the reference frames. You have to understand, it's claimed that there's two 360-degree rotations happening. One of them is the orbit, and the second one is supposedly the actual axial rotation of the moon. Now, I'm going to ask you again to go to the find a center point in the room, keep your chest towards that center point, and go around it one time, right? Then do it again, but this time, as you're going around it, right, that's one 360. This time we're going to do two 360s. The second time you go around it, you're going to also turn so that when you get back around to where you will turn your shoulder, then your back, then your other shoulder, then your front or whatever, you'll end up back front facing. But at one point in that, you will have your back pointed towards it. If you're going to do a rotation on your axis and an orbit of that, then at some point, your back is going to be towards the center.
You're claiming that rotation is described with respect to something else's axis, and that is just not true.
I'm not.
No, which never happens in that diagram. Brian's right. Sorry.
Yes, I am right.
No,
Actually,
no.
Yes.
Did you not get what I just said? You
I
don't
did,
describe the
you
rotation
are
of
confusing.
another body
Why are
from
you rumpusing
something
him?
else's axis.
Did you hear what he said? Can anybody repeat what John said? I managed to make it out through the rumpusing.
Say it again, John. He said, I'm
You do not
confusing.
describe rotation with respect to something else's axis.
I'm not
That's what you
describing it with respect to something else's
Yeah, you are.
access. I'm not
You absolutely
You are.
describing.
You're asking us
I'm
to.
not describing.
Brian, stop a
No,
sec.
I'm
Brian,
not.
please.
Let
Brian.
me ask you a question, Nathan. I'm going to ask you a question. Did you do what I asked you to do?
Yes.
You didn't. That's a lie.
No, I did do it.
You didn't do it.
Yeah, I did,
You
and I
didn't do what I asked
rotated.
you to do.
And I rotated.
No, you. So you went around and you rotated as well.
Yes, about my own
Right.
axis.
Then
Yes. Let me answer him. Bloody hellfire! Why is it you ask me something and then keep bloody talking? Yes, I rotated about my own axis as I kept my chest pointing towards the centre point of the room. Yes, I did rotate about an axis.
No, that's not what I asked you. I asked you to do that, and then I asked you to do the second thing. Did you do the second one?
No.
No, there you go.
What was the second
one? What was the second one? Maybe try listening to me instead of trying to talk me down all the time. The second one is very simple. I want you to go around the center point, but I want you, as you're going around it, to also make a 360-degree turn of your body. So that'll be a rotation of your axis. Hang on, John, please.
He wants you to do the thing that you're already doing, but do it again.
Nathan.
That is so silly.
Nathan, please. How come when John overtalks me, there's not a word about it? All fucking evening.
Chill out.
John, that's not John. He's
Okay,
asking him to rotate.
let me just describe what's just happened. Brian's asked me to do it, so I've done it right. In the first instance, I do rotate about an axis. Then I'm rotating about two different axes, like I'm on a waltzer.
That's what they're claiming, Nathan. They're claiming a rotation via the orbit and a rotation of the moon.
Yes.
It's
No,
not one
you're
rotation,
claiming a
it's
second.
two.
You're introducing a second rotation.
That's what they're claiming.
And saying the first rotation is invalid.
That's what they're claiming. They're claiming a rotation of the moon on its axis and an orbit of the globe. Do both of them, and you will at some point have your back to the center. I'm not wrong. I'm right.
You won't. No, you won't.
They're talking.
I'm telling you. You are describing the first rotation with respect to the Earth. It is not how you describe rotation. You say, keep looking at this one point in the center.
No,
you are not describing your rotation if you're looking at a point in the center.
Oh, my God.
You have to describe your rotation with respect to your axis. You don't want to hear this stuff.
Just get up and do it, then there'll be no bother. I gave 2 examples.
Get ready to do it.
Yeah, I understood
No,
it.
Brian, he's saying in the example we're wrong.
Okay, let me just try.
You're not wrong. That's exactly what it is.
Hello. Look. I've tried to do this with Brian with the drone, right? Once you've got yourself with your shoulder to the right of the axis, you have to turn the drone to face. Brian, come on. You have to turn the drone 90 degrees to be still facing the axis. Then you start the process again. You strafe left, move forward, and again, you have to rotate about your own axis to be still pointing at the center. So then you repeat the process. Strafe left, move forward. Again, you've got to rotate 90 degrees about your own axis to be looking at the center. Now, albeit without the 90 degrees jerky analog, whatever you want to call it, binary motion, you're doing the same thing if you're following the center point. You are rotating about your own axis in order to be staring at the same point. What you're doing is saying, but if I only take the consideration of what I am looking at, which is also rotating, then I'm not rotating. You're convoluting the view from the non-inertial reference frame with the actual motion which can be observed from the inertial reference frame. And from the inertial reference frame, you can observe that you are rotating because you are.
No, Nathan. No. When I stand, I'm going to explain it again. When I stand, 1 second. When I stand, my God.
I'm here on camera.
Please leave me explain it.
You asked us to do, and I'm here on camera. trying to do what you asked. I don't want
Okay,
another.
let's see if you're doing it then. Let's show me.
I'm going to show you 3 different movements. Okay, guys?
Yeah,
You
we're
ready?
listening. Yeah.
Okay. This is the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm the moon. This is me not rotating. Now, I'm going to show you me not rotating, but it's going to look a little funny. It's going to look like what Brian is describing. I'm going to make one 360-degree rotation. Now my front is facing this wall, 180 degrees. Okay? 360. This is what Brian is saying. However, this is also a rotation. 180-degree change. 360 degrees.
Exactly, yes.
He just
I 100%
rotated,
agree.
Brian. But he just rotated about his own axis, didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. I just watched. I saw the back of him. I saw the back of him.
Oh my.
I saw it. Brian, stop. Please, Brian, please. Brian.
Oh, no.
Brian.
No.
Brian. Can you shut up, Neil? I saw the back of... I'm not getting chance being rumpus to all crap by Brian. I saw the back of him. I saw him turn around. He definitely rotated before my eyes. I saw the back of him.
You saw the back of him. You should have been seeing the front of him, or whatever. The point is that he went around the center point and kept his chest towards the center point. When he did what I was saying, he went around it, and also he went around it, and also he went around in 360. There's a claim of an orbit which is
he
360
rotated.
degrees. 1 second.
Yes, he rotated 360.
Went around the center point, he did, but he himself didn't rotate.
Yes, he did. I saw the back of him, Brian. Please stop repeating yourself over. Brian, Brian, you're just yammering the same thing 15 times over and over again.
You're just wrong.
Okay, Brian, I don't need you to tell me that he didn't rotate or that I'm wrong through the top of me 5 more times. Thank you.
I didn't say he didn't rotate.
Yeah, that means please can I reply without your constant and incessant yammering? No, Brian, he definitely rotated. I saw his face, then I saw his back, then I saw his face again. He definitely rotated.
Yes, but not on his own axis.
Yeah, that was on his own axis.
Can I say something, please? I observed that, Nathan. And from what I see him demonstrate, what Elijah just did, he was facing, let's say 12 o'clock, facing us. And as he came around to 360 degrees, even though his back was to us, as he went back around to 12 o'clock, he was still facing the center. He never literally spun himself.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Exactly.
I watched him do it.
He didn't.
Okay, so if he didn't spin... Okay, stop. Let me just ask a logical question. If he did not spin, why did I see the back of him?
Because when you saw the front of him, he was at the other side. When you saw the back of him, he was at your side. That's the point.
So he turned around then. So he turned around then.
Rotated. Give me a second to speak to you.
Just answer my question. So did he...
Why?
Because I just got a question to ask. Did he turn around then?
Yes, he... You know what?
He went
Nathan
around. He done a 360 degrees around the center point. Yes, but he didn't rotate on his own axis. Not on his own axis. He didn't.
Yes, he did. I watched him do it.
Listen.
I watched him not do it.
Listen, I asked you in the beginning, Brian, if something has to be in a fixed for you to think you never answered that.
Just can't
hear you, Elon.
Okay, look. Nathan.
Hey, you guys can't hear me or what?
You were breaking
There's
up now.
someone talking. I can't hear you.
Somebody's talking in the background.
Yeah, it was D-Rose's mic open.
I think D-Rose wanted to add something, but he was just taking the
When
opportunity.
Elijah was talking, D-Rose's mic was open.
Oh, okay.
-5 points, D-Rose. Thank you for the PayPal, by the way.
My bad. I'm sorry.
No, what was I saying? Oh, okay. When I went around the first time, I demonstrated me not turning at all. There was zero rotation. The other two times, I most definitely made a 360-degree turn. Okay, with respect to myself. I knew that I was in an orientation pointing towards the wall, and then I knew I was in an orientation pointing towards another wall, 180 degrees. Like, that's a rotation. When you say, yeah, but it's not a rotation on your axis, do I have to be standing still for that to be the case? Is that what you think?
No, the second one you did, where you went around the center point, but you also turned you also turned around 360.
Yeah.
The second one was 360-degree rotations. The third one was just one 360-degree rotation.
Just listen to your own words. You turned around. He did. Yes, he did.
No, that was wrong, because we're talking about one rotation, right?
No, we're talking about two, Elon. That's the claim of the heliocentric claim. That's the point.
I'm trying to clear up what you said.
Yeah, go on.
The first time I went, I didn't rotate at all. The second time I went, I turned around 360 degrees. The third time I went, I turned around 360 degrees.
Yeah, the second time was opposite. Hold on. The second time was opposite to the axis of rotation he's spinning around. And the third time was with the axis, therefore is tidally locked. But he still absolutely has to turn around his own axis. In both instances, either turning away from the axis of rotation with respect to the center point, or with it, you still have to turn about your own axis.
No, Nathan. What's happening with the third one, which is Eli's last one, where he stays facing the center, that's a product, or I keep saying this, of the orbit. That is not him rotating on his own axis. The second one was him orbiting and rotating on his own axis.
Same shit, man. All I did was turn
supposed to be two 360-degree rotations, not one.
One turn. It was one turn in each instance. One. What is wrong?
The second one you rotated yourself and you went around the center point.
We're talking about yes, I did, but I still only made one circle, one rotation, just one.
No, the second one was two rotations.
You're trying to say, well, the second one was a rotation because it proves what I'm saying, but the third one wasn't.
Yeah, the second one would make Brian's point true. If the hold on. If the axis of rotation for the moon in the claimed heliocentric motion was the opposite direction, then its rotation about its axis would cause us to see the back of it. But because it's with our rotation, it remains tidally locked. It doesn't alter the fact that it has to rotate about its own axis in order to achieve that. Like my drone has to turn 90 each time it strafes and moves forward. It still has to turn about its own axis to keep looking at the center.
It's not turning about its own axis. That's the point I'm making. It's not. You're confusing it.
Let me address his point directly. You do not describe rotation from another body.
We're not describing it from another body. My God. Why are you? Oh my God, I can't believe we're bringing this up again.
The moon's rotation from Earth, and you're saying that it's not rotating.
I'm not.
You don't describe it that way.
I'm not. I'm saying that you're only referencing one 360-degree. I'm talking about two. The orbit is one, and the product of that orbit will be.
The orbit has nothing to do with direction.
Oh my God, I'm trying to explain something to you.
Stop it.
It has everything to do with what you're talking about. The orbit is the reason for it.
Look, both of you stop, or I'll get the hose.
It's fucking ridiculous. Sorry for the language. It's ridiculous.
I made two.
Can I say something?
There's the orbit and there's the rotation. I did that in both instances still. So it would be more than, it would be two circles, because you're trying to say one is two circles and the other wasn't. It's like, no, I did the same exact thing for 2 and 3.
The claim.
Can I say something? From what I observed, the only way that he did not rotate at all is if he remained facing the camera as he went around 360 degrees. Being like Nathan said, that's what I was thinking about. Being that he was once facing the camera and then kept stepping, but then gave his back to the camera, he did one rotation on his own axis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But what do you mean exactly? That's completely contrary to what you're claiming.
And went.
That's completely contrary to your claim, Brian. Akin
It's
to.
not contrary to my claim.
Right, let
I'm
me
not
try.
making a claim.
Okay, let's just try once more. Everybody clear the airwaves, just me and Brian, just for 2 more minutes. Right. My drone example again, but I'm going to give it differently. You approach the roundabout that's spinning, and you're looking at the axis as you approach. Then you strafe left, fly forward to the point where your shoulder's to the axis, and then fly forward again. So now the roundabout is essentially behind you. Then you strafe right. You're still facing the same wall, and the roundabout is now behind you. You can't see the roundabout at all. I'm effectively describing the motion that Eli took in camera. Then we strafe all the way to the right, and then go backwards. So now our left shoulder is pointing towards the axis. Then we go all the way to the back point, and then back to where we started. In order to achieve that, that would be not rotating the drone around its own axis. You would lose view of the roundabout as you perform that motion. In other words, to not rotate means that you cannot keep looking at the center point.
No,
right.
That
And you
is
just
rotating.
described an orbit. What you just did was describe an orbit, Nathan. That is an orbit.
That's
yes,
not.
it
He
is.
described an orbit and a rotation. What you just described there was an orbit of the center point and a rotation of the drone.
No, let me try once more.
It is
No,
a
it's fine,
rotation of the
You
drone
just
because-
didn't stop. I'm not going to accuse you of not listening, but you haven't understood what I've just described. Drone flies forward and then strafes left. Do you know what I mean by strafe? You've already said you do. Right.
Yeah.
So,
What you're
just
doing
hear
is you're
me
keeping the
out.
drone
Just
point.
please go
you're
with me.
keeping the-
Otherwise, this will take
you're
forever.
No, I won't. Because what you're doing is you're trying to cheat and keep the drone pointed in the same direction of view. That's not what I'm talking
Yeah, that's
about.
the only way.
You're cheating.
Yeah, okay.
You're cheating.
I'm not cheating. I'm just saying that's the only
Yes,
way I
you
can get the
are.
drone. Can I go respond or not? No, someone else is going to pipe up. The only way I can get the drone to not rotate about its own axis is to strafe left, move forward. Now we're definitely not looking at the axis anymore. Then carry on past the roundabout. So I can't even see it anymore. That is the only way that I can make this drone maneuver and not have it rotate about its own axis.
Well, what you're describing there is the first one that Eli did. Eli did 3 different ones.
Yeah.
The first one is exactly what you're describing.
Yes.
The second one is what I'm describing. And the third one is what you think is a rotation of its own axis and an orbit when it's not.
It was. I saw his back. I saw. Stop a second. I want to respond to what Brian said. I want to respond to him. No, Brian. In the third example, that is to say, the second example is counter rotation. He's going the opposite direction. When he rotates with the orientation of the body that is the non-inertial body, the body in the center, he had to show us his back. He had to turn about his own axis in order to keep looking at the center point.
In the second one is what I'm talking about. The second one Eli did.
Yeah,
where he
I
went
get
around
that.
the center point.
I get
and
that.
he
If the
rotated
moon
himself.
turned the other way,
What they're
I
claiming,
get that.
Nathan.
I got you the first time, and I agreed. Yes, if the moon travelled, if its rotational direction was opposite, then it would have to show us its
It doesn't matter
arse.
if it's opposite or with it. It doesn't matter.
It
about
does.
opposite.
It fundamentally matters.
It doesn't matter.
It
if
does.
It's opposite or with it.
Yes, it does.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does.
I just showed you that it does matter. I did literally with a demonstration.
Well, this is a good learning experience because the first thing that Nathan described in the circling of the central point is an orbit. It has nothing to do with the direction you're facing. It's not a centralized point. It's not out. It's not towards the sun. You describe rotation with respect to the body that is turning. You don't describe it with respect to the Earth. That is wrong. In their paradigm, you don't do that. I don't know why you're imposing that on them if we're going to say within their paradigm.
Yeah,
It's not
now I
fair.
see why your
I'm not
objection comes
imposing it
right.
on them.
It's a problem for Einstein as well, isn't it? Even in the updated paradigm, you can only do it from one position.
Yeah, I'm not imposing that on them. I'm talking about two 360-degree rotations because that's what they're claiming. You're describing
An orbit
one 360-degree
and
rotation around a center point that because it's rotating around the center point, it has a product of the orbit, but it's not. Itself is not the thing itself is not rotating on
Yeah,
its own axis at the same time.
It
No,
has
it is
to.
not.
It has to.
It's not, because if it was,
has
that at some
to
point they
remain
read in the
fixed at
degree
that
at some
point.
point the back of the moon would be showing.
Only if it was.
That's what I'm
only if it was.
pointing out.
Oh, stop!
The
Let me
second-
respond. Let me respond. Only if it was rotating in the opposite direction. It can rotate with the direction of the non-inertial frame of reference and never show its arse. It can still and must still rotate about its own axis. Why am I getting rumpus to all crap? It can and must rotate about its own axis in order to remain reference locked with the center point, the axis in the middle. It must rotate like Eli had to show us his back.
Nathan, they're claiming an orbit, right, and a 360-degree rotation of the moon.
And they've got it.
What you're describing and what John is
they have it,
describing
but
and what the diagrams
no.
are showing is not a 360-degree rotation
Yes,
of
it
the
did.
moon.
Yes, it did.
It's
It
an
showed.
orbit
Yes, it
of the
did. It
globe.
showed it turn. Blue
Not
was facing
showing
up.
it's not
Blue was
showing
facing
it
out.
turning.
Brian,
Nathan,
please.
It's not. At what
Why'd you
point
make it
is
so
doing
bloody
360
unbelievably
degrees?
painful to respond to anything you say? No,
And
it
it's
did.
easy. Hang on a second. And
You
it's
say
easy
something,
for
I
me,
try
is
and
it?
counter you, and
it's
you
easy for
won't let
It's you
me. You
speaking
just
through
won't let me counter
Every
you.
time I speak,
You say it
you're
won't.
speaking through me, or John is speaking through me, and you're allowing him to speak through me.
Yeah, because I heard what you
It's
said.
easy
You
for
said
me,
it
is
doesn't
it?
rotate. I heard.
Is it
Now I'm
easy for
countering
me?
that, and you're not letting me counter it. I heard you claim it does not rotate. Yes, it does. I watched it. It's in the diagram. Blue faces up, then blue faces out, then blue faces down, then blue faces out again. It is matter of fact rotating. You're saying no, it doesn't. Well, then you're denying the evidence of your own eyes and watching it do it.
I'm not watching it rotate. I'm watching it orbit around the center point. It itself is not rotating while it's orbiting.
Yes,
It's
I did.
supposed to be orbiting and rotating itself. Both
Yes,
things
I
are
did.
supposed to be happening. Sorry, Eli.
Yes, I did, Brian. But yes, I did to show you that that's exactly what's happening. Yes, I did.
Yeah, I watched him.
Yes, I did. Absolutely. Number three, third time I was orbiting the bag or the moon. I most definitely was still turning.
You were
to do
turning
that.
around the center point, but you yourself weren't turning simultaneously.
Yes, he was.
That
Or
is
we
their
wouldn't have
claim.
seen. Yeah, or we wouldn't have seen his back, Brian.
He's making an orbit of the center point, right? But he himself is not doing a 360-degree rotation.
Did we watched him? We saw his face, then we saw his back. Brian, stop.
You understand what?
Brian,
what's
please stop. I'm
180?
just trying to respond to what you said.
If what?
I'm trying to
if
respond to
I'm
what you
not- hold on a
said.
second.
No, I'm not allowed to
Jesus.
respond to what you said. Yeah, we matter of fact saw his face, saw his shoulder, saw his back, saw his other shoulder, then saw his face again. That's what we saw.
Yes, while he was orbiting the center point. I 100% agree. But he did not rotate himself. A rotation is 360 degrees.
And that's what he did.
Turn 180 degrees.
And that's what he did.
Stand up and turn 180 degrees.
That's what he did.
Okay.
That's what he did do.
There's Eli.
Hold on, let's get the demo again. Sorry, John, to cut you off. Let's get the demo again. Wait 1 second. Let me pin you. Hold on. Let me pin you. Go.
All right, I was going to wipe mine. But forget it. Okay, this is me. This is me orbiting, not rotating. This
Stop.
is me.
Stop. Do we all agree that Eli did not rotate about his own axis. Can we all agree?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Right.
Duh.
He did not.
Yes,
He did not rotate about his own axis. Demonstration 2.
Yes.
Go ahead, Eli.
Okay. This is me. 180 degrees now.
Has he turned about his own axis, Brian? Stop. Stay where you are with your back to us. Has he turned around his own axis, Brian?
How come he didn't do the second one?
Hold
How
on.
come he went
Just
straight to
answer
the
the
third one?
question. Has he turned about his own axis
From
or
our
not?
point of view, he has, but he himself.
Right. We've been trying to tell you the whole time that from the inertial frame of reference, you are turning.
That's not their claim, my God. How many times do I have to... That's not their claim, Nathan. Their claim is that Eli
Yes, it is.
is rotating
absolutely is.
as he's orbiting. Not that he's just orbiting.
like
What
he just
Eli
did.
is showing there is just
Like
an
he just
orbit.
did. Like he just did. Like
He just did it.
How do you not
He's
see
just
this?
showing an orbit. He is not showing a rotation.
He did
while he's orbiting.
rotate. He turned his back on us.
That is not. That is a product of his orbit of the center point.
I don't care what you want to call it a product
Wrong.
of. He factually did turn about his own axis. It doesn't matter what it's a product of.
No, he didn't turn about his own axis.
He did.
His
We
axis
watched him. He turned
He
around.
didn't. His orientation is still to the center.
Ryan, I asked you a question a while ago. Now, I mean, look. 360, right? 360, right? I asked you.
Yes.
Is it only 360 if I stand in the same place? Because what if I do this? Then what? Then what?
He's still turning around his own axis, Brian.
No, that is going around the center point. That is not you also making a 360.
He did.
You were making a 360 around the center point. You were not making a 360 yourself
He
simultaneously.
did. We watched, Brian. You're denying the evidence of your own eyes. He did. We just watched him.
That is not their claim, Nathan. They're claiming that the moon is rotating 360 degrees as well as making an orbit. That's still 360 degrees. What you're showing is a product of the orbit, not a rotation of the circle.
You don't know what an orbit is or rotate.
Let me go back. Okay, if you want to call me, want to say something about me, Grant, let me go back. The globe Earth orbits the sun, right? In the paradigm, it orbits the sun. It also rotates itself 360 degrees. Doesn't matter if it happens in a day or if it happens in a month. The point is, it also rotates itself. That's how they describe day and night. Now, how would day and night work? Because that's exactly the same thing as claimed to be happening with the moon and the globe. The exact same thing. That's
No,
exactly
it isn't.
what, yes, it is.
You're wrong.
An orbit.
You're
Hang
factually
on.
incorrect.
No, I have it from NASA. An orbit and a 360 degree rotation of its own axis. That means at some point, right?
You're wrong.
Do we have to see the other side of the moon?
No, we don't. Not in that paradigm. No, we don't.
That's not. No. What
Here's my question.
you are being hoodwinked by what they're trying to explain to you, which is not what they're trying to claim.
You hoodwinked.
Listen. For Brian's advocate, the perspective of the viewers from Earth looking up at the sky. That's what we're talking about. What they're supposed to see. Now, when Eli did that, when he did spin around, when he got from 12 to 6 and his back was to the camera, is the camera the observer or the observer's in the center of the Earth looking outward at the hands of the clock? That's the thing. Because that's the thing. Where is the moon and where is the people viewing it who's seeing this other side or is only seeing the face side that is not rotating but is orbiting?
Let me ask
you. You can't do that now. You can't say, oh, we can't beg the question now that we've been begging the question. That's not fair.
No, he didn't say that. He never mentioned begging the question at all. It's a complete straw.
Can you respond to him, just John, if I may? Okay. So my bag, right? Never mind what you saw in my bag. That's Earth, okay? My bag is Earth. I was the moon. So when I made that third circle and my chest was, or my face was facing the bag the entire time, was I not rotating when that was the case?
You rotated around it, but you
I'm
yourself
asking you,
didn't
Rose.
rotate on your axis. There's a difference.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking
Oh, sorry.
Eli, I didn't see the demonstration with the bag. Only demonstration I saw was you said this is the Earth and it's stationary. Was that the one when you first pounded? You hit something on the floor?
Yeah, that's the bag.
Okay, that was the bag, and the bag was stationary, not rotating, not doing anything, right? Not orbiting, just
that doesn't really matter.
Whether the bag is moving or not is irrelevant.
Okay,
Because if the bag were spinning, it wouldn't change the fact that all
you could see the
sides
front.
around it would eventually still see the front of me regardless.
There you go. Exactly. It doesn't matter whether it was spinning or not. Everybody's only going to see the front of the rotating, orbiting. Right.
My question to you was, when my chest was facing the center,
Right.
was I rotating when that was the case?
Okay, your face, you never, even when you did the thing with the back to the camera, your chest was always facing the center where the bag was.
I'm asking you a question. Did I do a 360 rotation?
No, you orbited.
No, you orbited.
Yeah,
because your chest was always facing the bag.
Yeah,
which is the
you
Earth.
did a 360 of the bag, not a 360 simultaneously with you.
So when I moved around the bag the first time, D Rose,
facing the camera, facing the camera.
the camera the entire time, I was not rotating. The other two times,
you were.
Wasn't. Let me ask you again. My camera's on, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
okay, here you go.
Rose, forget this.
Gotcha.
Is this a rotation?
Yes.
360 degrees.
Yes.
I don't know why we're lost then.
Because you didn't do that. What you just did there was not equivalent. It was not. It was a false equivalence. One second. Hang on. There's your bag. Now, right. You're going around it like that. No, what you did, you went sideways. That is not what was. You went side. No, going sideways is not.
Yeah, you're not spinning, bro.
You're not doing it correctly. You're intentionally doing it wrong. You're messing. Go around it with your chest towards it at all times.
Look, I asked Brian Neal, right?
Eli.
I asked Brian if I do this is a 360. He said yes. I said if I do this instead, because I asked him, I said, do I have to be at a single point right here and rotate?
No, that's not our claim.
I'm talking to Neil. So I asked him, y'all heard me ask him, I said, do I have to be stationary in order for this to count as 360 degrees? He said no. I said, okay. I said, well, what's this then?
Same thing. Exact same thing.
That's 360 degrees.
It's not. You're not rotating on your axis. I know it's straight. You can walk around 360 degrees around the bag, but you're supposed to be doing 360 degrees. You're not listening to me. You're supposed to be doing 2. Yeah. Hang on.
Hold on, Eli.
Hang on.
Hold on, Eli. Hold on. As exasperated as you are, hold on. Guys. Hold on, Eli. Eli, you've got to stop at some point. You've got to let him respond.
Well, I'm trying to finish. This is my last point. Like John just told you, okay? With the inertial reference, me moving, it doesn't matter where I am, what I'm doing, walking forward, can I walk forward and spin? I kind of can, but it's hard. But this is my axis of rotation right here. No matter what this is doing, if I'm doing this, I'm turning. So even if I'm walking in a circle, I'm still turning.
Exactly.
But he's saying that's not the case.
I'm saying that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you're rotating 360 degrees around the bag, but you are not rotating yourself on your axis at the same time. Right? I'm going to share my screen. Right?
Exactly.
Share screen. Right? Right.
You already are.
Continue.
You already are.
1 second.
You're already sharing.
But
that
I'm
you have-
trying to share my. I'm going to share my phone screen, Nathan.
Okay.
but if I have to be fixed,
Hang on.
if I be in a fixed position to
One second.
rotate,
Can you see me now?
Oh, hold
Can
on,
you see me?
hold on, Eli. Just let him get his bit in. Go on, Brian.
Can you see me? Right.
You.
Can you see me now?
Oh, right. You want your camera? Hold on. Just give me a sec. Right, everyone camera today. Yeah, now we got you. Go ahead.
Maybe if I turn it sideways, is that better for you to see me?
Doesn't matter. You're
Or is
just
it
as
better?
handsome either way.
I'll turn it up again. Hang on 1 second.
No,
Yeah,
you
that's
were
good.
He's a right big. He's
Right there.
right big in it.
Right there.
Which way was better?
That like that.
The other way
Stay
or
like
this
that. That's good. That's good.
yeah.
Right. Okay. Right. I have a thing of water on the floor. Right. I'm going to orbit it. Right. Keeping my chest towards it. Right. That is an orbit. Right. Now I'm going to go in the same direction, but I'm going to also rotate 360 degrees on my own axis.
Ah.
That was
That's what I've been
that's
trying to tell you.
720. That's 720 degrees on your own axis.
Yeah, they're claiming 360 degrees. That's
Hold
the
on.
point.
Hold on.
They're not just claiming
Just one
one.
second.
They're claiming two.
Hold on a second. Brian, did you hear what John just said to you?
Yes.
That was 720 degrees that you rotated through on an axis.
That's what they're claiming, Nathan. They're claiming an orbit and a rotation, a full rotation. That's 360 degrees on my own axis.
Yeah, but you went beyond
And I just showed
360. But you went in the motion. You went beyond
Yeah,
that
yeah,
because you were also circling a central point. You went through more than one rotation about your own axis. Whereas the first time you only went through one rotation about your own axis.
But
you rotated. You rotated at 3 o'clock. Then you rotated again at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I might have rotated more than they wanted me to do, but the point is, over the course of a month, what they're claiming is happening is this kind of thing over the course of a month. That's what they're claiming is happening. No, they're claiming at some point that I'm going to have my back to that.
That would be but that's you not rotate, Brian. But that's you not rotating.
What do you mean? But I'm actually rotating as I'm rotating around it.
No, you weren't. You didn't rotate.
That's what Eli said from the beginning, I think.
Yes, because the only time you can see his back is when he does more than 360 degrees. That's why we saw what we saw, because he did more than 360 degrees, and that's the problem. But if you do one rotation, you're either going to go counter or with the point of like
with the rotation.
I think we're wrong.
Yeah, you're either going to go against or with the.
Neil, they're claiming. This is what you're not understanding. They're not claiming just one 360 degrees. They're claiming two. They're claiming not only am I going around here, but I'm also going around like that.
Okay,
That's what they're claiming. That would be a rotation.
Just before
on
John
my
interrupts you, Brian. So what you're saying is there's an extra rotation they're claiming, but can you now concede that the first rotation is still a rotation about its own axis? Can you concede that now?
I don't know how I can concede that because I'm rotating. I'm not going around on my axis. I'm going around the circle around the center point.
Yeah, we are. We can see your ass now.
Yeah, but I'm not going around in 360.
You are.
I'm going around.
Okay, Brian. Hold on. Let me just ask you a couple of questions, Brian. Brian.
That's 180.
Hold on, Brian. Just one sec.
360.
Brian, I'm trying to work with me. Can you see your window now?
Yes.
No, you've had to turn around. Can you see your window now?
Yeah.
No, without turning around.
Degrees.
Without turning
180
around.
Degrees.
Just, you're not going with me. Look back at the camera.
What do you want me to do?
Stop. Can you see your window when you're looking at the camera?
No, I'll have to go around the other side.
Right. So if you now do your what you call orbit, will you then see the window?
If I
orbit without rotation.
If you just do a normal orbit.
Just go around your glass of water.
Yeah. I will eventually see it when I get around
right,
to the area.
so therefore you've had to turn around on your own axis, haven't you?
I've had to. Well, that's not my own axis. My own axis hasn't changed.
That is your axis.
My axis is here. if I want to turn around, if my axis is here,
No,
right, that's the axis.
orbital.
But I'm going around the axis of the globe here.
Yeah, that's the second
When I'm
axis.
going around like this, that's the axis
I
of the
get
globe,
that.
right?
I understand what you're saying.
motion.
There's a second axis. But in order for you to maintain your view on that axis that you're also turning around with, you yourself have to turn about your own axis. That's why you turn your back to us, because you're turning around.
My orientation, my orientation will change as I go around it. But
Yeah.
my axis is not changing. I'm not rotating
Yeah,
myself.
you are.
I'm rotating around.
Yeah, you
a
are.
different
Hence, you can see your
but
window.
I'm rotating in.
You are.
I'm rotating
By
in relation to
definition,
the
you are.
axis of the thing in the center. I myself are not rotating on my axis.
You just said, I am rotating with respect to the axis. I am not rotating. That's what you've just said.
No. I didn't. You didn't hear me. I said I'm not rotating with respect to. I am rotating with respect to the axis in the center.
Yeah. Ergo, you
I'm
are
not
rotating.
with respect. Just leave me on. Leave
But
me.
there's two
Hang on.
rotations
Would you please leave
happening
me
there.
get to the end of what I'm trying to say?
Okay, go on.
Right. I am rotating in relation to the axis in the center. Right. I'm not rotating in relation to the axis in the center and my axis, which is what they're claiming. They're claiming two rotations. Two, not one. That's the point I'm making.
Let me go ahead and explain to you where the two are, because you're missing
what
it.
you're going to
You
say
are
is that
orbiting.
I know what you're going to
the
say is that when I'm
circle that
around
you
here,
want-
that's 180.
Yeah, you're not
That's
gonna
what
It
you're going to
is.
say.
It is. It is.
It's not 180.
Yes, it is.
So Brian,
when you
This
No,
is
hold on.
180.
It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing.
You're missing the point, Nathan. You're missing the point.
That's the point. Let me ask you again for the third time, Brian. So when you were standing in that next to the window, damn, I needed the visual kind of.
No, you don't.
When you were standing next to the window,
sorry, little fella.
It's all right. If you're
Sorry, I was
standing,
talking to my cat. Sorry, I was on.
Oh, I thought you were talking to Eli. I'm sorry, little fella. I'll put my camera back on for you.
No, I'm not calling him little fatty. Come on, that's me cat.
So I asked you, is the only way for you to make a 360-degree rotation is to stand in the same point where you're at now without moving in a circle, well, moving in an arc around the cup. Like if you're standing
on my
right,
axis, on the axis I'm on.
Okay, so you think that a single point is an axis?
No, my axis is right down through the center of me.
Of you, right? So when you move, hold on,
I'm moving my axis around this axis.
Wait. So your axis continues to move, with you, right?
On my axis here is I'm going around this
Don't
axis.
describe the axis of the cup. Just the axis of you. I just want to know about the axis of you. So right now it's where you are, right?
Well, my axis is always down through my center.
Okay, so if you move,
right, I move my axis as well.
So you're rotating about your own axis then?
So
no,
the
I'm
axis-
not.
Yeah, you are.
I'm rotating around this axis.
This is very tricky.
Nathan, it was too soon.
I'm sorry.
It's too soon. So look, Brian. All right. So you're standing there. If you were to take the step to the left, you're saying I'm moving my axis, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but you your axis is always going to be with you. So no matter where you are, if you make a 360-degree turn, that's still a 360-degree turn on your axis, regardless of where you're moving.
No.
Oh,
that's the thing.
Here's a
That's
better
the thing.
question.
Let me put it back to the globe out, right, and the sun. When the globe out is orbiting the sun, right, when that globe out rotates once every 24 hours, that's a 360-degree rotation. At some point, the sun will hit one side, then it'll hit the other side, because it's showing both sides.
True.
Right, all of the to the sun, the face of the sun. So if you take the sun to be the globe out and the globe out to be the moon, what they're claiming concerning the moon, right, is exactly the same as what's happening with the sun and the moon. They're saying the same thing is happening with the moon and the globe out. But then they're trying to say it's not happening. It is happening, but it's not happening. They're trying to claim that there is a second 360-degree rotation like we have with the globe Earth and the sun, but there is no other side of the moon. That's the point. They're claiming for the sun, it's an orbit and a rotation. 1 second, John. For the sun, it's an orbit of the sun and a rotation of the globe. For the globe Earth, for the moon, it's an orbit of the globe, but there's no rotation of the moon. You understand?
No, that's not correct. I will tell you now.
Well, let me.
Are
Okay.
700.
Come on, Brian,
I'll
please.
say this.
Oh, Brian,
Go
come
for it,
on. Brian, it's unlistenable. Just let him say more than 3 words, please. Go on, John.
Right. They're claiming 720 degrees of total, right? Total spin. 360 orbital, 360 rotational of the moon. Now, that 360 rotational of the moon allows it to stay fixed on a centralized point. It's that simple.
Okay, John.
It cancels it out so that
Okay.
the same face is facing you. It's very simple.
Okay, John. Let me put it this way to you. Let's say the globe Earth holds the same side to the sun and it just orbits it. Is the globe Earth still doing 360 degrees on its own axis?
I didn't hear what you said. Are you describing the
If
rotation
we
of the
hold
moon from
1
Earth?
second. No.
Are you trying to describe the rotation of the moon from Earth?
You said you didn't
Yes
hear
or
what
no?
I said, and now you're trying to straw man me with something. It's funny how
Just
you're
asking
not
a
willing to
question.
listen.
Chill out. It's just asking you something. It's just getting
He's
clarity.
not. So he's trying to straw man me. He said, I didn't hear what you said. And then he's going to go on to build up some straw man. Now, let me get back to it. If, right, we hold one side of the globe Earth to the sun, right, in the heliocentric paradigm, and we just orbit the sun, right, the globe Earth never rotates and shows the other side. Can you claim the globe Earth is making 360-degree rotation?
Once a year. Yes, once a year. Within their
But
paradigm.
it's not rotating on its own axis.
Yes, it would have to, else it wouldn't keep facing the sun.
But it's not
Do you not
rotating on its
understand
own
what I'm saying?
axis. So when it is, okay then, John, when it's rotating and orbiting, then what's it rotating on?
Its axis.
It's rotating on its own axis. It's orbiting.
So
it's
its own
orbiting
axis,
with relation
right?
to something
when it's
else's
rotating
Brian, I
axis.
can't hear him.
You're
Brian,
not listening.
Brian, you're rumpusing
I'm
the crap out of
answering
him.
you.
Brian, I can't hear him.
It is rotating with respect to its own axis. It orbits with respect to something else's axis. Do you understand that?
Exactly. My point all along. Then it's
No, it
rotating
isn't.
with
No, it
respect to
isn't,
some
'cause you
other
don't
axis,
understand what I
not
just said.
rotating
Hold
around
on.
its own one.
Hold on, John.
That's been my point all along. If the globe Earth held only one side to the sun, then it's rotating, then it's orbiting. Let's call it a rotate. Let's keep the orbit out of it. It's rotating around the sun with respect to the sun's axis, but it's not rotating around its own one. They're trying to claim that the moon is rotating around the globe Earth and also rotating around its own axis. It's not.
You don't describe rotation with respect to the sun's axis. You don't describe the moon's rotation with respect to the Earth's axis. Why do you
do
keep
that?
doing
Another
it?
straw man.
Why are you
what I
rumpusing
said.
him? I can hardly hear him. He's saying you don't describe it with respect to something else's axis, like you when you said, "Am I turning?" I only describe it with respect to myself. Correct. So you're only going to describe it with respect to the moon's axis. If you're going to describe whether or not it's doing it, it's just, is it doing it or isn't it? Is it turning about its axis or not? And in this case, yep, it is.
Okay, let me ask you something, Nathan. Is the globe Earth orbiting the sun via the sun's axis?
Yeah, that's what you describe an orbit as.
Right. Is the globe Earth also rotating around on its own axis once a day?
According to their model, yes.
Right. Is the moon orbiting the globe Earth based on the globe Earth's axis?
Yes.
Nathan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is the moon rotating around on its own axis like the globe Earth does around the sun?
Not exactly the same, but yes, it rotates about its own axis in their model. Yes.
It's not, Nathan. It's not.
Okay.
It's not doing that. It's not making that same motion. That's the point.
It is not doing it every 24 hours. It's doing it every 28 days.
It's not doing it every 28 days. I'm not claiming it's doing it every 24 hours. Fuck off with the straw man.
No swearing.
I've had enough of you. I've had enough of you.
Right, you compared the Earth
I didn't say 24 hours.
and then you
I
compared
talked
the moon
about the
to the Earth,
motions.
and you're telling me it's a straw man when I point out where you're wrong? You're kidding me.
I've just shown you
Can you both stop yelling at each other? Stop. It's good discussion.
You added 24 hours in, John. Brian never said 24 hours.
Oh,
Stop it.
There's not 24 hours in a day, Neil.
Nobody did Neil say there wasn't 24 hours in a day. No one mentioned that in about 24 hours, John.
I have a quick question.
Hold on a second. Yes, you did. Stop a second. Stop.
Oh my God.
Stop. Brian compared it to the day and night cycle. So yeah, he did. He introduced it. Neil.
I introduced a rotation on its axis. I introduced a rotation on the globe's axis. That's what I introduced. Yeah. I don't care if it happens in 24 hours. Don't care if it happens in 28 days. The point is over 28 days, the moon would have to rotate around. We'd have to see the other side of it. Because if you were standing on the sun, looking at the globe Earth, every 24 hours, you're going to see, over 24 hours, you're going to see every part of that. Now, it's the same thing with the moon. You should see every part of this supposed moon. If you're on the globe, you should see every part of the supposed moon over the course of 28 days.
No.
I got a quick question before I go, guys. Quick question before I go. I got to go back to work. If you're on a, I know this is. I wouldn't say this is a false dichotomy or whatever, but still, if you're on a Ferris wheel and you're standing in one position and you're facing the center of the Ferris wheel, and the Ferris wheel spins you around, the Ferris wheel is rotated. But have you rotated?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. You know that thing.
All right, love you guys. Talk to you later.
You don't understand rotation if you ask that question.
Yeah, but no, they was just pointing out something there. Right? There used to be this other thing where you'd stand at the wall and this thing would spin.
You are rotating on something else's axis. That is how they describe orbits. That is not how you describe your rotation with respect to something else's axis. It means you don't understand what you're talking about.
Exactly, John.
And you need to stop speaking with confidence about it because it's blatant at this point.
Which means you're wrong concerning the moon.
No.
Why? I don't understand. Eli was right before. Sorry.
No. What you just did was introduce someone on a non-inertial reference frame.
Correct. That is not how you describe your rotation, right? That is not.
Do I have to bring up the globe Earth and the sun again?
No, it's just unfair because listen, there's no way in hell. Look, if I'm changing direction, then I'm turning. That's it. Like,
yeah, but that doesn't mean you're turning on your axis.
Unless you're denying that if I'm turning, I'm changing direction, there really is nothing to be said, because whether I stay in the same spot and do a 360 or do a 360 by walking in a circle, the bottom line is I'm still going to change direction because I'm rotating on top of orbiting, something in the middle if you want.
Right.
Yeah.
So
you're going around an orbit, but you're not. You're going around an orbit, but you're not rotating on your own axis. The moon is going around in an orbit, but it's not rotating on its own axis.
Do they claim that the Earth is part of the non-inertial reference frame for this equivalence to count in any way? Do they claim that the Earth is part or the Moon is part of the non-inertial? Because you don't understand rotation. I can tell you that as a fact right now, without doubt or exception.
Why'd you do that to me, John? Have you lost it?
Yeah, why are you belittling everybody? I noticed that today, John.
It's not belittling people. It's just telling them they don't understand. They're convoluting. They're convoluting rotation. Hello.
That's a fucking straw man, ain't it, Neil?
Yeah,
that's
total
a straw man, John. Yeah, you're straw manning people. And you're just there wasn't a straw man. That was just
stop a second.
Straw man is not belittling somebody.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Right, number one, no, it's not a straw man. No, he's not attacking people personally. He's pointing out that there's a convolution between orbital motion and rotation. That's it. He's right. John's right. Don't start attacking him for something he's just pointing out as to be correct.
Tell you why he's wrong to say that to me.
Well, you interrupted me, and then John started screaming at you because I actually wasn't finished.
Who cares? He's right. He's got a point, and he's vehement about it, and I don't blame him.
Of course, why would you?
Oh, here we go.
You think Brian's right because now you're seeing that he's being slighted, maybe. But the bottom line is, I have to rotate.
No, Eli, I'm trying to understand. I don't know who's right now.
Okay, but it's easy to understand. I asked Brian for a reason. Is the only way for you to do a 360-degree rotation is if you stand in one place. He said, no. Great. If I walk around in a circle, that could be considered an orbit and a change in my own direction.
No, Eli, that's not correct.
Now you're cutting me off again,
that's
Brian.
not. You've left out the most important point of what I said.
Because I'm saying what I'm saying.
The most important point.
I'm saying what I'm saying, and you're cutting me off. And
because you're after just misrepresenting me. Absolutely misrepresenting me. I can't believe you're doing this to me.
When he interrupted
You've completely misrepresented what I said.
Me, did I misrepresent him, or was I saying what I was saying?
I'd like to summarise Brian's position. There's no axial rotation of the orbit of the moon if you observe it from the non-inertial frame of reference. That's Brian's position.
That's not my position.
It is. You just don't know it.
No, my position is this, Nathan, that what they're claiming concerning the moon, there isn't a 360-degree orbit. Sorry, a 360-degree
now you're doing it to him,
on its axis. On its axis. There isn't a 360-degree rotation on its axis. Like with the globe Earth, there is an orbit and a 360-degree rotation. I don't care about the time frame. There is both.
If you're moving, is it not considered a rotation on your axis then? I keep asking you, you're like, what is your answer to that? If you're spinning, right, but you're also walking
not on your axis. If you spin around in a circle, then that's on your axis. If you go around something in a circle, then that's on the axis of the thing you're going around. Different axes.
So it's giving you a different answer, Eli, saying you can only spin about your own axis if you're stationary and on one spot, because if you turn around a different point as you turn, you're not turning, according to Brian.
Well, that's what I'm asking, but I don't think that's what he's saying.
No, what I'm saying...
That's not what he said.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. It's another misrepresentation. It seems to me, Neil, I'm getting misrepresented. This represented here like mad and strawmanned and insulted.
And Nathan said something, and now you completely forgot what I said. I don't want you to focus on him right now if you think that he's not articulated your point.
You do whatever you like, Brian. You're your own boss.
But I did ask you. I said, if you move, are you rotating? You seem to think that because it's walking around while keeping yourself fixed to the radius of the circle, like if you're walking around, do you know that counts as one rotation? You know what that is? A circle? 300. Listen, 360 degrees. That's what you get when you complete a circle. So
I 100% agree.
So if your shirt is facing the center the entire time, you're completing one rotation. Now you can rotate against that.
Absolutely.
You can rotate you can rotate against that, or you can rotate multiple times like you did to prove that you would spin on your axis as you're walking around the circle. But that's more than 360 degrees. Just walking around in a circle as you're staying fixed to the radius is one 360-degree rotation.
Yes, rotation around the axis of the center point, not around your axis. They're not claiming they're not claiming a rotation of one axis. They're claiming a rotation of two axes.
Right. The one axis is the Earth and its orbit. The other axis is the moon as it stays fixed upon a centralized point in that orbit.
John. Because how many rotations are happening with the orbit and the rotation? Hang on. Let me ask you this. Hang on. Okay, John. Please, Eli.
Let him ask, Eli. Go ahead,
Let me
Brian.
ask. Okay, then. How many rotations are happening with the orbit and the rotation of the globe Earth? How many rotations are there? If there's two rotations happening with the moon faced with the same side towards the globe all the time, that's two. Then there must be three happening when the globe Earth is orbiting the sun and rotating on its own axis.
No, you're not getting it.
I'm just showing you the problem
you know
with your
what
own
a
logic.
sidereal day is. You know what a sidereal
I know what a sidereal day is. I know what a sidereal day is. I know it's a 360-degree rotation on its own axis.
No, it's not.
Now, yeah, based off of the stars.
No,
The sidereal is based off stars. Oh my God. The sidereal day is almost 24 hours. But this is a red herring to the point.
Correct. It is not
What's a solar
24
day?
hours.
What's a sidereal day? I know the difference between the two. I don't need to go into what a sidereal day is. I'm asking you a question.
Yes, you do, because
no,
it proves your point.
How you going to tell?
Disprove it then. Disprove it then. This proving of my point is not answering my question, is it? This is not you answering. This is not you answering what I asked you.
You're doing the same thing.
What I asked you.
You're doing the same thing.
Let me go ahead and tell you.
You did the same shit to me every single time, Brian.
I didn't do the same shit to you. I answered your question, Eli. You just don't like the answer.
No, you didn't. You're saying I'm not rotating.
I did answer your question. I agreed you're making a 360-degree rotation, but not of your axis.
Okay. So if I change direction 360 degrees, did I rotate on my axis? Yes or no? Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I didn't hear what you said.
If I turn directionally 360 degrees, is that a rotation of my axis?
I would have to say yes.
Like he did in the demonstration. Like he did.
I don't care if I'm walking around a circle because I've still turned 360 degrees.
Yeah, you did. But don't get so angry at Neil. I mean, we can easily subvert this point, Eli.
No.
You rotated around the axis of something else, not around your axis.
He's ignoring it.
Yeah, he did rotate around his own axis.
I'm saying it again. How many times do I have to answer? How many times do I have to answer your question, Eli? You rotated around the axis of the center point, not around your axis.
You didn't answer. You went silent.
Chill.
Say nothing.
Take a breath. Just chill. Take a breath. Take a breath.
I was on bloody mute. I'm trying to answer it now. I'm answering it for about the fifth time, and you're not liking the answer.
No, you're not. The answer is yes or no, because I asked you.
No, I'm answering your question. I'm clarifying your question, or the answer to your question.
You're not answering the question, because I'm asking it, and you're doing your best not to.
You're trying to ask. You're trying to ask a sneaky gotcha question that doesn't prove your point, and I'm not putting up with it.
Gotcha, you asshole.
It's a stupid gotcha question, and I'm not putting up with it. I'm sorry.
He's been doing the same thing to me since I brought up the point to him, Eli, and you told me to calm down.
Yeah, you're right.
So,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, you did,
All
Eli.
right.
Yeah, but
Yeah, you
hold
did.
on. Brian
You
gave
the
his
person who's been
answer.
straw manning. Go on,
You're
Nathan.
right.
Brian gave his answer. Answer again, Brian, if you're
No, Brian,
okay.
no, now
I
Neil,
didn't
don't.
hear it.
I'll
Neil,
answer again to Eli's question.
Neil, you're gonna piss me off right now because you're trying to understand. You heard me ask him if you change direction 360 degrees, is that a rotation of your axis? He did not answer that question. What he did say just now was that that's some gotcha. So don't sit
Yeah,
here
that's
and
what
act
they're trying to do.
to answer the question when
Your
he's not.
Oh, he said he
question.
did. Hold on. He said he did, but he was on mute.
No, he didn't answer the question. He said it's a gotcha. He said he's not answering it.
I've tried to answer it. I've told you, if you go around something 360 degrees, then you're going around its axis, not your axis.
Question about going around something. That's not what I asked you. Was it?
Well, I don't know. What you're asking is a question that's not connected to what we're talking about, Eli, then.
You don't know what I'm asking?
Ask the question again.
If I change direction 360 degrees, is that a rotation of my axis?
Of your own axis.
If I change direction 360 degrees,
Have you
yeah.
gone around something, or have you spun around yourself? That's the problem with your question. Remember I told you you were trying to do a gotcha?
That's not a problem.
Eli,
Question.
don't treat me like I'm stupid. Please don't do that to me.
That's not a
That
problem.
was what you tried to do there.
It's not a
I
problem.
told you what the problem was with your question earlier. I told you it was a silly gotcha.
That's not a problem. Don't take my silence for agreeing that that is a problem. No, it's not. You're being very hard-headed because you don't want to see it as a rotation when it is a rotation.
I agreed earlier that it was a rotation, but not of your axis. How many times do I have to tell you that?
Pardon me.
How many times do I
No,
have to
no,
tell
you
you
don't
that?
describe rotation from somewhere else's axis. You don't describe rotation
My
from
God,
somewhere else's axis,
my God,
Brian.
why
You don't
can't
get that.
you? Why can't you get it into your head that what you're talking about is a so John, when the moon is orbiting the globe, is it orbiting its own axis or the globe's axis?
You just started talking through me, and you're just going to carry the conversation on like that was all right.
This is getting ridiculous. I've already destroyed your point by bringing up the globe and the sun, and you can't
You don't
see it or you
describe
can't deal
a
with it.
body's rotation with respect to something else. You don't describe the moon's rotation.
I know
Just everyone stop for a second.
but
Everyone stop.
we're
Let's just all
talking about
stop.
orbit and
Stop.
rotation.
Brian.
This is ridiculous,
Brian,
Nathan.
please.
Why
Brian,
you again to
please
point out
stop the
what John is doing?
protestations.
Why are you not doing that?
Because you're wrong. That's why.
Why are you being unfair here? Why are you moderating this so badly and poorly?
You're just wrong, and you talked over me, and then John jumps in, and then you're talking.
It's originally
no, because you're trying to just ignore the fact that if you change direction, you have to be turning. Like there's literally no way
not on your axis. If you're going around something in the center, you're not turning on your own axis. You're turning around its axis.
You interrupted me before at the same point. Like it's like speaking to a glober right now. Like I didn't interrupt you.
Yes, you did. You're constantly over talking me, constantly coming in, and the same with John, coming in with complete nonsense.
New points. I'm not interrupting any point that you had if it's new. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't interrupt. I didn't interrupt any new point whatsoever. Every time I try to make my point, you keep interrupting at the same point. But the bottom line is, if I change my direction, there's no way that I didn't turn. There's no way. So, going back to when I turned on my video, keep in mind, the first one is the only one in which you could say I orbited, but
didn't do a rotation. He agreed that spinning in either direction, well, the spin against, he agreed that, well, that's a rotation, but the spin with, for some reason, he won't agree. There's only one instance in which you're not
What are you
rotating
talking
at
about?
all. And that's
What are you
when
talking about? What are you talking? That's completely false. You've just completely misrepresented me there.
It's okay to just interrupt like the end of my point. Like, and then tell me that it doesn't make sense. How do you do that? I'm describing.
You just said something I didn't. You just said I said something I didn't say. I agreed.
You did.
I agreed that when you went around the cushion in the center and you kept looking at it, that you did a rotation, yeah, but not on your own axis.
Yeah, I
You
didn't say
didn't
that.
rotate on your own axis.
I didn't say that. What I said was the
That's
only
what
time.
the point. That's what we're arguing about here, Eli.
The only time, because you cut me off again. The only time that there is zero rotation is when I was facing the camera the entire time. There's rotation in every other instance. Even with the orbit and rotation around the bag, I was still also turning. The only time I wasn't turning was when my face stayed to the camera, even though I was orbiting the bag. We all know that. So there's one instance of me not turning, and then there's two instances of me turning with the bag and counter to the bag.
Yeah, and they're claiming counter to the bag. That's my point.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Okay, I'll ask you then, because John wouldn't answer. The globe Earth is rotating and it's orbiting. How many rotations is happening in that?
2 rotations.
And that's when we got to the Sidereal
One second,
Day.
John. No, you keep out of it. You wouldn't answer. Right? You wouldn't answer. You should ask me about Sidereal Day. So you keep your nose out of it. You got your chance. You got your chance. You got your chance. Suddenly you want to ruin it because you know I'm going to make. You suddenly want to ruin it. Yeah.
Right, guys, please, guys, come on, stop. Stop.
Yeah, your favorite special boy.
Can you all
I don't
stop?
need your answer now, John. You were asked earlier. You wouldn't answer. You went off.
I was giving you an answer. You just
tried
didn't
to red herring your way out of it. As soon as I start asking Eli, you're trying to ruin it.
Can we have some order? Hello?
He needs to keep my name out of his mouth then.
Yeah,
That's
no,
what I
John,
say,
you
Neil.
need to keep out of it because you got your chance to answer it, and instead of answering it, you took the cowardly way out of it. You tried to red herring your way around it. You tried to red herring your way out of it.
You didn't allow me
I'm
to
asking
speak,
Eli a
Glover.
question.
You
I'm
didn't allow
asking
me to
Eli a
speak,
question, and
Glover.
you won't allow me
You
to
got
ask
this
him.
whole paradigm
Why will you not allow me to
right?
ask Eli?
You know
Nathan.
everything.
Brian,
Nathan,
you just keep
I just
saying,
want to
you
ask
just
Eli.
keep chanting. Brian, you are chanting.
Oh, am I chanting? It's fucking John!
Me and John was actually.
Who the sense of me?
No,
Well,
you brought my name up.
Now you're both chanting.
When you interrupted me,
fucking question
you interrupted me.
and now he wants to stop me asking Eli a fucking question because it fucking annoyates him.
Right.
Don't mention my name when you're talking to Eli then, boy.
No, man.
You fuck off. How about that?
No needs.
Because
Come on,
Brian-
chill out.
No, there is a
Please,
fucking need.
please chill.
Fuck. Directly off.
All right. We've all been pissed, and now it's Brian's turn. Fine, Neil
I'm
will be
fucking pissed off with this fucking bullshit. Absolute fucking bullshit. John was about to be destroyed there, and Nathan is
you were about to make a good point, weren't you? After you interrupted me when I was trying to
go at it,
and then you had the nerve, the absolute fucking
special boy.
Like I didn't answer you when you were
Can you both calm down? Both of you stop. Please, Brian and John, both stop. Right, Brian and John, please.
I can't.
Please. Hello, can you all stop? Or I'll try and regain some order. Hello? Can I try and regain some order? You were in the middle of a conversation with Eli. It's popped off with John. Hopefully.
I'm done with it. I'm fucking done with it. You're a fucking special boy. Right? Because he knew he was fucked a second time.
Oh, special
That's
boy
what fucking
now.
happened
That's the only
there.
place you got to go.
Yeah,
because
that's what fucking happened there. You were fucked the second time.
Not going to let me
That's what
speak.
the first time. The second time you tried to stop me asking you like the question.
The
So
answer
you
to
are
Brian.
fucked.
The answer to Brian's question is 2 rotations, 1 orbit.
What, for the globe?
Well, what two things did you
What
allow
two
me to use?
rotations? What two rotations?
You said, well, the Earth and the Sun. You said how many
Right.
rotations?
Yeah. How many?
Yeah, the rotation of the Earth and the rotation of the Sun. Right?
No, rotation of the sun. What rotation of the sun?
Well, you asked me how many rotations are there. Like, how am I supposed to know? Like,
Right.
are there?
So rotation of a globe, rotation of the sun, and the orbit. That's 3, right?
Well,
Orbit's
there.
not a rotation.
No, that's not a rotation.
Sorry, I told you, Eli. Sorry.
It's just,
Not
I'm
talking
sorry
to
to
you.
interrupt.
I won't
I'll
be
do it.
talking to you
John's.
anymore.
I'm going to stop John from doing it, but I'm going to do it. You're
Well,
convoluting.
why are
I'm
you
just
stopping
trying to,
him?
please.
Where were you? Where were you 10 minutes ago, Nathan? Where were you 7 minutes ago when I was talking to Eli? Where were you then?
Making coffee. Who cares? Like,
Yeah,
No, he wasn't.
regardless.
He was here.
Already gave
was
my.
here.
Can I just make
Where
my
were you,
statement?
Nathan?
It's going to be 10
Where were
seconds.
you?
10 seconds. Please.
Where were you, Nathan?
Bro, I don't. You're chanting
Where
again.
were you, Nathan?
You're chanting.
Where
Where
were
are
you,
you? Where are you? Where?
Yeah.
Shit show,
You're
Brian.
not
Thank
answering me,
you.
'cause you're not
Shit
answering me,
show.
Nathan. Where were you?
Yeah, I've heard you say where
Brian,
were
chill
you
out,
16 times. I've got a point on
Where
the
was Nathan
subject.
when it was important? He's coming in to save John again.
No.
Again,
I've got-
I'm not
you won't let me
asking you any
talk.
question. Again, Nathan. You're stopping it now.
Just say again over and over again. I think that'll be a great show, Brian. Thanks. You're convoluting a rotational motion, and now you're chanting through me.
This is about you,
Now you're
Nathan.
chanting through me,
So
doing
yeah,
the very
yes.
thing you're
Go on, off
bleating
you go.
about.
Go on, off you go.
I don't need you to go off. You go. Just need to shut your mouth, and you won't.
Say something, John. Off.
Yeah, maybe have a little tantrum. Have a little tantrum to the top of me because everyone's interrupting you. Where was I? Not getting interrupted currently. I am. You're convoluting a rotational motion of the sun with an orbital motion of the Earth around the sun. There's me being chanted through. There's me bringing some clarity to the subject with Brian chanting through the top of me. Obviously, this is me. Maybe this should be me having a little tantrum, as Brian can't shut up. I was in the middle of saying something, Brian.
Nathan, because you're misrepresenting me.
I haven't got to the end of my statement without you interrupting me.
You misrepresenting me. I'm not tolerating it. I'm not putting up with you misrepresenting me.
All right,
I'm
okay.
not putting up with it. I don't care.
If we're not talking about 2 rotations.
Convoluting orbital motion when you describe the rotation value of the sun. No, it's a motion of orbit around the sun in their model. You're trying to describe it in the same manner simply because we have a coincidentally orbital locked moon in their paradigm. Doesn't mean it's not rotating about its own axis, and it doesn't mean that the sun with an orbital plane that the Earth moves around is akin to it being tidally locked with the sun's rotation, which isn't being claimed in this instance. It's an orbital motion.
That's exactly what it means. It's not rotating on its own axis. That's exactly what it fucking means.
So can something orbit and
Hang
not
on.
rotate?
Eli, when you answer my questions.
Can something orbit and rotate at the same time?
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're claiming. Eli, will you please answer my questions? Neil, will you? Neil, will you talk to me? Will you play along with me?
I'm mad for a little while.
Eli won't. John won't allow me when I almost had. John wouldn't answer. Eli got to the point. John came in to save the day.
I answered it.
Nathan
You just
stopped it.
ignored it.
Nathan
Now
saved the
you're
day.
appealing to Neil.
Nathan saved the day. Who's going to answer the questions?
You won't stop talking.
What about you, Nathan? Will you answer the questions?
I answered the question, but you won't stop talking. I answered it as succinctly and quickly.
I haven't asked them to be answered.
Yes,
now,
you
let
did.
me ask it again.
You asked the question.
Let me ask the questions again. I didn't get the answer ask the second question because I was stopped. John
Okay, stop. Both of you stop. Both of you stop. Stop. You've got to let me... Brian, you've got to let me take control.
I know
Otherwise,
you're stopping me from asking.
Yeah, but you're not stopping. Right, I'm going to clear the airways for you to ask your question. Otherwise, we'll get 10 minutes of... I did stop for you. No, you didn't. You didn't let me answer. Now you're doing it to me. Now I'm not being able to take control. No, I'll clear the airwaves for Brian to ask the question, but then I'll ask he stops asking and gets an answer. Go ahead, Brian.
I'm going to ask questions, Nathan, because past couple of times I've only gotten through the first question. I haven't gotten to the second one. So am I going to be allowed to get through both questions?
Did you hear the answer to the first question, my brother?
I didn't ask the first question yet.
Well, that's the first question.
You just
right.
said you did.
Let
Oh
me
God,
ask
Eli,
the
I'm trying
question.
to
Let
retain
me
some
ask
bloody
the
control
question.
here. Go ahead, Brian. Ask your first question.
I know this is a joke to you, Nathan. You
I'm
are
not
happy
bloody.
to see me
Oh
angry.
God.
I get
Now
that.
it's this.
That's okay.
I've just cleared the
That's all right,
airways
so
to you
don't
to
forget
ask your
that.
question, and now it's this.
Yeah, yeah. Because that's what you wanted. Now, anyway, Eli, an orbit of the sun and a rotation of the globe. Never mind what the sun is doing. An orbit of the sun and a rotation of the globe. How many rotations is that?
One.
That's not one rotation. That's an orbit, which is one rotation, and an orbit of the globe, that's two rotations.
Well, it's two rotations, but they're not of the same kind. One is
An
a
orbit,
spin.
right? And one is an orbit. One is a rotation around the sun's axis, and one is a rotation of the globe around its own axis. Yes.
I can't answer you because I was cut off answering you when you tried to just take over
No,
my
I'll
answer.
try and retain
No,
control.
because you weren't answering me honestly.
Brian, hold on. Just answer him. Eli.
Well, there's rotation, okay, like a circle around a given point, and then there's also turning. These things are different because you can rotate and not turn. That's how we know they're different. I did it in my demonstration.
Hang on a second. So you're not answering the question, right?
I told you.
You're answering the
Hold on,
question.
Eli. He's got an objection.
And
He's
you
saying
said
you're
no.
just
I'm not answering.
Eli. Go ahead, Brian.
I asked you, right? Is the orbit of the globe around the sun, right, and the rotation of the globe on its own axis, is that two rotations?
An orbit, which is a rotation, and the rotation, which is a rotation, I guess.
Right. So the orbit of the moon around the globe Earth and a claimed rotation of its own axis, is that two rotations?
Yeah.
Right. So how come we have only one side of the moon, even within the heliocentric paradigm?
Because it's spinning with respect to the point, not against
It's not. No, that's not because it's only one rotation is all they're showing. They're
No, that's
claiming
not.
two, but they're showing one.
I don't know
Because
what you're saying.
they can't show two because the moon is always not. You never see the other side of the moon. The point being is when the globe Earth rotates, you get to see the other side.
Eli. Stop.
When the globe Earth rotates, you get to see the other side of it. If you're at the sun, you'd see the other side of it. The sun hits all around the globe Earth, right? When the moon is orbiting the globe Earth, it's claimed to also rotate 360 degrees over a 28-day period. Yes. Where is the other side of it? What they're claiming to be a 360-degree rotation of the moon is not happening. That's the point they've been making for hours.
So you think that we didn't hear you say that the first time?
No, I think you're not understanding what you're talking about. You're mistaking just an orbit with an orbit and a rotation.
You just described motion number 2 that I did. But I did
that's what they're claiming is happening with the moon.
Brian. Go ahead, Eli.
So you just described motion number 2. Now, motion number 2 and motion number 3 both had a 360-degree rotation of me. My axis.
No,
Me.
Eli. The second one had 720 or whatever.
It interrupts me. So when I was going with me facing the bag, it was 360. When I was spinning against it, that was also 360. They were both. It
wasn't.
Brian, come on.
But he's wrong. What am I supposed to do? He's wrong. The second one, the one where
wrong about something that I physically did.
Just let him finish, Brian.
How could I be wrong about what in what I said is wrong?
Because you said 360, it's 720.
Hey,
not 360.
Hey. In motion number 2 and motion number 3, I made a 360-degree turn on top of walking in a 360-degree circle. Both cases. One was looking at the bag, one was not looking at the bag. That's it.
No, you did when you did the first time, The second time you came on camera, you wouldn't do the one I was asking you to do. You didn't do it. The first time you came on, you did 3 different ones. The second one of what you did was exactly what I'm describing, which is exactly what they're claiming.
Just
Right?
told me I didn't do
You refuse. You didn't do that the second time. When you came back on camera, you didn't do that. You made a point to not do that one because that's the one that debunks you. That's what the point is. They're claiming 720 degrees of rotation, 360 degrees orbit, and 360 degrees rotation of the moon on its own axis. So the moon is orbiting the globe's axis, and then it's also orbiting. It's also rotating around its own axis.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Right?
Why are you
That's not. But the point you're after completely missing the original point of the video.
Because you were done. You have to be done when someone doesn't agree with you. It's okay, brother. Okay? So the thing is, you can't say no, I didn't turn on my axis when I did on 2 and 3. What you described when you turned on your camera and did a triple axle, okay? Like that was you doing more than one rotation within the
That's what they're claiming. Oh my God, Eli, that's what they're claiming.
I'm almost there. That was you doing.
I'm sorry, that triple axis is funny.
That was you doing one rotation, like on your axis, as well as. No, my bad. You spun like more than 360 degrees. So you did it like twice or 3 times.
Maybe I did it twice. Yeah, maybe my timing wasn't right. Whatever.
It has to be right.
Do you want me to spend 28 days going around it slowly? Come on.
That's the difference. Because if you do it once, the claim is that they have one rotation. That's 360 degrees. One rotation.
That's not the claim. That's wrong.
Yes, every 28 days, there's one.
That's not the claim.
Yes, it is.
It's not. There's a claim of a rotation of the globe via an orbit, and then a second rotation of the moon.
Access one time in 28 days. Yes.
And it doesn't happen, Eli. That's the point.
No.
If it happened, if that second rotation, Eli,
Hold on, Eli. Hold on, Eli.
Yeah, this
Go
is
ahead, bro.
ridiculous.
Hold on, Eli. Go ahead, Brian.
This is ridiculous, Nathan. The globe orbits the sun and also rotates. The moon orbits the globe and is claimed to also rotate, but it doesn't. It doesn't matter if it's 24 hours or 28 days. It doesn't matter. It has to rotate. If it's rotating upon its own, hang on. Stop speaking through me. If it's rotating on its own, if it's rotating 360 degrees on its own axis, then at some point we have to see the back of it. That's just the facts.
No, we don't.
Yes, you're claiming that the sun on the opposite side of the globe, but it's the globe rotating then. That's what you're claiming.
No, it's a rate. I'm turning.
No, you're missing. It's the two things are exactly the same. The only difference is the amount of time it's played to happen.
No, it's not. Because if something is, if I'm gonna make a circle around something, that doesn't mean that I'm not turning. Okay, I don't know why we keep going. In the first one, there was no rotation. In the second 2, there were rotations. So what I'm trying to show you is that.
No, the second one was a rotation on the. No. The third one was only a rotation around the axis of the center point.
Bro, you can't keep.
You're
wrong.
wrong.
You can't keep cutting me off like this, man.
Because you just tried to add in a rotation that wasn't there. You tried to say in the second 2 there was a rotation. There wasn't a rotation on the axis on the third one.
It's not right to cut me off like this. It's not right.
Well, it's not right for you to be trying to claim things that aren't true.
Not right. Only thing I'm saying is what I just demonstrated to everyone. You can't tell me no. You can't tell me no. You can't.
He's saying your demonstration was wrong.
No, Neil. Let me say something to Neil.
No, because I was still talking when you interrupted.
Because you're making claims that aren't true, Eli. You're claiming things that aren't true in the story.
Because he was talking through you, but you keep doing it.
It's a tactic, I think, at this point. I'll call it a tactic.
It's not a tactic. It's not a tactic. It's not a tactic.
It's a better point of this show. The point is, after having this conversation, I have to again reevaluate how I talk to Globers because I can't be sure that they know what the fuck I'm talking about.
No swearing.
Hold on. Wait a second. Let me say something. If Brian's saying something, it's obvious we're not understanding it. Because he wouldn't just be saying it. And it's not a tactic, John. It's not about win or lose.
He wouldn't be saying it unless there was something that we shouldn't be understanding.
Neil is making a proper point.
Why would he be saying it, though?
Oh, that is a proper point, isn't it? Because Brian said it, it must be true.
It's an appeal to Brian fallacy.
John, that's not what I said. You're saying it's a tactic. That's wrong.
It's a bias, Neil.
Yeah, by interrupting me when I'm trying to, by interrupting me and Elijah when we try to answer his questions.
You're not answering my questions at all. That's a thing of a lie. You wouldn't answer my question, remember?
See him doing
I think it'd be ideal if all four of you talked at once. That'd be great.
Yeah, I
remember you avoided answering the question. Remember you read Harry? Remember that? Remember you stopped me asking Eli a question.
Stop a second. Stop. Right. John's got an objection. Excuse me. Can everybody clear the airways for John? Go ahead, John.
Brian keeps
I
on
get stepped
saying
on the entire
that-
time, and it's as somebody else gets to go.
Well,
That's
if you were the
crazy.
favourite, you'd get clear airwaves. Go ahead, John.
All right. The point is if you're describing orbit, you're talking about something else moving around a centralized point. That has nothing to do with the direction it's facing. The direction it's facing, if you want to describe it as looking at that centralized point, it will spin about on its own axis.
No.
Yeah.
Well, you're
it
just
has
trying to add in
That's
a
just-
second rotation that's not happening. There's only one
Because if
rotation
it's
happening,
not-
and that's the orbit. Within your example, there's only an orbit. There is
not
no 360
rotation.
degrees on its own
Orbit
axis.
is not rotation.
No,
Orbit
you're
is
trying
not
to add in
rotation.
something
You
that's
keep
not
saying it,
there.
but
I'm
it's
telling you,
not.
you're trying to add in
I
something that's
can't
not
hear what he's
happening.
trying to add in, Brian, because you're chanting through every second word he says.
It's the same thing he did when I came to the same point. He just keeps stopping it.
Because you're both trying to add in rotation, a rotation that's not happening.
No,
Yeah, I heard that. I heard it. It's all Brian. Yeah, I heard that, surprisingly, 4 times. Didn't hear what Eli said, didn't hear what John said. But maybe it's favouritism, with you chanting the same thing I've heard 5 times through the top of them.
Well, I've had to do that, Nathan, because it has been favoritism.
Just stopping them making their rebuttal,
Yeah.
that's all you're doing.
Yeah, that's all he's doing. Orbit is not describing the rotation of the body with respect to that orbit. You're trying to jump to the moon to describe its orbit, but that you don't describe it that way. You describe it with respect to the body it's orbiting. You describe its rotation with respect to its axis.
Exactly.
So you're
Right.
done. No, don't say exactly.
Exactly.
Don't you do that.
So
Don't
the
you do
orbit
that.
Stop,
that
John,
it's
John,
making
John,
of the
stop,
globe
stop,
Earth-
stop.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, exactly. So the orbit it's making of the globe Earth then is not the 360-degree rotation of its own axis then. Yes? Yes?
The orbit of the
I know,
Earth
yes,
is
it's a yes or
not
no, it's a
the
closed question.
He's Brian,
It's a
he's
closed
answered.
question.
Brian, he's Brian.
Yeah, he's gonna
Hello?
withdraw.
Hello? You've asked him something, he started answering 2 words he got, 2 words. You're going to bleat about it in 5 minutes, Brian? You got 2 frigging words out. Brian,
It's a simple
Brian,
question.
Brian,
Yes or no?
Brian. He got 2 frigging words before you started chanting through him. 2 words.
He only needed one.
The orbit is not the rotation.
Yes.
Okay, I'm right.
No, you're
That's
wrong.
what hold on. That's what we've been saying the whole time. The orbit is not the rotation.
No,
John is talking out his backside again.
You keep saying that the orbit
Let me
means
ask
that
you the questions, John.
the moon will face in other directions, but it doesn't. Watch
Let me
Eli's
ask you,
demonstration
yeah,
again and pay attention.
Yeah, that's half a statement from John, half a statement
rotating.
from John before Brian started talking. Shocking. Obviously, this is my favouritism, isn't it, Brian, as you rumpus the second half of his point when he takes breath.
You keep
his
doing it.
point,
You
what
keep
are you
doing
talking
it.
about? I was
You
talking a
keep
minute
doing it.
ago as
You
well.
gotta like at
It's
some
okay for
point
him
you
to
gotta
talk.
realize. At some point you gotta realize, okay, I'm wilding. Because when I was wilding, I realized it, and I was like, okay, I need to chill. You're not doing that because you're married to this point. You gotta you gotta stop interrupting. I don't care how you feel. Stop interrupting.
Don is telling me things I already know.
I don't care
I've
what he's
known for God
telling
knows
you.
how
Stop
long. He's
interrupting.
missing the point.
No, he's not.
Yes,
He's not
he
missing
is,
the
and you're
point.
missing it too. I'm
No, he's
sorry,
not.
you are.
No, he's not. You
Can
need
I
to
ask a
stop
quick
interrupting.
question? Is this
No,
all on a ball?
no, Adam. Adam, let me ask you a question now that you're
Only
here.
because I'm struggling to keep up.
Look at my screen, Adam. Look at my
I don't.
screen.
Right.
My new,
Adam,
my new
if you want
shiny
to,
ball
Everybody,
head.
Can everyone?
everybody's,
let me
Right, Adam's
everybody's
just joined the
taking the
call,
piss
right?
out of me.
Without being accused of bloody favouritism
Genuine
towards Adam,
question.
it'd be nice if we could hear what he's got to say. Go ahead, Adam.
I just wanted a bit of clarity because I've been work Saturday. I've not really followed. Is
You
this
understand?
specifically the point in question we're talking about? Does the moon rotate to maintain its face on view in the ball model?
Yes.
No.
Like,
Yeah. What do you mean?
No.
that's not the question.
No, that's not. That's
Because
not.
I'm flat
That
Earth.
is not the point in contention, Adam. My point being, right, that they're claiming that the moon is orbiting the globe, right, over 28 days, but they're also claiming that the moon itself is also rotating 360 degrees on its own axis over 28 days. And I'm pointing out that that's a claim they put in there, but it doesn't happen. Even within their own paradigm, they have to show the same face of the moon going around the globe over 28 days. It is not rotating on its own axis. The moon going around the globe Earth is one rotation. We call it, I know it's an orbit, but we call it, it's an orbit around the globe's axis. But the moon itself is not rotating on its own axis like the globe Earth is doing around the sun.
We got
The
that.
globe Earth is
We got it. We
orbiting the
got
sun
it. We
and
got it. We got it.
No, you have leave me for a second. The globe Earth is orbiting the sun. The moon is orbiting the globe Earth. The globe Earth is rotating on its own axis. I don't care about the time frame. It's rotating on its own axis 360 degrees. The moon is not doing that, but they're claiming that it does. That's the point. There's only one.
Okay. Please stop at some point. Please, can you just stop? We got Eli. Please, you're not helping. Yeah, we got it. We got it twice.
Just at the very end.
No, you're never going to stop. No, it's just verbal diarrhea from Brian incessantly. Never ends.
Diarrhea, not verbal
We
diarrhea.
heard it twice.
It's hard for him to hear it when you're stopping me from telling him.
You already said the same thing twice to him already.
All right, repeat it back.
What?
Yeah.
Me?
Okay. The Earth rotates.
Adam repeat it back.
The Earth rotates along its own axis.
No, he's not going to get to repeat it back, Neil. It's Brian's turn to talk still.
The Earth rotates on its
I
axis.
leave Nathan if that's what you want.
Yeah, still not getting the opportunity to repeat it back, Neil. It's favouritism. It's my fault.
Come on, this is going to descend bad. Brian, relax.
If Eli just make his point with his dancing around these hand luggage, I'd appreciate that because I'm just trying to grasp the point. So I understand what Brian's saying. Eli, do you want to make your point? Just
don't put words. Don't put words in Brian's mouth by saying.
No, don't get bitchy. You just show me dance around your handbag.
Come on, stop.
Dance around your handbag. Let me see.
I mean, because I'm sitting here like this because I was still trying to answer his question.
Okay, well, I was hoping to just hear a summit from you both.
All right, we're moving on from Neil. He's okay. So Brian is saying that you can't be tidally locked to a central point and you yourself still be spinning on your axis. Like that's exactly what this is. That's exactly what this is.
Yeah, I think he got that. Brian summarised his own point. Okay, Eli. He's just asking you to contradict that by just showing it again, maybe.
Yeah. So
that was okay.
Not rotating, but still rotating in an orbit would be this, right? Okay. So whether I went this way
And now you see how you can see the back of me? That's going against the rotation. But if I go with it, I'm still turning me, I'm still turning 360 degrees. He's saying that there is no turn on the axis of the moon in their paradigm.
But my understanding in their paradigm in a ball Earth is that the rate of rotation of the moon is equivalent to its monthly orbit. So it circles 360 degrees in 27.3 days to maintain its face lock to the
That's
sun.
what we told them.
Well, just to maintain that same face, it has to twist itself whilst orbiting to maintain it in their paradigm, as I understand it. But that rate of rotation is 20. See, this is the difference. When you try to do it on a flat Earth, it's different to a ball Earth. When you do it on a ball, they claim the rate of axial rotation of the moon is equivalent to the rate of transit over a month. In terms of its orbit is 27.3 days, and therefore the rate of rotation to maintain tidal lock, face lock, whatever, is 27.3 degrees for 360 degrees. That's their claim as I understand it.
Yeah, and my problem with their claim, Adam, is that when you look at how they try and explain it, what happens is they have the same face of the moon, right, turned towards the globe. Come on, little fella, and go around it going around it in an orbit, right? But the moon itself, right, it only appears as if the moon is rotating due to the product of the orbit. But the moon itself is not rotating on its own axis, because if it was rotating on its own axis over the 28 days, at some point, the back of the moon would be facing towards the globe. Whereas if you take the globe out, it doesn't matter. If you take the globe out and take the same situation with it going around the sun, it orbiting the sun, and also is rotating, right? Let's say if it took 28 days for it to rotate 360 degrees, right? It would rotate 360 degrees. And at some point throughout that 28 days, there will be sun at some point on that globe, or every point on that globe. Whereas with the moon, in their paradigm, the moon is claimed to do the same thing, but yet you only see one side of the moon. You never see any of the other side, which is impossible. But they're trying to claim a rotation that's not happening. That's my point. My point is there is no.
We got it.
Even when
we got it.
Now, say what you just said, Adam.
I'm not understanding, Bryce. So you're saying, so I've got this thing on screen. If I just keep that ball, the ball.
We've been there, done that.
Eli, please.
I'm sorry.
In its fixed orientation with green facing up, and I move it around to the bottom to the 6 o'clock position, and green still facing up, and I move it to the 3 o'clock position, and green still facing up. Then the faces that were facing the Earth are different each time. So as it rotates around, the faces will change if the orientation of the moon stays fixed, i.e. green.
Okay, stop, Adam. Do you follow what he just said, Brian?
Yes, I know exactly what Adam's saying there, yeah.
So for me,
I just want to summarise it because it was nice and concise. I will pass back to you, Adam, I promise. Right. So if the green in this diagram on screen now remains facing up, that is to say it does not rotate, then from the Earth position in the centre, you will see different faces of this sphere. Correct, Adam?
That's my understanding.
If we stop it just one more time, if we stop the multicoloured wheel from rotating, we will see different faces from the Earth-centric position in this description.
If we maintain the orientation of the moon and all we're doing is making it orbit the Earth, maintaining its position, then in my opinion, yeah, you would experience different faces as it circled, because different faces would be facing the Earth because it's not moving.
Ergo, for it to maintain the same face pointing towards the central body, it must rotate about its own axis. Correct?
Yes.
There you go, Brian.
No, it's not rotating about its own axis.
No,
It's a
must.
product of the orbit. That's my point, though, Adam. It's a product of the orbit, because with the globe out, if you put the globe out going down 28 days around the sun, is it ever going to be still the same face pointed directly at the sun? No.
No,
That's my point.
No, that's irrelevant.
How is it irrelevant? Because
It's
they're
about
claiming the same
keeping
thing.
the face we see, that red and yellow side, to us. So that has to always be the face facing the Earth. Always has to be. Now, the phases of it will be dependent on the third position of where the sun interacts with that, illuminating sections of that face. But that face has to stay facing the Earth, even in their paradigm. Now, the position of the sun will give you the waxing, waning positions, illuminations of that single face. But if that face is to rotate, then we would see something different. Isn't to rotate, sorry. If it doesn't, then what happens is it comes down at where we are now. If we go straight antipodal to it, then when we're say the sun's on I don't know, the sun's to the right of the screen, and at the moment we're seeing a waxing gibbous on the moon. Okay, so it's coming in, and by the time it comes around to the 9 o'clock position, then it would be a full moon. Yeah. Now, if I come to the other side and I go antipodal to it here, this side, I've got the green and the blue showing. I'd still have the correct phase of the moon, but a different part would be illuminated. It's necessary for, as the moon tracks around the Earth, for it to rotate to maintain its face onto that the Earth can see, that is visible to the Earth. That has to stay the same for our viewpoint of it, even if it is or isn't a ball. That has to rotate so that we only ever see the same side. If it comes around 14 days later and the green and blue's facing the Earth, then we would see a different face.
Okay, Adam, let me play that for you, right? What's on the screen?
Oh, is it play? Come on.
Just give me a second. I have to go into the computer to play it. I'll be off mute. 1 second. I'll press play on it, and I'll show you what I mean.
The alternative way of viewing the orbit is that there's a.
Here you go.
Okay, so you're viewing. Yeah, so if it's doing that, well, that's rotating.
Right.
So
No, that's an orbit.
No, that's rotating, Brian. Look at the cross. Focus your eyes to the middle of the circle that's rotating and watch them change. Oh.
Yeah, but it's rotating as a product of the orbit.
It's
rotating. It's not
rotating.
rotating on its axis.
Brian, you're saying now it's
not
rotating and then giving a justification. Yeah, it's rotating, Brian. That's what we've been trying to say for 5 hours.
As I said earlier, Nathan, that you've ignored all day, as a product of the orbit. It's not its own axis. It's not rotating on its own axis. The point is, Adam, they're claiming that it's orbiting and also doing 360 degrees over the course of 28 days. If it was doing 360 degrees over the course of 28 days, then that means at some point the green, the yellow, and the red must be pointed away from the center. Because that would be an orbit and an axial rotation.
That is an orbit and an axial rotation. That's why the face stays the same. If you press play again.
I'll go back into the kitchen. 1 second. Sorry, no. I just my friend is in the kitchen.
It looks like there's a piece of string between the center of the moon and the center of the Earth, and it's just spinning around like that. Yeah. There you go. Look at those phases. Beautiful. But actually, there isn't a piece of string, is there? So for the moon to change those positions, look, to keep its face, it in of itself is having to change as well as orbit. Oh, it's rotating. If you have that same thing and keep the green, right, keep it exactly as it is now. If it doesn't rotate and it just stays fixed and it's just going around, then what it does is it just goes around. And if it's now at 9 o'clock, by the time it gets to 6 o'clock, the facing colours will be green and yellow. When it comes around again, because it's not rotated, it's maintained the same orientation, the facing colours will be green and blue. When it comes up to the top, look, facing colours would be red and blue. But it doesn't. It rotates itself and reorientates it so that yellow and red are always facing.
Yes, but it's reorientating itself as a product of the orbit. That's my point.
No,
it is not rotating itself on its own axis.
If it was fixed with a rod between the two, then that would be correct. Then that would be, it would be a single thing, one thing rotating, and therefore that's why the face is always there, because it's glued to it. But it's not. It in of itself is orbiting. Now, if it just orbits in that orientation, i.e. yellow and green upwards, and keeps yellow and green upwards, yeah, then it will stay there and you will see different faces. But if, whilst it's doing an orbit, it also rotates at the same rate, then it will keep and maintain those yellow and red faces to the face of the Earth. If not, at some point they should be facing away from the Earth. If it of itself doesn't rotate, the only way to include it in that is, like I said, to put a big stick between the Earth and the Moon so that it's just one thing rotating. But if we're going to invoke an orbit, that in of itself means maintained orientation, then we invoke spin. Otherwise, we keep it orientated green and yellow up.
Okay, what we're seeing there is that an orbit of the globe Earth's axis.
No, it's going around the axis of orbit that it's got around the Earth. It's got nothing to do with the Earth's axis.
But the axis it's going around,
isn't it? Going around
but the axis, the globe Earth axis, is what it's going around.
No, it's not. It's just going around the Earth.
But that's the point of the orbit. The orbit is in relation to the thing it's orbiting.
Yeah, but its orientation is in relation to itself. So
yeah, but it's only like that because it's orbiting the globe Earth. If you switch to them, make the globe Earth the sun and make that
why?
the globe Earth.
Don't confuse it. Keep it where it is.
Why not? As I say, they're making the same claim about both.
Well, why reverse it then?
Because they're claiming, because if you switch that to the sun and the globe Earth,
why? No,
the globe Earth
very different. No, the sun makes no tidal locking claim. We see all sides of the sun.
That's the
point
point I'm
rotation
making.
of the sun is so specifically different that we do see what they would claim is rotation of the sun. We don't see a face lock because the things are in conjunction with each other. We actually can see what we would claim the sunspots rotating around, going around the back, disappearing, coming around from the back to the front. That would be, but that would be because the rate of rotation of the sun isn't commensurate. So,
yeah, but I'm not talking about the rotation of the sun. I'm talking about the globe Earth's orbit of the sun. The globe Earth is orbiting the sun, and it's also rotating on its own axis. That's what That's what's claimed to give us day and night and seasons, right? Now, if you just have the globe Earth orbiting the sun, right, and it's holding the same face towards the sun, is it then rotating on its own axis?
Yes, has to be.
How is it then when it's rotating around once a day? Then that's not rotating on its own axis, then, because that's the opposite from what you're saying.
It's spinning.
But that's a rotation on its own axis.
If it's keeping one face to the sun, yeah, it's spinning.
It's
whilst
if
it
it's
does
keeping
so it does the orbit, maintaining the orientation, right? And it goes around in that circle, maintaining the orientation. Now, if you want that single face to stay a thing, you're going to have to rotate it at the same rate of rotation.
at the rate of orbit, yeah. You're going to have to
You're going to
hold
have
it with
to
the rate of
turn
orbit.
the Earth at the rate of rotation for you to keep the one side of the Earth solely facing the sun all the time.
But it's
There's
based
no
around
piece of string pulling it round to keep it fixed. There's no rod. So therefore, if it's going to maintain its orientation and just go in a circle, yeah, there's no circular motion invoked within that object in of itself. Therefore, it will present all its faces as it goes around in the 360. Yeah, because they're all there to be presented as it goes around from one side of it to the other. The side looking at it, it changes. Unless
no, but you're describing two different things that are claimed to be the same thing.
Mm.
The rotation of the globe is a 360-degree rotation of the globe. If the globe had to keep the same face, let's say it had to keep the same face, which is the Pacific Ocean, and let's say Pacific Ocean in America, or the Americas, if it had to keep that face towards the sun all the time, then can you say that it's orbiting and rotating on its own axis?
The Earth's orbit's got nothing to do. The Earth rotating.
But there's two. But this is the problem.
No, it isn't the problem.
Claiming,
This is probably your problem because you're invoking the Earth rotating.
Yeah, because they're claiming that the moon is rotating.
No, that's not in this.
No, it is. That's within their claim.
Put it on screen. Moons orbit Earth, one orbit every 28 days. There's a separate invocation of something that doesn't have anything to do with this, which is the Earth's rotation, which will be how, let me finish, which will be how the moon will track across the sky for the person in one day. That same moon stays as it is based on the monthly orbit and those positions with regards to the sun. You're throwing in something that's not relevant here. The orbit of the Earth in one day, nothing to do with this argument.
The rotation of the Earth, of the globe Earth, in one day is directly proportional to this. Because they're claiming that the moon... Hang on, leave me finish. Right? The globe Earth is orbiting the sun over a year. The moon is orbiting the globe Earth over a month. Right? The globe Earth is rotating once a day, right? But there's a claim that the moon is rotating 360 degrees once a month. So the time frames don't matter. The point is that the globe Earth can't be rotating once a day and the moon not rotate at all, just show the same face all the time, and you call the same. You can't. Hang on, one second. Please leave me finish.
Badly wrong.
Please leave me finish my point.
Why people have been
Please let me finish my point.
Okay.
Please, just 1 second.
I thought you've said it about 50 times. But
I haven't gotten to the crescendo. The crescendo is that you can't claim both of them are rotations around the axis, their own axes. You can't claim they're the same thing.
I would say to you,
nobody does.
You've conflated the issue and you're confusing yourself by rotating the Earth. It's got nothing to do with it. It's got nothing to do with the point that I've been listening to.
I tried to tell him. That's why I told him to put his thumb in front of the globe. Don't worry about the globe and just look at the turning of the wheel. What you talk about with the string, John already tried to tell him that too. You're not talking about experiencing a rotation on a non-inertial reference frame. You're talking about something that's supposedly in an inertial reference frame. We literally went through all of this, bro. Like,
I'm going to wrap out though on that. No, I'm really sorry, guys. So with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord. Oops, pressed the wrong button. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all, hopefully with the intro in the right place this time, in the next video.
what a lovely day.